Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Virginia International Raceway, Heaven on Earth, for day number 2 of the SARRC MARRS Challenge with special guests, Spec MX-5 Challenge, Spec Corvette, all presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Dominic Mandiel. And Dominic, for day number 2, hashtag don't blame Greg. But for now, some beautiful weather here at VIR, and hopefully the weather will be the racing will be as beautiful as the weather is here.
Absolutely, and talking to a number of the drivers last night at the conclusion of yesterday's events, they were very happy with how consistent the temperatures were. Even though the temperature did increase into the afternoon, they were happy to get dry running because a lot of the drivers, similar to some of the events that we've been able to follow, they've dealt with a lot of precipitation as well. So it was nice for once to have a clear and dry weekend.
Yeah, yesterday, it was upper 60s, low 70s, practically no humidity, which for this time of year here, May in Danville or Alton, Virginia, very, very odd, very strange. And we had a lot of really great races yesterday. Let's quickly, as we have our first group of the morning, getting ready to roll off the grid for their 15-minute qualifying session. Let's quickly look at the schedule, what we have coming up here for you today. To start things off, we have 6 different race groups that are going to be going out for 15-minute qualifying sessions. And those 15-minute qualifying sessions, with the exception of one class, our Spec MX-5 Challenge class, that qualifying session will be used along with the qualifying session from yesterday and yesterday's race to gather the fastest time for each driver and set the grid for this afternoon's races. Spec MX-5 Challenge, a little bit different. Their race a little bit later, actually later this morning, just before lunch, will be based solely on the qualifying times that they set in this session right now, that you can see them heading onto the track at the moment. We're going to go through those 6 qualifying sessions, as you can see there on the screen, 15 minutes each, and then we have our feature races throughout the day. We will have our first of 6 groups scheduled before lunch. It is a 12-lap or 30-minute race, whichever happens to come first. We'll break for about an hour lunch, and then we will have our final 5 races for groups 2 through 6, and you can see those different groups listed on the bottom of your screen. But first up, Dom, is our small bore group along with the Spec MX-5 Challenge. We've got the B-Spec racers out here, our production car classes, Touring 3 and Touring 4 are out here as well. The GT Pintos that always put on a great spectacle for us. Spec RX-7 and IT7 as well. And or probably Spec RX-7 and IT7, they're going to be in our next group. But the SPU cars, and it should be a great session here. But quickly, before we get started with this qualifying session, we've got our drivers. You can see them on their out lap right now. The first of our Spec MX-5 Challenge racers coming up to Oak Tree at the moment on your the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Let's make a call to the grid for our next qualifying group. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's our bracket racers and IT racers, Spec RX-7, SSM, Super Touring Light, and Super Touring Under. Race group number 2, bracket ITA, B, C, and S, IT7 and IT7R, Spec RX-7, SSM, STL, and STU. Please start heading to the grid. All right, so Dom, we've got in front of us here some results, not results, but we can kind of see where these drivers set their best times yesterday, whether it was in qualifying, whether it was in the race yesterday. And as we take a look, Alex Bertignoli was our fastest Spec MX-5 Challenge racer all day yesterday. Again, those times for Spec MX-5 Challenge don't really matter. They're kind of tossed out the door, but he's the one who set the bar for that class. And then we had, I think Weston Workman was our next fastest driver in that group. But Steve Rose in his E-Production Mazda RX-7 for our small board drivers, a 2:11.392, a very quick time. And again, it was track conditions were, I mean, as close to perfect as you could get to set fast laps here.
Yep. And one thing that a lot of the drivers I talked to also remarked was the fact that we haven't had too much precipitation as of late meant that the track wasn't too green and everything was really rubbered in. So finding grip everywhere was really at premium. And I think for a lot of them, when you take a lot of the elements out of the equation and they can just go flat out and not have to be too concerned about about adjusting setups and adjusting sway bars and having different tires, it really makes your weekend go a lot more smoothly.
Yeah, the consistency of the track surface, I think, has been a key in talking to a lot of the drivers. All right, so in Touring 3, Connor Roberts, who we saw last night during the endurance race, I think doing a lot of testing and tuning with his Global MX-5 Cup car, he was our fastest of the T3 drivers. He had a 2:12.574. And then in Touring 4, three very closely matched racers. Brent Simonson, in his Mazda RX-8 out of Millersville, turned in a 2:13.146, which was actually about 0.6 of a second faster than his good friend Owen Sheffer. He and Owen have been racing together in different classes and different types of cars for a long time. They had an amazing battle yesterday in T4, and Owen Sheffer beat out Brent Simonson to the checkered flag yesterday. Simonson said if he had about another 100 feet or so, he probably would have been able to get past Sheffer. Unfortunately, he didn't have that 100 feet, and I'm sure given that he had been leading going into the final lap, and I think Sheffer had drafted past him on the back straight here. They're always, this track has so many different sectors really that you need to be a king at. I mean, whether it be the long straightaways and you need the horsepower, whether it's digging out of slower speed corners like Oak Tree or Turn 4, and whether it be having a well set up car to go through NASCAR in Turn 3 into Turn 4. I mean, there's just really lots of things to challenge not only the car but the driver.
And being that they're both in Touring 4 cars, very much a momentum race car. They're going to have to maximize a lot of the, for example, Oak Tree, a slow speed right-hander, and maximize a lot of the slower corners going up into Snake and through left hook especially. So in order to get an advantage over somebody that you're running in the same, not only in the same class as, but in the same chassis essentially, those being smooth and consistent through those is really going to be important.
Exactly. All right. So if we then take a look in F production, Les Cheney in his Acura Integra, the fastest of that class with a 2:17.235. And if we move down to B-Spec, Blair Deffenbaugh, who won yesterday's race at a 2:minute 26 second 9:27, very quick for a B-Spec car here at Virginia International Raceway. And then in GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton with a 2:28.658. Again, the marker set there for the GT Pinto class. But let's take a look, Dom, and see where we stand currently here in qualifying, as our drivers have now put in 2 flying laps, and we should have some representative times coming in. Let's start off with the Spec MX-5 Challenge racers. Again, all of these drivers running in NC Miatas, I guess we call them third gen Mazda Miatas. They are running a Spec shock package, a single adjustable Penske shock. They've got Roush heads for the motors. They can run, and they're all running with a hard top as well. But this is considered to be a development series in the Mazda ladder, and a lot of very young racers out here right now. Nathan Saxon, driver of the number 16 machine. He was, I believe, our winner yesterday in our first race of the weekend. He is your fastest driver currently at a 2:11.157, and that is about, and actually he just dropped it down to a 2:10.875. It's about a half a second clear of Noah Harmon and Will Robusto, with Earl Tucker, your third fastest driver. If we take a look at E-Production, today, your fastest driver on track, and again, this is early on, Robert Garrison, driver of the number 06 machine. Garrison with a 2:23.218. And Steve Rose, our fastest driver yesterday and race winner yesterday, about almost 6 seconds off of that pace currently. I think just trying to get some heat into the equipment, Dom.
And looking to touring forward right now, we have Jeff Giordano in his Mazda MX-5 at the top. He ran a 2:15.340, only a few hundredths quicker than Owen Sheffer in the number 1 Mazda RX-7, who turned a 2:15.372, very close to there. And then Brent Simonson sitting third place in class, not too far back from there, 2:16.242, his fast time thus far.
All right, in F production, Stephen Layfield in the number 71 Mazda Miata. He is currently your fastest driver on track. Ben Gloka in the number 131 second-gen Acura Integra, almost 8.8 seconds back from Layfield. And Greg Siegert, third fastest driver in class, about 4/10 back from Gloka. If we look at GT Light, we have just a sole driver in the class. That is David Blaine. His time right now at 2:20.37. In GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton with a 3:20.88. That's 1.7 seconds clear of his only competitor, Drew Erie. In SPU, Sam Moore in his Volvo S40, beautiful machine. I don't think Sam has put in a time yet. We'll have to see. I saw the car still in the paddock this morning. Don't know if he's put it on track. And in Touring 3, Connor Roberts with a 2:15.84, with Michael Brandt about 1.4 seconds off of that.
Okay, guys, we're going through this qualifying, especially with our Spec MX-5 drivers. We can see big jump ups because someone might decide, two drivers might decide to work together for a lap to try to put in a flyer and move up the board. Alex Bergnoli is one of those drivers, driving the number 4 car. He puts in a 2:11.403 this last lap to move up to third provisionally.
All right, so let's take a look here. Actually, Dom, real quick, as we are now almost 11 minutes into this 15-minute qualifying session, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. That's our IT group with bracket racers, Spec RX-7, SSM, STL, and STU. ITA, ITB, ITC, ITS, IT7, and IT7R, bracket racers, Spec RX-7, SSM, STL, and STU. Race group number 2, please start heading up to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Okay, while you were making that announcement, we did have a change-up for Touring 4. Brent Simonson goes to the front with a 2:14.984, puts about a tenth between himself and Owen Sheffer, moving Jeff Giordano back to third place. His fast time still sitting on a 2:15.3.
All right, now remember since these lap times are also the qualifying for our race today for everything but Spec MX-5 Challenge based on fastest times from either of yesterday's sessions and also today's qualifying session. The bogey time in T4 is the time that Simonson set yesterday, that 2:13.106. So none of the T4 drivers have gotten to that point yet. So Simonson, he is the fastest driver on track currently, but he's got provisional pole at the moment here in T4. Based on that time from yesterday. And if we take a look at Touring 3, Connor Roberts in the Global MX-5 Cup car, the number 46 machine, yesterday, he ran a 2:12.574. He is well under that now, Dom, at a 2:11.293. Michael Brandt now 6 seconds off of Connor Roberts' times in the 53 car. And Brandt driving a BMW 330 Ci. If we go and take a look at GT Pinto, it is still Shelton and Erie. That has not changed. In F production, Stephen Layfield at a 2:24. Let's see if we can track down Layfield, who was our fastest driver yesterday in his Mazda Miata. Yesterday ran a 2:20.935, so not quite to where he was yesterday, actually about 5 seconds off. Our next F production driver yesterday was Greg Siegert, and Siegert ran a 2:24.275. And today he's at a 2:29, so he would be working based on his times from yesterday. Again, we'll see how this plays out. But I think this early, some of these drivers just not finding the times here, and it could be, frankly, because it is a little bit early. A little bit early. It's a little cool, and I just roused these drivers out of bed with some rooster calls about a half hour ago. If we jump back over to Spec MX-5 Challenge, it is still Nathan Saxon, your fastest driver on track, with a 210.875. If the session were to end today, he would be your provisional pole sitter in Spec MX-5 Challenge. Noah Harmon would start on the outside of row number 1. Time of 2:11.348. Alex Bertignoli with a 2:11.403. Only 55 thousandths of a second back from Harmon would start third. Neil Robusto with a 2:11.405, 2 thousandths of a second off of Bertignoli's times, would start on the outside of row number 2. Nathan Nicholson only about a tenth back from there. Actually 106 thousandths of a second back. Earl Tucker another 600ths back. So really tight racing, and here in qualifying. And we saw yesterday in the Spec MX-5 Challenge race where the top 12 drivers, top 12 racers, were more or less locked nose to tail for the first 5 laps of a 10-lap race, primarily because they were racing every single corner. And I'm thinking that if you're a tenth or 2 tenths off of somebody in qualifying in this class, Tom, probably isn't going to matter once the race starts.
Absolutely, because we saw yesterday that throughout the race, no matter who was at the point in the top 3, they were all running nose to tail and then side by side in most of the corners. And one of the things they have to be mindful of here in qualifying is that even though the urge might come up to start to go wheel to wheel with your fellow competitors out there, where you finish on track in proximity to them isn't going to be important. It's more important to position yourself and get a fast lap as the checker flag comes out.
There you go. So session is now over, and obviously that we just saw that one car go off by Oak Tree and take a nice long run through the grass. I think that driver's last flying lap is probably invalidated, but for most of our drivers here still on course, and you can see a large contingent of Spec MX-5 Challenge drivers coming through Oak Tree right now. These last flying laps do indeed count, and they are trying to make their last attempts at putting a flying lap. Actually, I think it looks like we've got a couple of our B-Spec minis coming through there, and a big contingent of cars coming out of Oak Tree onto the back straight here for the very last time. So we'll have these cars come through, and we'll see if there are any big changes here for this last flying lap. Let's see. We did not have, looks like Sam Moore in his SPU Volvo did not take to the track. I believe Michael Sexton in the number 7 Touring 4 machine, his Touring 4 Subaru BRZ also did not make today's qualifying. Those drivers are going to have to stand on their times from yesterday. So as it stands in Touring 4, Brent Simonson, your fastest driver with a 2:14.984. Again, not quite to where he was yesterday, but he will go into today's race as your Touring 4 pole sitter. Connor Roberts, your Touring 3 pole sitter. In GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton will be your pole sitter. In GT Light, David Blaine in his machine. Let's see, David Blaine driving, and I have to apologize, I almost forgot what he was driving a GT Light Mazda Miata. He's the only driver in the class. He will be your pole sitter. In F Production, Steve Layfield is your pole sitter for the second day in a row in F Production. And then in E Production, let's take a look. Robert Garrison turned in a 2:21. And that 2:21, that's a whole 10 seconds off of what Steve Rose ran yesterday. So, needless to say, Steve Rose, who was your race winner yesterday, will be your E-Production pole sitter once again. In B-Spec, Josh Smith, the fastest driver on course, on his very last lap. We saw him coming out and using the draft out of the Oak Tree and onto the back straight. He turns in a 2:31.01. That is also quite a bit off of the 2:26.9 that Blair Deffenbaugh put in yesterday, and Deffenbaugh did not go out for qualifying this morning. So Deffenbaugh should end up being your B-Spec pole sitter. And then finally in Spec MX-5 Challenge, Nathan Saxon finishes up with a 2:10.875 47 hundredths of a second clear of Noah Harmon. Alex Bertignoli, third fastest, 55 hundredths back from there. Then Will Robusto, 2,000ths back in fourth. Nathan Nicholson rounds out the top five with Earl Tucker, Don Squirick, Weston Workman, Jarrett Jones, Reed Sweeney, your top 10 drivers here in qualifying today. Yes, Dom.
And Greg, on the last lap here, Connor Roberts did put in a 2:10.464 in his 23 Mazda MX-5 Cup car. So he's actually going to be, and because his time was better than about 2 seconds quicker than what he put down yesterday, he's actually going to lead this field to green once we have our races.
And so he will start ahead of yesterday in that second group. In that small bore group, we had Owen Sheffer and we had the production racer Steve Rose on the front row. So that's going to move the T3 car up into the T3 Global MX-5 Cup car up to the front row for our second group, as we're going to have a split start again today with all the Spec MX-5 Challenge cars behind a pace car, and then our other racers behind a second pace car. But Dom, let's do this. We're going to take a quick little break. Our next qualifying session, let's make a call for them, actually. Final call to the grid for race group number 2, bracket racers, IT racers, super touring racers, IT7, IT7R, Spec RX7, and SSM. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2, this is your final car to the grid. Bracket racers, IT racers, Spec RX7, SSM, STL, and STU. Please head to the grid. So we're going to take a little break. We're going to get set up for that race, and we'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Virginia International Raceway in the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. We'll be right back.
The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And they have Trad shoot for you. Text them at 980-395-1116. The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And they have Trad shoot for you. Text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway and the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region with special guests Spec MX-5 Challenge and Spec Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dominic Mandiel. And Dominic, we've got our second group of the day heading onto the track for their 15-minute qualifying session. These are our IT, Improved Touring, and Super Touring racers, our SSM class for NA Miatas. We've got Spec RX-7 heading out as well, and then we've got our bracket race group as well. And as they are now rolling off the grid, as you can see there from the camera on your top left, want to, of course, make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3, open wheel racers, Club Ford, Formula Atlantic and Continental, Formula Enterprises and Enterprises 2, Formula F, Formula First, Formula V, Formula X, Formula 600, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. Race group number 3, open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. All right, so Dom, as this group is heading out on track, what do we have to look forward to for the next 15 minutes?
So as you mentioned, Greg, we do have a number of different classes: Improved Touring, Super Touring, and then, of course, the SSMs, in addition to the Spec RX-7s. So what we saw yesterday was the intermingling of a lot of different cars in different classes, and especially for the SSMs, talking to a number of the drivers yesterday, it was a unique and different challenge for them to have other classes and other cars to contend with while they had their on-track session. And so I think in a lot of ways there was some separation between a lot of the SSMs that they, for a number of the drivers, haven't had too much experience with prior. And interestingly, looking to STU, our two drivers who were at the top of the table yesterday, being Darren Treacle and Mark Lower. Darren Treacle at the end of the race actually ran a faster time. Mark Lower had a pretty comfortable margin in hand, but Treacle was able to turn a 2:03.895 to Mark Lower's 2:03.949. So about a tenth in it, but Darren Treacle was still able to pip him by just a little bit.
Just that little bit. And, and I was talking to Darren last night at dinner, and the one thing that he said, because we saw that Liller had jumped out to had an amazing, what we thought was an amazing start here, and jumped out almost to a 10-car length advantage by the time they got down to turn 1 on the very first lap. Darren Treacle was going from second to third gear. It actually turned out to be a 2.5 shift instead of a 2.3 shift. And so he just had no go. And, he still, that inline 6-cylinder motor still had a lot more torque than some of the cars around him. So he didn't lose any overall positions, but certainly it allowed that Neon to jump out. Now, if we take a look at some of the other classes and how they ran yesterday, in STL, Chuck Hines in his Mazda MX-5 out of Cameron, North Carolina, was our fastest driver, a 2:12.173. The time, Nathan Pring at a 2:12.435 in his Ford Mustang out of Pittsboro, North Carolina. If we then take a look at ITS, Justin Deffenbaugh was your fastest driver in his Acura Integra. He's out of Raleigh, North Carolina. He turned in a 2:18.74. And in ITA, Joel Gambino in his Mazda Miata, he's out of Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, so just outside of Summit Point, put in a 2:20.232. And if we drop down and take a look then in SSM, Ryan Maloney, the class of the field in SSM, he pretty much just ran away and hid. And a lot of that, I think, was helped by, multi-class racing. And the majority of the SSM class had started quite a bit back from him. But he's going to have that advantage likely today unless some other drivers find some speed. Yesterday, his fastest time, a 2:20.066. Next fastest SSM driver was Neil O'Rourke at a 2:21.878. And more importantly, about 8 cars separated Maloney and right now 8 cars separating Maloney and O'Rourke. If we take a look at some of our other classes here in IT7, I believe Martin Reiter was our fastest driver. He's out of Reidsville, North Carolina, turned in a 2:34 and change. And then in Spec RX7, Joe Manowski and Alex Cumming, Manowski at a 2:31 flat, Cumming at a 2:33.729 as he's trying to, I think for both of those drivers, it's been a while since they've driven here at the Virginia International Raceway. They're still trying to get their sea legs and get back up to speed.
Another class that we had running out here, of course, are bracket racers. Eric Prepsius in his Spec Racer Ford 3 ran a 2:15.427 yesterday. And the next fastest bracket racer we had was Steve Martin in his Ford Focus. His best time, a 2:24.137. And so we're going to be looking once our race session begins, how these drivers start to fit into those brackets and see if there's any races within the race for those competitors.
All right, and so as our drivers now starting their third flying laps, Darren Treacle going to the top of the leaderboard in this session at a 2:06.913. That is still about 3 seconds off of the bogey time that he set. Well, he's still your provisional pole sitter, but it's about 3 seconds off of what he set yesterday. Second fastest driver, the STL MX-5 of Chuck Hines at bright Kermit the Frog green. And I love, we were looking at his car on the pit lane yesterday. First off, it's got STL in huge, huge letters in reverse on the front of the car, so anybody that looks in their mirrors knows exactly what class MX-5 is coming up on them. Also has a big "I love you, Mom" on the wing. So very nice, especially since I guess Mother's Day coming up next weekend. This event typically for years was held on Mother's Day weekend, so maybe he was just prepping everybody for that. Chuck ran a 2:12 flat, a 2:12.052, and that is almost a tenth faster than he ran all day yesterday. So one of our first drivers see them drop under their previous day's times. He was our fastest STL driver. He continues to be. Let's see here. In ITA, Stephen Clark in his Mazda Miata. Stephen, the number 13 car, the white with orange striped Miata, 2:21.324. And Gambino yesterday, a little bit faster to 2:20.2. So Stephen's got to find a little bit of time there in ITA. Maloney with a 2:21.955. So again, he was our fastest driver yesterday, and he's almost 2 seconds off of where he was yesterday. But again, kind of early on in the session. We're about halfway through the session already. We say it's early on, 3 laps 3 laps complete. But you can see this long line of cars now coming out of Oak Tree. No doubt some of them will use the effect of the draft to pick up some time here. And you can actually see now just coming out of Oak Tree, one of the Mazda Miatas, and I think that might have actually been Stephen Clark pulling over and quickly getting in line behind the car directly ahead to try and use that draft, let the car up front pull them down the front straight. All right, coming down the pit lane, the 182 car of Ted Cahall. Ted had a fast time yesterday of 2:16.1 and about 1.7 seconds off of that time currently, and looks like he's headed back out.
And as they came by our announce booth here, we had Ryan Maloney, our current fastest driver in SSM, working together with one of the Flat Out Motorsports Miatas, and that was the 90 of Zach Ehrlich. So Maloney using, despite being an out-of-class car, some additional drafting help to help him get quicker.
And likely a car that has more horsepower that can actually pull him along, and an advantage that these SSM racers don't have when they race at Summit Point Raceway and as part of the MARRS series, where they do have their own race group. So Maloney using the tools that are made available to him. Real quick, Dom, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3, our open wheel and prototype group. Again, race group number 3, please start heading to the grid. All right, so we are about 9.5 minutes into this 15-minute qualifying session. Again, we're going to have qualifying sessions for our 6 race groups today. We are planning to have the very first feature race of the day before we break for lunch. So definitely stick around with us here, and we'll give you an update here time-wise on when the remainder of our races, our 5 remaining races, will take place this afternoon. Darren Treacle, looks like he's cooling the car down just a little bit here, Dom, as Treacle puts in a 2:04.843. Still a full second off of where he was yesterday, but last lap, definitely a bit off of the pace. He put in a 2:12. Looks like he was cooling down the equipment a little bit. Chuck Hines at a 2:11.962, the fastest of our STL drivers, and still about 0.8 of a second off of where he was yesterday. Great run from Rodney King. Rodney in the number 141 machine. He's out of Wake Forest, North Carolina, driving a BMW M3. Yesterday, he turned in a 2:13.710, and I say a great run, but Rodney King might be Mr. Consistency here. Throws down a 2:13.669. So he is all of a couple hundredths of a second off of his time from yesterday, but to the good, that is, a little bit faster than he ran yesterday. In ITR, we've got Matthew Fritz out, and I don't remember Matthew running in ITR yesterday. Let's take a look through the order. No, I don't see Matthew Fritz. He is driving. Let's see what machine he's in. Actually, I don't have the machine. What machine he's in? But he ran a 2:20.137. Just a touch faster than our fastest ITA car. Still Stephen Clark at a 2:20.221. And that, for now, I believe, Dom, would put Stefan on pole for ITA. Joel Gambino yesterday ran a 2:20.232, so the 2:20.221 from Stephen Clark. That is your new provisional pole time for ITA.
And what we saw yesterday with once we got to our sprint race with this group was the ITA drivers. Joe Gambino had created a bit of a gap on the rest of the field, but then we saw a great charge from Dan Freeman, who was driving the number 1 Mazda Miata, as we have Nick Chivoli, I believe, now joining the track to put some laps down. But Dan Freeman really really charging up and like getting a lot more speed as the session went on, and it ended up being very tight between our top three in ITA by the time the race had concluded.
It became very, very tight in there. Let's see, as Clark comes across the start finish line, let's see if he improves. He does. He throws down a 2:20.156 to improve that distance. Joel Gambino at this point, as he now crosses the stripe, puts in a 2:20.199. So not a huge difference, only 43 hundredths of a second separating Clark and Gambino. Yesterday's winner in ITA, Joel Gambino. Ryan Maloney now at a 2:30.318. He continues to get faster. Next fastest SSM machine now is Kevin Kopp. He just turned his fastest lap of the race at a 2:21.038. So still about 7/10 of a second off of Ryan Maloney's times, and that is going to translate, Dom, into a number of cars slotted between them. I think when we grid up for this afternoon's race.
And also looking at some of our SSM times being turned, Jameson Huffman, driving the number 89 car, provisionally is sitting in fourth place. And talking to his father Justin yesterday, this is his very first time on the track in the SSM car. Has a little bit of time in the FE2 car that he was also running yesterday, but the very first time running SSM. So learning with every lap and showing to be a quick study here. In that 1.6 liter.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's had a lot of experience running in iRacing in the NC, or actually in the ND Miatas, and I think sometime in the NCs as well, but certainly not in those NA SSM cars. All right, checkered flag is out on the session. And last flying laps here will count. We do have a number of, as you can see, once again, speaking of Jameson Huffman, he just went by us on that camera coming out of Oak Tree. He's heading up to the top of the roller coaster now. So a lot of drivers trying to put in their last flying laps here. Chuck Hines just put in a 2:11.962. He continues to be your fastest STL machine on track. Ted Cahall had gone back out. He's quite a bit off of what Hines is running. Ted Cahall, our second fastest, probably our third fastest STL car. He just turned in his fastest at a 2:17.7, but that is still behind not only Chuck Hines, but Neil Goldner as well. Goldner at a 2:16.876. If we take a look at ITA, it is still Stephen Clark. He drops his best time down to a 2:19.888, and Joel Gambino has not improved. Gambino still in the 2:21s. Let's see where Huffman does not improve that last lap, nor does Dave Weibel. And looking to see if any of our SSM drivers have improved. Neil O'Rourke crosses stripe. He puts in a 2:29, so he does not improve on his sixth and final lap. Robert McManus in his STL machine, the number 84 car, he throws down a 2:22.182, and I believe that is fifth fastest in STL. But let's go here and try to break things down. Let's try and break them down by class. I think it'll be a little bit easier here. Dom, we'll start off with some of these classes where we have multiple drivers. So in ITA, Stephen Clark, your fastest today at a 2:19.8. Gambino, second fastest at a 2:21. Grayson Upchurch, a 2:21.747 in his Dodge Neon. So we're looking at about 1.8 seconds spread between the top three. David Lanning, Dan Freeman, your top five. In ITS, actually, Justin Despenbaugh was the only one of three drivers to set a time. Jay Miller and Mike Cottrell did not put their cars on track. In Spec RX-7, Joe Manowski at a 2:34.4, 1.6 seconds up on Alex Cumming. In SSM, as we said, Ryan Maloney for the second day in a row, your fastest driver on course at a 2:20.04. Kevin Kopp, a 2:21.0. With Neil O'Rourke, third fastest at a 2:29. and change. And it looks like our timing and scoring folks have switched everything over for us now. So give me a second, and I will go back and pull up now our times another way. In STL, or probably in STU, Darren Treacle fastest at a 2:04.84. Then Rodney King about 7.5 seconds off there. Mark Liller only put in a single flying lap during the session and was third fastest of the bunch. In STL, Chuck Hines fastest with a 2:11.962. Neil Goldner at a 2:16 flat. Ted Cahall at a 2:17.719. And let's see, who am I missing? Our single car classes, Matthew Fritz in his ITR machine at 2:20.137. In IT7R, Blair Stitt at a 2:25.385. Those are neat machines. Those are first generation Mazda RX-7s with the Mazda Renesis rotary motors out of the RX-8, but carbureted and not fuel injected. Was originally, and I think Blair was one of the drivers and owners, really pushing for that configuration to replace the original IT7s, because getting the 13A rotary motors and rotary housings has become so difficult. We'll definitely watch that during the race. And then in bracket, Eric Prepsius in his Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 at 2:16.7. Richard Herman at 2:24.324. He's in a Spec Racer Ford Gen 2 machine, correct? Gen 2. Then we had Steve Martin in his Ford Focus at a 2:24.644. Nick Shively, who went out just at the end of the session in his Scion FRS, turns in a 2:25.253. All right, so Dom, let's go. We're going to get set up. We're going to take another quick little break. And when we come back, we will have our open wheel and prototype drivers as they go out for their qualifying session here at the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, track covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trads Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack. and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dominic Mandiel. And Dominic, actually, that was pretty neat. We had one car that they needed to get flat bedded out that had some steering damage, and very quick movement by our emergency services teams here at Virginia International Raceway. But now heading out on track, we've got our third qualifying session of the morning, third of 6, and this is going to be our open wheel and prototype group. Before we start talking about them, let's make a call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Miata drivers, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET drivers. That's race group number 4. Please start heading to the grid. All right, Dom, so open wheel racers, and we saw some neat little battles up front here yesterday. Not necessarily in class early on, but some Formula Atlantic entry as well as Formula Enterprises 2 entry that they were running much more similar times than I would have expected them to.
Absolutely, and what we did see was at the beginning of the race yesterday, Russ Turner in his FE2 machine, I think got definitely the jump on the field, and luckily his tires probably came up to temperature and into a good operating window much earlier on than Austin Hill in his Ligier Formula Atlantic, who ended up being the victor at race end. But then we saw also in FE2 a who's who basically of other cars vying for the final spots on the podium. We had Jameson Huffman factor in, Kelton Jago, David Flint, a number of drivers who made a play for the top 3, and the combination of those drivers was seemingly different almost lap to lap.
Almost every single lap, exactly. And I think we saw a run to the line yesterday with Jago, I think, and if I remember correctly, it was Jago and Yates that were in very close proximity, right at the line, only a couple of car lengths separating them. And and maybe a big surprise in Formula Enterprises too. If we take a look here at where these drivers ended up after yesterday, our second fastest driver overall in FE2 throughout both qualifying and the race, and he set this time during the race, was Jameson Huffman, who we talked about had just 2 weeks earlier set the track record in class at Summit Point Raceway, and didn't really have a great qualifying session yesterday. And when I talked to him last night, right off the grid, was having issues with downshifting the car, and apparently there were some clutch issues in his machine. He seemed to work around them at the end of the race, put in a heck of a flyer. He put in a 153.656. Now that is 1.6 seconds off of what Russ Turner put in, our fastest FE2 time yesterday, a 152.008, whereas our fastest Formula Atlantic time, set by Austin Hill in his F3 Honda powered Ligier, put in a 150.755. In Formula Continental, Robert Allaire, your fastest driver, he's representing the Central Florida region, of course, not out of Florida, but out of Michigan, out of Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan. He put in a 153.633, and son Nolan, we did not get a time for him at all yesterday, and a lot of that owes to, I think, their transponder issues with that car. Both Robert and Nolan started our race yesterday afternoon from the back of the pack. If we then take a look at Formula S, we had Connor Roberts in the Tatus. He's out of LaGrange, Georgia. He put in yesterday a time of 154.147, our sole Formula S driver out on track. And if we take a look at the times in the prototypes, Todd Parks was our fastest Prototype 1 driver in his Critter. He turned in a 157, 197. And in Prototype 2, Frank Clark driving a Van Diemen with a time that I don't know because it's the only one that's missing here. So I'll let me see if I can pull. I can probably pull that time up from yesterday. We'll take a look here.
Greg, I don't believe Frank Clark did start the race yesterday either. So
That's right.
Yeah, I know that that car has been a work in progress, shall we say, for the last few seasons. The Van Diemen ESR, essentially a former Enterprises chassis that's fendered and has the additional bodywork. So I'm hoping to see the car a lot more healthy today and able to make the race this afternoon.
Yeah, let's see if we have a time for him then from qualifying yesterday. And let's say Frank Clark ran a 218.868 in qualifying yesterday.
As we have the 19 of Connor Roberts in that Formula S car making his way onto the track to begin his qualifying this morning.
All right, so he's a little bit late to the grid, heading back out now. Let's take a look now that we have 2 flying laps in the books for many of our drivers. Austin Hill at a 150.529. He is now already dropped about 0.2, actually 0.23 off of where he was yesterday. Russ Turner in the number 23 Formula Enterprises 2 machine. He puts down a 155.056. And that is still about 3 seconds off of where he was yesterday. Kelton Jago, second fastest in FE2 with a 156.371. And looking to see where that compares to Jamison Huffman yesterday. Yesterday he ran a 153 and change. So still a couple seconds there that Jago and Huffman, who just put down a 157.114, will need to make up. Let's see here, in Prototype 1, Todd Parks at a 201.175. And that is almost exactly 3 seconds off of the times that he put in yesterday. Frank Clark now with a 217.185, so he's already eclipsed his qualifying time from yesterday morning.
And Russ Turner, who provisionally sat on the pole and was yesterday's winner, ended up finishing the race with a healthy margin in hand. This last time had a 152.677 compared to yesterday, which was a 152 flat. So still has a few tenths to find there. We also this time had a Kelton Jago running the number 29 car go up into second place. And looking at his times from yesterday is still, I believe, actually has gone. No, still a little bit off of where he was from yesterday. Ran a 154.2 yesterday. His fast time so far this morning, a 154.9.
All right, and just got word that Nolan Allaire had a little bit of a challenge over at Hog Pen, put the car off driver's left. He has now managed to put his Van Diemen back on the track surface, and he is continuing. But certainly that last flying lap not in the books. And unfortunately, I don't have any times for Nolan Allaire because apparently that transponder still not functional.
And Greg, what we saw yesterday, and I think this holds true for the majority of our open wheel classes, and that's that these tires that they use, probably some of the purest slick tires that we're going to be seeing throughout the weekend, they really need to be in a specific operating window, and temperature influences that very much. So a lot of these drivers at the beginning of the session will be definitely trying to take it easy to allow those tires and also the brakes to come up to a temperature where they can push and try to put it in the flyer, because we've seen the consequences of drivers who try to put the throttle down and try to get in their hot laps really early and not having everything fully woken up yet.
Exactly. All right. So real quick, Tom, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4. That's Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. If you could please start heading to the grid. Race group number 4, SM, SMSE, SMT, SMSET. That all starts to roll off the tongue somehow. It just has that nice, feeling there. Spec Miata drivers, please start heading to the grid. Race group number 4. All right, Austin Hill just resets fastest time of the session at a 1:49.779, almost a full second faster than he ran yesterday. Connor Roberts improves in his Formula S. He puts down a 1:54.491. And again, based on his times from yesterday, Connor had run a 1:54.147. So still about 0.3 of a second off of his times from yesterday. Kelton Jago, our second fastest Formula Enterprise 2 driver behind Russ Turner. Russ Turner with a 1:52.99. We'll just call it a 1:53. So he's Turner about a full second off of where he was yesterday. Jago with a 1:55.443. And he is still about 1.4 seconds off of where he was yesterday. So some of these drivers still struggling to find a little bit of additional time here. But I think also we found that most of these drivers set these fast laps actually not in qualifying yesterday morning, but actually set them during the race. As the track was getting more rubbered in and the temperatures, I think, equalized a little bit. Although it's already about 65 degrees ambient air temperature, it's actually getting very close to where it was during yesterday afternoon's race for these drivers.
I think, Greg, what you also find is that even though your incentive during the race is to be battling the cars that you're close to on track, sometimes just from pushing your car and trying to get alongside and make a battle with the drivers that you're racing, you end up with, unconsciously, subconsciously sometimes running a fastest lap. Sometimes I know that sometimes my fastest laps of the weekend have been during the race session, and that's because I have rabbits to chase, I have people I want to stay in front of, and so you turn up the wick just a little bit when you have people that you're racing with.
Exactly, especially if as we see some of these Formula cars there, and you can see them now as they're coming out of Oak Tree, for example, or going up through the S's where they are all by themselves. They don't have the next car ahead of them is 500 feet to 1,200 feet up the road. Certainly they're not catching any kind of draft, but it's very difficult. You get out there and you're just turning laps. It's you and the car, and you don't have any of those exterior forces that you would during a race. That again, like having a rabbit to chase, that might push you to push a little bit faster and a little bit further. All right, so we now have just a little bit under 3 minutes remaining in qualifying. Again, Austin Hill, your fastest driver in Formula Atlantic. He reset fast lap once again to a 1:48.71, and just now crosses the stripe. And looks like he's maybe he's decided to not be as one with the car. Maybe dial things back a little bit, let the equipment cool down. He puts in a 1:51.3 that last time by.
Looking at some of our other Formula Atlantic machines, Carl Lennox Barbrew, his Swift DB4, his fast time today is a 1:54.9, so right about a 1:55. Yesterday, Carl Lennox Barbrew ran a 1:53.6, so a little bit off from yesterday. As I say that, he goes just a little bit quicker this time with a 1:53.5, a session best time for him. And then going down to Jim Booth in one of the other Ligier F3 spec cars, his fast time thus far is a 1:54.3. That time being turned on the last circuit.
All right, we just had Nolan Allaire come down the pit lane and return to the fray. Here again, we don't have any times for the number one machine, for our reigning national champion in Formula Continental. His father, Robert Allaire, just turned in a 1:53.561. That is the fastest of our Continentals. And with that, the fastest that we know about in Continental, because we don't know what times Nolan Allaire is in. Robert yesterday had put in a 1:53.633. So he has now knocked about a tenth off of his fastest time from yesterday in the number 52 machine. Jamison Huffman just puts in his fastest lap of the session, a 1:53.527. And that is slightly faster, actually 12 hundredths of a second faster than he ran yesterday at the end of his race. Coming down the pit lane now is the number 27 Formula Continental. And that is the machine driven by David Jackson. Jackson with a fast time in the books of 2:30.466. and it looks like he is likely bringing that car back to the paddock, is getting ready here with only about 15 seconds left on the clock. Checkered flag is going to be coming out in a moment. The number 11 machine, nope, that's not the 11 machine. That is one of our Formula Atlantic Ligers on the pit lane. And I think that is that is the 8 car of Austin Hill on the pit lane as his crew is taking a look. He is not going to put in another flying lap as the checkered flag is now being displayed. And I believe that the 11 machine of Justin Huffman, the first driver to take the checkered flag, and on his final lap, he throws down a 154.2 or 154.199 if you want to be exact about it.
Another note here, Greg. Todd Parks driving that Critter Prototype 1 entry puts in a 153.606, which is about 3.5 seconds quicker than what he ran yesterday. So he's going to be at the provisionally seated between Robert O'Leary and Connor Roberts for our race this afternoon. All
right, so if we go and try to break this down now quickly by class, we'll take a look here. In Prototype 2, Frank Clark, our sole driver, at 2:14.467, his time. In Prototype 1, Todd Parks, 1:53.606. John Lundquist goes out almost 15 seconds off of Parks' times. In Formula V, and I know we didn't talk about the Vs much here today, but Anthony Henderson in the number 17 machine just now crossing the stripe puts in a 2:27.529, and that is about 0.8 of a second off of his times from yesterday. Gary Slahor puts in a 2:29.163. And that is about 2 seconds off of where he was yesterday. As we mentioned, Connor Roberts with that 1:53.697. In Formula Enterprises 2, Russ Turner, a 1:52.586, the fastest of that class. Jamison Huffman, 94 hundredths of a second back from there. Brian Yates, another 57 hundredths back. That was your top three, with Justin Huffman finishing fourth. Kelton Jago, fifth fastest. In Continental, again, kind of hard to tell without all of Nolan Allaire's times here, but Robert Allaire, we are showing, is a 1:53.561. Nolan, a 1:53.756. David Jackson, about a half minute back from there. In Formula 600, Harrison Southworth, our sole driver on track, put down a 2:29.72. And then in Formula Atlantic, it was Austin Hill, our provisional pole sitter, at a 1:48.719. Carl Lennox Barbrew at a 1:53.056. Jim Booth at a 1:53.327. And Dan Moskowitz did not set a time. All right, so we've just had the 5-minute warning given on the grid for our next group. And so, Dom, let's take a quick break. And when we come back, it is going to be Spec Miatas and many variations thereof for their 15-minute qualifying. You are listening to the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge. You're watching the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. And we will be right back.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event. The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you,
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge, presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA with special guests Spec MX-5 Challenge and Spec Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Dominic Mandiel. And Dominic, next up, a bunch of Miatas. It's Spec Miata and a couple variations of Spec Miata that they run down in the Southeast Division here. We had 35 drivers over over yesterday either go out for qualifying or go out and race, and in most cases both. And they're rolling off the grid right now. You can see them there in that top left corner of your screen for their 15-minute qualifying session. Before we start talking about Spec Miata, though, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention, in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. If you can please start heading to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers, please start heading to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. All right, so Dom, let's take a look and see how we finished up the day in Spec Miata.
So yesterday, what we had was Junior Brock, who ended up being yesterday's winner. His fast time yesterday was at 2:16.9, and that was about a tenth quicker than Rob Hines in the 4 car, who had a 2:17 flat. Back from there, his teammate at East Street Racing, Nick Bruni, driving car number 1 as the reigning national champion. His time was a little bit quicker. He ran a 2:16.7 from the combination of qualifying and the race from yesterday. And then from there, we had Skylar Cottrell driving car number 29, and he put in a 2:16.6 for a best time yesterday.
That's right. And just outside of the top 5, Eric Gerchak putting in a 2:17.117. Now, Gerchak had a very good early part of this race, fell off and fell back, I think, to 11th or 12th place to finish out the battle. But very, very quick here at Virginia International Raceway. Now, if we talk a little bit about that race, it's a great 3-car battle for all 10 laps. Skip Brock Jr., Robbie Hines, and then also Nick Bruni swapping positions many times up at the top of the roller coaster. And in the case of the very last lap, I think Hines was actually leading the group coming up to turn 14. And as they started to roll down the hill, Skip Brock Jr. was able to get ahead, actually not on the roller coaster, but was able to draft by here on the front straight for the very last time. And again, a great fight to watch, a very clean, close racing. With 2 national champions, or one a current national champion, one a former national champion, and then Skip Brock, who had just come off some great finishes on the Super Tour earlier this season.
And one of the other things I think to keep in mind here, Greg, is looking at our top 4 here. We have Skip Brock Jr. and Skylar Cho, as they're listed here on our sheet, both representing OPM Autosports out of the Southeast, and then with Rob Hines and Nick Bruni representing East Street Racing. So we have 4 drivers and 2 different teams they're representing. We'll see if any sort of team strategy is executed on either end, if all those 4 cars can stay in contention and stay close as they were yesterday.
All right, and already coming down the pit lane here, the number 78 machine of K-Hall, and looks like he's got his crew person there, Big John, taking a look, popping up the hood on the number 78 machine. And so Ted K-Hall was our 11th fastest driver yesterday. And currently he is, it looks like he's got some issues going on under the hood here. We'll see if he can make it out and set a time. All right, so if we, let's see here as we're waiting for some of these lap times to come in. At this point, we've got just our out lap in the books, and our out lap champion, Mark Sr., driving his SM SCT, sitting up at the top of the order. Mark actually one of the officials here with the North Carolina region of the SCCA, many times works as race chair for their events. Good to see him out on course and racing this weekend. I see him many times at North Carolina region time trials events. But again, good to see him out on track running in SMSET, although I believe he was the sole SMSET driver out here this weekend. Let me double check that. Yeah, I believe he is the only one. As looks like we did have a car go off over at turn 11. That is the turn preceding Oak Tree, and it was the 19 car that had gone off. And I'm trying to get the 19. Which car is number 19, Dom? I don't see a 19. I have a 29. I have an 18. Well,
I'm on the scavenger hunt myself.
Yeah, so. I don't see a 19. We'll try and pick out who that may be. All right, fastest driver at the moment with 2 laps in the books now. Eric Gerchak with a 2:17.622. And next fastest, Robbie Hines at a 2:17.701. Nick Bruni, a 2:17.762. Now, we saw yesterday in qualifying, Dom, that Bruni and Hines, who are working together, had cars locked nose to tail, literally no space between them. At one point, had run identical lap times with up to the 1,000th of a second. Now there's a little bit more separation. There's 61 thousandths of a second separating them out here, but it's pretty obvious that those 2 drivers working together. The last time by, though, Gerchak, he may have had the whiffs of a draft, but he's not locked in with another driver, much like Hines and Bruni are. Skylar Cottrell, 4th fastest, and he is only 0.08 of a second off of Nick Bruni's times. Skip Brock Jr., 5th fastest. But, I mean, that's great to see where they are in relation to one another. What we really need to do is see where they are in relation to times from yesterday and see how they stand. Right now, all of those racers are off of Gerchak right now with his fast time of 2:17.6. Would only be good for, 5th position right now. So we'll wait a couple laps as those drivers try to get some more heat into those SM 7.5 Hoosiers and hopefully pick up a little bit of time.
And Greg, you spoke about Eric Gerchak in yesterday's race falling a little bit off the pace, losing touch with that lead pack. And having been on the track racing in Spec MX myself, I know that once you do lose that draft, it's very, very challenging to find someone to find the pace and find the form to catch back up. It's not an insurmountable challenge, but you really have to keep pushing and make sure that you're not making any mistakes while you're trying to find that additional raw pace.
Exactly. All right. So as we are now just about halfway through this qualifying session, and we can see once again, Bruni and Hines locked nose to tail, and they now go to the top of the leaderboard in the session, 71 thousandths apart, with Bruni turning into 2:16.493, and that is now good for pole. That is just about a half a second faster than Skip Brock Jr. ran yesterday. Hines 71 thousandths of a second off at a 2:16.564. Gerchak now at a 2:16.763. That would not be enough for Gerchak to leapfrog Skip Brock's times from yesterday. However, so we'll keep looking at that. So right now, Gerchak fourth and Skylar Cottrell here on track. But now that we're about halfway through the session, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 5. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading up to the grid. Race group number 5. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. And Dom, it looks like we've got the Zach Ehrlich fan club back out again today on YouTube as they are watching after their favorite driver, and Russ Lundberg, who is definitely I thought Meathead Mike Collins was an early riser, but Russ Lundberg, who's out in Washington State, he's cheering on OPM Autosports from afar. And I think Russ, correct me if I'm wrong, used to flag and work Atlanta way in that general part of the country. You can chime in on the chat if you wish.
Okay, we just had the 78 of Ted Kale come down the pit lane once again. I think this time I might just take it back to the paddock. So perhaps having some gremlins early on with that car. As another notable here, Antonio Abram, who turned in the 6th fastest time yesterday. That was a 2:18.5. Goes about a second quicker. Still holds on to that 6th position with a 2:17.4. As we have our top 4 in the standings right now, making their way across the line. Nick Bruni goes purple once again. Has turns in a 2:16.431. Rob Hines at the moment is sitting back only 1/1000th of a second at a 2:16.432. So not quite identical like yesterday, but about as virtually as close as you can without being tied. And then Eric Gerchik in the 21 car jumps both Skylar Cottrell and Junior Brock and puts in a 2:16.5 to sit about a 10th back from our top 2.
All right, so yesterday, Dom, we saw the 0-0-0 split between Hines and Bruni, and we're now at the 1/1000th of a second split. So I think they're looking for that, looking to do it again today. Maybe they'll both share the pole position. I don't know how that works. Well, again, we discussed this yesterday. We know in Formula One they do it based on who crosses the line first. I don't know how we handle it in SCCA. I probably should have checked that yesterday, but. We'll let John Bodner and the fine folks at Timing and Scoring figure out exactly how they place that, as we now have just a touch under 4 minutes remaining here in qualifying, and Gerchak though continues to hold on to third fastest with that 2:16.5. That actually does allow him to leapfrog. I believe allows him to leapfrog Skip Brock Jr., so that would put him on the inside of row number 2, pardon me.
And Greg, what we're seeing here is I think that the track right now is offering a little bit more than it did yesterday, because everybody in at least the top 5 and perhaps even further on are running raw times that are quicker than yesterday. And so I think that even in the draft, and even though some of our drivers are mixing up just a little bit, I think there's a lot of grip and speed that the track has in store for the drivers at the moment.
And Kim Ratcliffe joining in says that ties are decided based on height. Now, the question is, Kim, is it the taller? Because we know Rob would win that one by a mile, or at least a foot and a half. Or is it by the shorter? But we just had Hines and Bruni cross the stripe. Directly behind them, though, and this is interesting because he's just now gone to the top of the leaderboard, is Skip Brock. Brock is about a car length and a half back from Bruni and Hines, and he used the draft there to his advantage, puts down a 2:16.379, so he is your new provisional pole sitter in Spec Miata, then Bruni, then Hines. Hines and Bruni did not improve that last time by. Gerchak did not improve. Skylar Cottrell did not improve. Driver that did, Antonio Abram, did. Antonio Abram with Panic Motorsports driving the number 05 machine in a brand new car. He puts down a 217.250. Again, he was just named one of IMSA's 10 candidates for their diverse driver development scholarship. So good luck to that young man as he has just gone off to college, and he's been racing in the SCCA now in Spec Miata for the last, I guess this is season number 3. And great to see him get good things. Also, a little bit further back, Lauren Brailier, who was our hard charger in yesterday's race. She made it into the top 15 after having started 37th. She is currently our 18th fastest driver on track, fitting right between Matt Fielding Russell and, or probably between John Hotz and Michael Cohen. And we talked about the Zach Ehrlich fan club that's there because I don't think you can see it on our timing and scoring screen. Zach Ehrlich is currently 12th fastest. Actually, he should have just now popped right onto our screen as he went from 16th fastest to 12th fastest. Just put in a 220.409. He's sandwiched right between Ford Munnerlyn, the number 34 machine, and Paul White.
Okay, we have the 0 car of Mark Sr., who interestingly is listed on our timing twice. So sometimes these drivers are multi-talented. Maybe can drive 2 cars at the same time.
That's right. And let me see where he was yesterday. Actually, we didn't have him on the timesheets from yesterday. We know he ran in the Enduro last night in the Tarheel Cup race. I don't think he ran in the sprint races. The checkered flag is now out on the session, and we're waiting for our top 5 or so drivers to cross the line. They do not improve, but Bobby Gossett, Zach Ehrlich, Lauren Brailier, John Hotz, all running nose to tail and cross the line. Gossett now moves up in the 7th fastest at a 2:18.599. Zach Ehrlich, 8th fastest, 2:18.638. Lauren Brailier, 2/10 back from there at a 2:18.8. John Hotz, a 2:18.8. 27 thousandths off of Brailier. That will make up your top 10 in today's session for Spec Miata. All right, so let's go, and Dom, we're going to make a final call to the grid now for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3. That's Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please make your way to the grid. Race group, did I say race group 3? Race group number 5, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Race group 5, please head to the grid. And so we are going to take a quick break once again. And when we come back, we're going to bring you our 5th of 6 qualifying session today. Reminder to everybody that we will be running not only these qualifying sessions, but our very first feature race of the day before lunch. We'll then take about an hour's break. And then when we come back, we'll have our final 5 races. And so that 5-minute warning has just been given. We'll be back here in just a few with more action from Virginia International Raceway and the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrssc.org. ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trads Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA with special guests Spec Corvette and Spec MX-5 Challenge. And we just had all of our Spec Miatas, Dom. Now it's time for Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And those racers are going to be, they're actually starting to come off the grid as we speak. And we'll talk about them in just a few moments. But first, let's make a call to the grid for our final qualifying session of the morning. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Big Bore, American Sedan, ASR, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA, GTX, ITE, ITO, SPO, Touring 1, Touring 2, and the aforementioned Spec Corvette. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 6, our Big Bore group, or I guess basically, if you haven't gone out for qualifying today, well, your group is next. Race group 6 to the grid, please. As Spec Racer Ford's heading down the pit lane now, and you can see them there in the camera on your top left. They're heading out onto the track for their outlet. Tom, let's talk about what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, so yesterday was what we saw definitely was Russ Turner driving the number 23 car. Excuse me, had definitely the measure of the field. His fast time from yesterday was a 2:05.8. And then we had Morgan Burkhardt driving the number 39 car, who had a race-long battle with Giancarlo Angelini driving car number 6. Those two ended up having a little bit of disagreement, shall we say, at one point during the race.
The disagreement was whether or not Angelini had actually given Morgan Burkhardt enough space on the outside of turn 3. That's how the race kind of played out. At that point, Angelini and Burkhardt had been actually having a very good race. Burkhardt had mentioned that he was just trying to actually work for the next majors or Super Tour race work on his drafting, and was just very content to sit back behind Angelini. Angelini went a little bit too deep into one, had problems getting the car rotated. Burkhardt pulled alongside him, and as they were going into NASCAR into turn 3, the two of them got together. Both spun, both continued. Burkhardt eventually coming in second, but as we also see, Burkhardt, our second fastest driver between qualifying and the races yesterday. Now, we also had Jason Pintar and Sam Schechter were our fourth and fifth fastest drivers. Pintar with a 2:08.68 as his best time on the day. Sam Schechter at a 2:08.314. The number he put in that time in the number 55 machine, just outside of the top 5. Dave Spitzer, Jisoo Kim as well. And it's kind of where we stand. We had 24 different drivers set times yesterday. Our sole Gen 2 driver with the 1.9 liter motor in the car, Richard Herman. We saw him a little bit earlier this morning with our bracket racing group. He put in a 2:19.225 yesterday, and that was good for 23rd overall. All right, so we've got our first times coming in, and again, these are, I think, on this outlap, not necessarily going to be representative. So we'll see as the drivers had just left the grid, and certainly not a very quick run down towards turn 1. So we'll start tracking them as they start their second, as they're now starting their second flying lap. That should be the most representative time.
Greg, something also to keep in mind here is that a number of these drivers competed in our Tarheel Cup yesterday. Some ran the full 65-minute race, and so they are getting a lot of time behind the wheel as well as on the track, learning a lot of different things. And as we were talking about yesterday, the importance when running a session that's a little bit longer is to have consistency in your braking points and in your line as you go. And I'm sure that a number of the drivers who are racing Spec Racer Fords who participated in that are going to be logging and using some of the information that they used from yesterday. And we also saw Herman Ratchford Jr. and Giancarlo Angelini yesterday in that race have a race-long battle. I believe Herman Ratchford, the victor on that particular occasion yesterday, but should see much more of the same today with the Spec Racer Fords.
And I want to remind everybody, if you like what you see here this weekend, please go ahead and smash that like button. And if you haven't already done so, subscribe to the DC region or the North Carolina region's YouTube channels and click on that notification bell so you can find out all the times we go live. It helps us. It helps you. It'll bring SCCA racing more to the masses. Certainly helps out with YouTube's algorithms and puts us in front of more eyeballs. So if you could please go ahead and do that, we definitely appreciate it. As we've got our drivers now working their way down the roller coaster, we're going to have the front cars that rolled off the grid. Russ Turner, Morgan Burkhardt, and Claudio Angelini coming onto the front straight right now. And as Russ Turner crosses the stripe for the very first time, he turns in a 2:06.560. So just about 0.8 of a second off of yesterday's best time for him. Morgan Burkhardt, a 2:07.474. Also about, let's see here, for him, about a 1.2 seconds off of where he was yesterday. Claudio Angelini. We'll see if Angelini's out here because I did not see him cross the stripe. Actually, I believe Angelini is still out and on track. He just has not crossed the stripe to complete his first flying lap. We'll get that in just a moment. Dave Spitzer turns in a 2:08.214, and compared to his best time from yesterday of a 2:08.538, he is slightly to the good there by about 0.3. Spitzer was our sixth fastest driver yesterday after one lap. Our one flying lap is our third fastest driver, with Sam Schechter fourth fastest.
And Greg, an item to note, Giancarlo Angelini is out there, came onto the track after all the cars had made their way out, so I'm not sure if that was something that was done by choice or maybe a little bit tardy to the grid this morning for qualifying, but he right now is out there with no one to work with. basically working as a one-man band here for qualifying.
Yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, no draft there. Of course, Morgan Burkhardt, I think, was trying to get into the draft of Russ Turner. Not as we'll see where he is. And there's Angelini right now, just now crossing the stripe to complete his second flying lap, and all by himself without the draft, a 209.364. And again, compared to yesterday, that is, I mean, it's 3.1 seconds off of his best time from yesterday. But based on where he is on track, I would be very surprised if he got any kind of draft today. But we'll see here as our leaders, and maybe his plan is to wait for Russ Turner and wait for Morgan Burkhardt to come by, because they are just now coming across the start-finish line. Russ Turner, a 2:05.715. So he now knocks about 16 hundredths of a second off of his times from yesterday. Burkhardt now down to 2:06.541, still about 3/10 off of where he ran yesterday. Spitzer does not improve. He's still at a 2:08.214. Sam Schechter, though, a 2:08.794. And that is about 4/10 off of where he was yesterday. Jisoo Kim, though, turns at 2:09 flat. His best time yesterday at 2:09.201. So Kim getting a little bit faster.
And now, Greg, what we alluded to yesterday was at our April MARRS event, Sam Schechter and Jisoo Kim running very comparable lap times, and therefore were very close during the race as well. Sam Schechter ending up sweeping the weekend at the April MARRS for that event. But right now, it looks as though those two are keen to work together for the meantime. As you mentioned, Sam Schechter, best time of 2:08.794 to Jisoo Kim's 2:09.0, about 3/10 difference thus far.
All right, we've now watched, just coming out of Oak Tree down Madison Avenue, our two lead cars, our two fastest cars, both the 23 of Russ Turner and the number 39 of Morgan Burkhardt. And there's Angelini once again. And whereas I thought maybe, he lets up a little bit and he'd let Russ Turner and Morgan Burkhardt come to him, I don't think it's working that way. Angelini just puts in a 2:08.190, so still about 1.5 seconds off of where Burkhardt is currently. And here comes Russ Turner down the front straight. We'll see if he can improve upon that 2:05.715. He does, puts in a 2:05.496. Burkhardt at a 2:06.142. So he now drops about 0.05 of a second underneath his best times from yesterday.
Greg, I think something that makes drivers at the grassroots level really vary is how they approach qualifying. Some drivers I know like to be right in the middle of a pack and have people right around them that they have the opportunity and the availability to work with, while others prefer to go out by themselves and try to focus on hitting their marks without any other distractions or any other variables on track to potentially filter into that. So as you mentioned, Claudio Angelini for this particular session, running by himself right now. Actually, Dave Spitzer in the 127 goes a little bit quicker at a 2:08 flat. But sometimes by choice, you want to just be able to mind your own P's and Q's and basically be able to concentrate on what you're doing without everybody else around you.
Well, and it's funny. So, we were talking during the open wheel qualifying session where the field was very spread out around the course, and in many cases couldn't see the next car up ahead of them, and how that might have impacted to the negative side their qualifying, because they didn't have a rabbit to chase after. They didn't have, maybe, some of those cars might draft well, some of them might not, but they didn't have anybody to work with. Whereas in the Spec Racer Fords, much like Spec Miata, the way you make time around a course like this, especially with these very long straightaways, is to utilize the draft when you can. And we can see a number of drivers that are doing that right now, coming out of Oak Tree onto the long back straight here, as opposed to, just getting in your own mind space and not having to worry about other, spurious inputs, but, other cars around you, what they're going to do, when are they braking, things like that. So, again, different choices for different individuals, how they work better in qualifying. I always look better knowing, even in qualifying, knowing that there was somebody ahead of me, that if I could just get that feel that I was making up 5 feet or 6 feet a lap, it made me feel as though I was advancing better than, and more so than looking at a timer, or a guide of what my lap times are or sector times are on a dashboard. All right, so we are now about 11 minutes into this session. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Big Bore with American Sedan, ASR, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA, GTX, ITE, ITO, SPO, Touring 1, Touring 2, and Spec Corvette. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Race group number 6, please head to the grid. All right, let's take a look here. We should have our leaders coming by here in just a few moments again, as we are now we've got about 2 minutes remaining in this 15-minute qualifying session. Russ Turner in the number 23 machine out of Montpelier, Virginia, continues his stranglehold on the class. Gianclaudio Angelini comes down the front straight. He retakes third fastest lap of the session from Dave Spitzer, a 2:07.293. And still, though, almost a full second off of his best times from yesterday. And, we'll see how things, again, work out during the race when he grids up at the front. Morgan Burkhardt now coming across the line. He puts in a 2:05.921. That is the first time Burkhardt has broken into the 2:05s this weekend. Russ Turner, pretty obviously, though, had let out of the throttle. Burkhardt went by. I think we saw the 55 machine of Schechter also going by. So it looks like Russ Turner may have started to call things off here, as he was 5 seconds off of his previous pace. As the checkered flag now is out on the session, last flying laps here will count. I wouldn't expect to see Russ Turner set another fast lap, given that he was still getting out of the throttle coming down the front straight here. It would take a pretty big effort to be able to make up the time and the speed lost going from start finish down to turn 1. But we'll see what Morgan Burkhardt can do and see if the traffic allows him. But at this point, Burkhardt, I think, as close as he has been to Russ Turner this weekend, about 42 hundredths of a second off of Turner's times. Angelini, again, all the way back at a 2:07.2, Spitzer at a 2:07.4.
Okay, we'll be running down where everyone is qualified provisionally once everyone completes this lap. Notable on this last lap, Steve Nelson and Joe Blanks, who have been working together throughout the duration of this session, run a 2:08.5 and 2:08.7 respectively. So jumping, I believe, both Brian Cates, Jisoo Kim, and Brian Yates on this last lap, and they also greatly improve upon their times from yesterday, both of them running consistently in the 2:09s during the race.
All right, Angelini comes across the stripe and does not improve on his final flying lap. And so we'll see here in just a few moments as Burkhardt will come down the roller coaster. And here he is, and it's Burkhardt. And look at this, Russ Turner drafting up behind Burkhardt, pulls over to driver's left, so you can see, one, the effect of the draft, two, the times that Russ Turner puts in. And I am now going to eat my words, as I thought Russ Turner, perhaps, given how far he had laid back coming out of the penultimate lap here, might not be able to turn another fast lap. He does, a 2:04.883, a full second faster than Morgan Burkhardt, 97 hundredths to be exact. but you could just see the pace that 23 machine has. Now, a lot of it he made up, again, in the draft using Burkhardt to get closer and closer. But we saw here, coming onto the front straight, that even as he was locked in almost directly behind, he just pulled drivers left and didn't hit that wall of air. He just kept accelerating right past Burkhardt's number 39 machine. All right, so the 5-minute warning has been given on the grid. Let's quickly run down the order here. Russ Turner at that 204.883. He will go into this afternoon's race as your pole sitter. Morgan Burkhardt at 205.854 will start on the outside of the front row. Gianclaudio Angelini will start third. Dave Spitzer with his 209.979 is not quick enough to pip Jason Pintar, who will start fourth, nor Sam Schechter, who will start fifth. Spitzer will once again start in sixth. Jisoo Kim, let's see, then Steve Nelson, William Shields, Joe Blanks, Brian Cates, and Brian Yates. All right, so Dom, let's take another little break here as we have our very last qualifying session of the day coming up, and then we will go racing as we'll have our first race of the day, and then we will break for lunch. But you are watching the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA, and we will be right back.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trads Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region with special guest Spec MX-5 Challenge, and heading out on track right now, Spec Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Dominic Mandiel. And before we start talking about our final qualifying session of the day and our big bore racers, including Spec Corvette, got a couple of housekeeping things to do. First thing we're going to do is we're going to make an announcement, a call to the grid for our first race group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 1. That's B-Spec, C-Spec, E-Production, F-Production, H-Production, GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends Cars, SPU, T3, T4, and Spec MX-5 Challenge. Race group number 1, small bore, Spec MX-5 Challenge, Touring 3, Touring 4, and a couple of other things like B-Spec. Please start heading up to the grid. Your race is next. And then let's ring the chimes again, because I enjoy the little sound maker thing. Let's do this again. Sorry about that to everybody who gets like a twitch every time I do that. If we could have Spec Racer Ford driver Bill Watts, driver of the number 66 car. Bill Watts, driver of the number 66 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. If you could please see the SOM on the second floor of the tower. Bill Watts, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 driver. You are probably just gone back to your paddock spot. Please see the SOM on the second floor of the tower. All right, Dom, with all of that out of the way, let's talk big bore.
Yeah, so what we saw yesterday was we had a number of classes on the track. We had Jim Booth running the Radical, the only A-Sports racer out there. We also had a few GTA drivers, Jack Stanford and John Longacre, both running Chevrolet products. And then the GTX of Jonathan Wiseman in that Porsche GT4 Club Sport. But the race for that we were mainly focused on was the Spec Corvette battle. And yesterday it ended up being a two-way fight between Dave Sanders in the 73 car and then Charlie Abel driving the 39 car. And Abel actually got the jump at the start, moved ahead of Sanders, and dictated the pace of this from the Spec Corvettes from the very beginning and held that for a few laps. Dave Sanders ended up overtaking Abel partway through the session and ended up being our winner yesterday. And Sanders' best time from yesterday was a 2:04.1, a 2:04.6 for Charlie Abel. But those two drivers still very close. They also raced 2 weeks ago at Summit Point at our April MARRS event. So they've had a lot of time this season already, and also last season racing one another in these Z06 C5 Corvettes.
All right, sounds like John Longacre in his GTA Chevy Monte Carlo. He is off in the grass over by turn 1. Went a little bit deep into the braking zone, still trying to work his way back up the hill. And looks like that driver, Mr. Longacre, has now continued on his way, managed to scrape and grab enough traction to get those big tires up the grass hill and back onto the track surface. So we do have our drivers now working their first flying lap. They've had their out lap, and I guess with the exception of with Longacre, we'll start to see some fast times come in. And so yesterday, fastest driver on course was Jim Booth in his Radical SR10 with a 153.6. Then Jack Stanford in his Chevy SS, as you mentioned, out of the Atlanta region, with a 159.595. In SPO, we had just a single driver. That was Robert Gomer. Or pardon me, we had two drivers. It was Gomer and also James Smith. Gomer in the number 98 machine, another Monte Carlo, turned in a 209.53, while Smith actually did not set a time. Smith, that red, white, and blue number 8 car, had some mechanical issues yesterday, and I don't think put in a time in qualifying, and he did not make the race. If we take a look, ITE, Earl Tucker, our sole ITE driver, driving a Mazda MX-5 out of the New England region, down from Branford, Connecticut, and he turned in a 213.148. And then Andrew Valente, our sole Touring 2 driver, in a Chevy Camaro out of Colts Neck, New Jersey. Andrew with a 217.757. And then probably the neatest car here, John Barlow and his GT3 Datsun 280Z, a 226-104.
And Greg, something we were talking yesterday, when we were talking about the Spec Corvettes, is the fact that there is the idea behind this class, similar to what we saw with Spec MX-5 as far as having equal platform, is that these drivers, the idea is to keep the cost of the class down as much as possible to give the incentive for these drivers who have C5 vets, and I believe the ranges between 1997 to 2004, if I'm not mistaken. And so just to be able to keep the cost of buying new parts down, and so everybody has as equal equipment as possible. And the idea is to, of course, build the fields and get a lot of more drivers out here. And if we look at the hometowns represented by the drivers, they're basically from all over the East Coast, and some even from the Midwest joining us here. So some drivers getting the chance to race with people they might not have necessarily had prior experience racing against, and I think it's something that's going to be embraced by a lot of the drivers participating in our Spec Corvette series.
Yeah, exactly. And trying to give me 1 second here, and I'll pull up their schedule for the rest of their season. They're going to be at a number of the events that we go to. When I say we, I mean you, me, Brian Donati, the Washington, D.C. region's announced team. We saw them at Summit Point Raceway 2 weeks ago. Of course, we've got them here this weekend. They are going to next be on track May 20th and 21st. And that is, 2 weeks from now. They will be at Pocono as part of the U.S. Majors Tour. And then we will see them just a week after that. Talk about a compressed schedule. They will be with us for the regional at New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning. And then a little bit later in the season, we're going to see them again at Thunderbolt and rounding out the year at Lightning. So a couple of different New Jersey tracks. They're going to have some events at Watkins Glen International and also Pit Race sprinkled in there as well. But really, really compressed schedule early on here. All right, so let's take a look and see where we stand now timing-wise, and we'll try to break things down. Jim Booth in his ASR A Sports Racer Radical 153.833, so just a little bit off his best times from yesterday. Then Jack Stanford in his GTA Chevy SS, a 157.337, so he's already 1.2 seconds faster than he ran yesterday. Jonathan Weitzman in the GTX Porsche Cayman, the Porsche GT4 Club Sport machine. Yesterday he ran a 202.4. He is now down to a 201.4, so he has picked up a full second. And then in Spec Corvette, I'm showing Joseph Griffin now. And 2 laps in a row, his fastest time, a 2:07.636. He was about 0.04 of a second off that his next time by on his third flying lap. But that 2:07.636, the fastest of the Spec Corvettes out on track. However, David Sanders, his best time from yesterday, a 2:04 and change. As we've got the 15 machine coming down the pit lane right now. And that number 15 car belonging to Jack Stanford. And did Stanford go back out on track? I'm looking to see at our cameras. I believe he did head back out into the fray after having his team take a look at that machine.
We got another note. We did have the 39 of Charlie Abel go back to the paddock. So either having something a little bit amiss with the car or just not happy with the pace from this morning. And another note. Another car that I don't believe we've touched on yet, Anthony Valente running the late model Chevy Camaro, the number 90 car. His time right now will put him, I believe, around 9th or 10th place. But more notably, his lap time this morning of a 2:10.671 is, if I look at my other timing here, is about 7 seconds quicker than he was able to muster for a lap yesterday. So finding a lot more pace with that V8 Camaro here this morning.
All right. Real quick, Tom, as we're just now about halfway through the session, let's make another call to the grid for our next group.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing...
Actually, why don't I go and actually press the right buttons before I do that, Dom? Let's try it again. There we go. And if I were you, I wouldn't hit that like button. All right, second call to the grid for race group number 1. That's B-Spec, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, Legends Cars, SPU, GT Pinto, Touring 3, Touring 4, and Spec MX-5 Challenge. If you could please start heading to the grid. Race group number 1, small bore with B-Spec, SPU, T3, T4, and Spec MX-5 Challenge. If you could please start heading to the grid, your race is next. And, you know, they always say that I press people's buttons. The problem is when I've got about 16 different buttons with little pictures on them, I end up pressing the wrong one. So sorry about that, everybody. But, yeah, actually, you know what? If you like what you see here today, go ahead and please give us that big thumbs up, and if you haven't already done so, subscribe to the DC region or the North Carolina region's YouTube channel, and click on that notification bell. We'll tell you every time we go live. And in the case of the DC region, again, we've got a lot of events coming up here. As you can see, we've got multiple events, multiple regional events at New Jersey Motorsports Park and Summit Point. We'll be covering the U.S. Majors Tour at New Jersey Motorsports Park, the Devil in the Dark Endurance Race at New Jersey Motorsports Park, and then all through the season. So definitely want to subscribe. And we're working with the region right now. Hopefully, we'll be able to bring you similar coverage for solo events as well as rallycross events in the near future. So let's go back to the action over here. And looks like, Dom, we've had a couple cars head back to the pits. I think we just saw the GTX machine of Weitzman, the Cayman Club Sport, go back after Weitzman had just turned a 2-minute .787, and that was almost 1.3 seconds, about 1.6 seconds faster than he ran yesterday. We also had, I believe, that was Jack Stanford, who was heading back to the pits as well. Stanford had just put in that 1:57.337, which is 1.2 seconds faster than he ran yesterday. Jim Booth continues to circulate on track in our sole A Sports Racer machine with a 1:52.964, his fastest time, so about 7/10 faster than he has run. But let's take a look at Spec Corvette. Joseph Griffin, he's still our fastest driver on track, has not quite gotten to David Sanders' times from yesterday. Griffin with that 2:06.582, the bogey time in Spec Corvette, however, a 2:04.186. So Griffin's still about 1.1. About 2.1 seconds off of that time. If we go down and look a little bit further in GTA, John Longacre, who had that issue on lap number 2, Longacre has put in a 2:13.67, and his fastest time from yesterday, a 2:12.8. So not quite back to where he was yesterday. And I think you mentioned Charlie Abel has already taken his car back to the garages after just a flying lap. Number of drivers not joining us for qualifying here today. A large number of drivers: Henry Long in his GTA machine, James Smith in SPO, John Barlow in GT3, Frank Deline in his Spec Corvette, Ted Warning's American Sedan, Camaro not out with us, Earl Tucker in ITE, Robert Gomer in SPO, and David Sanders, as we mentioned, our provisional pole sitter in Spec Corvette, not out for qualifying either.
And as we look out our window here, that's going to be Brian Boyd in the 70 car, who I believe might be, as the checker flag does come out, might be heading back to the pits. And I think a number of these drivers, as you mentioned, Greg, the track offering a lot of grip, as you mentioned early on, and some of these drivers finding speed and finding pace within the first few laps, and then deciding that they're not going to go any quicker, so deciding to park and conserve tires and conserve everything for the race later on today.
All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our final qualifying session of the morning. And I was talking to the stewards. It looks like, Dom, we're going to have a little bit of free time, you and I, to rest, relax, It looks like we are going to have our first race of the morning rolling off at about 11 o'clock, which is now just about 20 minutes. 20 minutes from now, as we're just a little bit ahead of schedule, which is good to know. As we take a look again, Jim Booth, your fastest driver on track, and it looks like, again, as you mentioned, some of those drivers definitely picking up some time. But we are going to take a break. If things get updated, and I'm still a little surprised about that 11 o'clock start time. I thought we'd move things up a little bit closer than that. But we are going to take a break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, our very first race of the day. Again, schedule. We're going to have Group 1's race before lunch. We are then going to take about an hour for lunch. We'll come back with our final five races of the afternoon and the SARRC MARRS Challenge. So stay with us. We'll be right back in just a few moments from Virginia International Raceway, where you are watching the 2023 at SARRC MARRS Challenge, presented by the North Carolina region. Stay with us.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just last 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA with special guests Spec Corvette and in this race group Spec MX-5 Challenge. And we've got our first race of the day, Dom, about ready to go out on track. It's going to be small bore with Spec MX-5 Challenge. We're going to have two different pace cars, two different groups. We're going to have the Spec MX-5 Challenge racers all gridded up together. They're going to be at the front. They're going to take the green flag first, and then the remainder of our small bore racers will take the green flag for what is a 12-lap or 30-minute sprint race here at Virginia International Raceway. Let's get things underway. We'll run down the starting grid, give you the top 20 in each group. Starting 20th, driving, and this is going to be, we'll start off with the Spec MX-5 Challenge, where starting 20th, driving the number 5 machine out of Beverly Hills, California, is Adrian Comstock. Austin Hill will start 19th today. He's driving the number 08 machine. He's out of Frankfort, Ohio, starting 18th. Driving the number 17 car from Leroy, Illinois, it's Michael Graybiel. Starting 17th, driving the number 21 car from Mahopac, New York, it's Nicholas Leone. Starting 16th, driving the number 20 machine out of Springfield, Missouri, Corbin Collins. Tyler Casero will start 15th. He is from Manheim, Pennsylvania. He's driving the number 44 car. Michael Borden will start 14th. He's driving the 142 machine. He is out of Lisbon, Wisconsin. Then we've got Aiden Coleman. He starts 13th. He is from Glenwood, Maryland, and drives the number 60 car. Nico Bratz will start 12th in the number 77 machine. He's from Nashotah, Wisconsin. Then we've got Chase Jones. He's in the number 11, or pardon me, he's in the number 54 machine. He's out of Indianapolis, Indiana, and starts 11th. And then we've got starting 10th, Reed Sweeney. He's in the number 91 machine. He is from Beloit, Wisconsin. Or pardon me, not Beloit. He is from St. Louis, Missouri. Starting 9th, driving the 86 machine from Atlanta, Georgia, Jarrett Jones, with Weston Workman starting 8th. He's in the number 113 machine, and he's from my new hometown, Charlotte, North Carolina. Then we've got Donald Squarick. He is driving the number 75 car. He's from Peachtree Corners, Georgia, starting 7th. Earl Tucker is in the number 24 machine. He starts 6th today. He's from Branford, Connecticut. Then we've got Nathan Nicholson. He drives the number 95 car from Unionville, Indiana. He starts 5th, with Will Robusto starting in 4th position, driving the number 22 machine. He's from Fort Mill, South Carolina. Starting 3rd, driving the number 4 car, Alex Bertignoli. He's from Lakewood, Illinois, and our front row in Spec MX-5 Challenge, starting 2nd. With the number 115 machine out of Orlando, Florida, it's Noah Harmon. And our winner from yesterday on the pole today, representing the northeast region of the New England region of the SCCA, from Wakefield, Rhode Island, driving the number 16 machine with a qualifying time of 2:10.875, Nathan Saxon. Now let's move over to small bore, where we have Greg Siegert starting 20th. He's driving the number 48 F Production Mazda Miata. Al Pierce will start 19th. He's in the 78 E Production Mazda RX-7. Then we've got Ben Gloka starting 18th. He is in the 131 F Production Acura Integra. Steve Rose will start 17th. He is in the 111 E Production Mazda RX-7. Steve Eckrich starting 16th. The 118 E Production Mazda RX-8 with Robert Garrison starting 15th in the 06 machine. That's an E Production Mazda Miata. Then we've got starting 13th, driving the number 8 T4 Mazda Miata, John Turris and David Blaine in our Soul GT Light machine. That is Turris is in a Ford Mustang, whereas David Blaine is in a GT Light Mazda Miata. Sam Moore, he will start 11th. He is in the number 26 SPU Volvo S40 with Les Cheney, our F Production pole sitter. He will start 10th. He is in the number 33 Acura Integra. Then we've got Michael Amena starting 9th. He's in the number 89 T4 Mazda Miata. Mark Bradley starts 8th in the 106 E Production BMW 325 with Ron Munnerlin starting 7th in the number 68 T4 Mazda MX-5. The T3 BMW 330 Ci of Michael Brandt will start 6th with the 31 Mazda MX-5 of Jeff Giordano running in T4, starting 4th. Also in T4, driving the number 1 Mazda RX-8, it's Owen Sheffer with Brent Simonson, our T4 pole sitter. He starts 3rd today in the number 3 Mazda RX-8. And then your front row for small bore, driving the number 30 E Production Mazda RX-7 out of Mebane, North Carolina, it's Steve Rose. And your pole sitter in class in the 21 T3 Mazda MX-5, Connor Roberts, as our MX-5 Challenge racers take the green flag, and they are on their way down towards turn number 1.
And guys, they made their way into a very nice orderly start. Talking briefly before we get our second green flag, the Mazdas were the stars of the race yesterday. We saw a very tight battling for Spec MX-5, and then with our Touring 4 cars, who are going to be, of course, rolling to the green in just a few moments. Our Touring 4 with our Mazda RX-8s, Sheffer and Simonson were the for the class of that field as we are awaiting our second green flag. A little bit strung out at the back of our pack.
Very, very strung out, as you can see them coming down the roller coaster, getting ready for their start. But we'll see if in Spec MX-5 Challenge, if Nathan Saxon can hold off the field today. I know Nathan Nicholson had a couple of challenges, went off track on the very last lap. A lot of the drivers started in the front rows, didn't end up in the top 5 to finish yesterday's race. But our small bore racers now taking the green flag. Connor Roberts with a bit of a jump in that Global MX-5 Cup car, coming down to the front row. Brent Simonson takes over second position, takes to the outside poles. I don't think Steve Rose was there on grid. So we'll see how that plays out with Owen Sheffer then starting on the inside of row number 2. As opposed to the outside of row number 2, Jeff Giordano and Michael Brandt as our MX-5 Challenge racers. They are now making their way through Oak Tree for the very first time, and it looks like we've got at least one car that has gone off and is now taken to the tire wall on the outside of Oak Tree. We'll try and get the number on that car in just a moment as our drivers now making their way down towards the top of the roller coaster up at turn 14. And we saw this yesterday, Dom, where a good portion of that MX-5 Challenge field, they were 12 deep for like the first 5 laps or so. Nobody willing to give any quarter and basically racing to every single corner here.
And as they went down the back straight this time, running line of stern for the most part as they make their way down the hill, getting ready to come onto the front straightaway. And then looking to our second pack, we were talking about Jeff Giordano and Ron Munner when they're running the Mazda MX-5s in our race, as we do have our Spec MX-5 field making their way across the stripe with Nathan Saxon, who was our pole sitter, holding on to that lead. Alex Bergnoli moving into second place. Noah Harmon rounding out the early top 3.
Yeah, and a little bit of a gap then back to Nathan Nicholson, who moves up to 4th with Will Robusto and Earl Tucker. And as those drivers are now starting to make their way down to turn 1 and starting their second lap here, I want to bring in a special guest that we have with us here today. We've got Rob Hines, driver of the number 4 Spec Miata. We'll see him racing a little bit later today. Had a great battle yesterday. Came off of 2 wins at the Summit Point Majors a couple of weeks ago. Former national champion in T3, if I remember correctly. And great to have you here, Rob.
Awesome. Well, thanks for inviting me up here. This is very impressive, the setup you guys have. You can see a lot around the track, and hopefully everyone is enjoying the broadcast.
Yeah, definitely. And so hopefully you can give us a little bit of insight into what some of these up-and-coming racers are doing and how they're racing, and maybe how it contrasts with the same very close, tight racing that we see in Spec Miata that you've been so embroiled in for the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think the program is really, really great. Mazda's putting a lot of effort and energy into this, and they're, in essence, they've got a winner with Spec Miata. They've done a lot with Formula Mazda in the past and other classes, and they support, obviously, all the touring racers, too. But Spec Miata may not go on forever, and so they're basically building the next generation of cars up and putting a lot of effort into it, and also helping up-and-coming drivers up the ladder. So it's a great program.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we've got first lap now complete for both our Spec MX-5 Challenge and also MX-5 Cup cars, and got at least one call coming in as we had a car off. Well, we'll get those cars in just a minute. So, Dom, what are you seeing out there?
So as the 24 cars came by, it was Brent Simonson who did get the early jump. And Owen Sheffer, who had started in second place, was moving back to 4th, and it was Ron Munnerlin in his MX-5, the number 30. Jeff Giordano in his number 31 car, who had taken over the top spot. They had opened up about 3 car lengths over Owen Sheffer.
All right, as our MX-5 racers now come to cross the stripe, complete lap number 2, it is still Nathan Saxon. Alex Bertignoli now has moved up into second position with Noah Harmon falling back in the 3rd. Nathan Nicholson still sits in 4th with Robusto in 5th position. And they are starting, as we saw yesterday, even those little gaps on the very first lap starting to close down a little bit as it is now, rather than a 3-car train at the front, we're now up to 5 as both Nicholson and Robusto are there. Earl Tucker in the number 24 machine falling a little bit off the pace at the front of the field. And we'll track here as we're watching there in our bottom left some of our B-Spec field, looking to see if Blair Deffenbaugh can repeat as a B-Spec winner here today. Took his first Super Tour win a couple of weeks ago here at Virginia International Raceway. After lap 1, he was leading, but luckily for him, he had a couple of GT Pintos between he and the second place B-Spec car, Josh Smith, who was sitting down in second place about 3 seconds in arrears of Deffenbaugh. So some of this mixed class racing, certainly isn't it advantageous, especially as you grid up and in a car like a B-Spec where it is very difficult. You need to rely on the draft. You're not going to be able to just motor past a Pinto coming out of a corner, for example. It definitely very helpful there, and we see Deffenbaugh now. I think has had one of those GT Pintos get by as he still leads that field, but. I know in most cases when you've raced Spec Miata in the last couple of years, usually Spec Miata, they've got their own run group. They don't have to worry about the mixed class racing. We saw yesterday with Spec MX-5 Challenge, it didn't take too long for these cars, that are running in the 210 range to start coming up on cars that are about 20 seconds a lap off that pace. What kind of mindset do you take in, let's say you're a third or fourth car in a train, when you're coming up on traffic? How do you determine, when to pounce, when not to pounce? Do you just try to make your way clear of that traffic before, really starting the fight?
Yeah, I mean, you have to think about it. That's part of mixed class racing. It's an opportunity, but it's also a challenge for everybody. And so I don't know that there's a one rule that you would necessarily use for it. It's really situationally dependent. And if you're coming up to somebody in a tight corner, you might back off a little bit and back the people up behind you so that you can get an advantageous shot. Whereas if you stuff it in there and you try to drive through, the people behind you, they may slow down a little bit and get the slingshot off the corner and be able to go by you. So it's something that you really have to consider. It can be frustrating as a driver sometimes, but it's all part of the game.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I guess you have to take every situation as it comes to you. So, Dom, what are we seeing?
Yeah, so as we mentioned, no change for our top 3 so far in Spec MX-5. Nathan Saxon still at the top of the standings with Alex Bergnoli and Noah Harmon in tow. And then looking for our Touring 4 battle, looks as though the MX-5 that's going to be Jeff Giordano, the 31 car, has moved into the lead. And then that's actually pushed Brent Simonson now back to, I believe it's third place. Owen Sheffer taking over the second spot. But leading our second pack of small bore cars is that 46 of Conrad. And Rob, I know that having run a Touring 3 Nissan, you've had a lot of interaction with other Touring 3 cars, some of the Mazda MX-5 Cup cars. What has your personal experience been with racing some of the Mazdas on track around VIR and other tracks?
Yeah, every car has its pluses and minuses in the touring class, and the Mazdas, they are amazing handling cars. They stop really well, they turn really well. In fact, they're allowed to use the slick tires. It's the only car that is allowed to use slick tires in touring racing, just because of the way it's homologated for their Pro Series. It's a little light on power, though, so that's kind of their downfall. And really fun races. I had a really fun race at Sebring a couple years ago with Celine Roland. Amazing race for a couple laps, and then he kind of got sucked in by some other cars, some lap traffic, and that was the end of it. But really exciting to see those cars out here. They're really fun cars and a great value.
And I think it speaks also to the versatility of these Mazda cars and their platforms. As we turn our attention back to our leaders in the Spec MX-5, Alex Bertignoli this time takes over the lead from Noah Harmon and Nathan Saxon. It gets pushed back to third place.
Right, and as that group was going into the top of the roller coaster, we had Will Robusto, driver of the number 22 machine, go off driver's right. He has continued as he took the agricultural route down to turn 17 there through the grass, but looks as though he has made his way back on course. We'll see how far he drops down through the order, having run in that lead pack.
One thing I'll say in contrast to yesterday is that it looks like a pretty respectful start to the Spec MX-5 race. Everyone's, I think, playing the long game here, and I'm really excited to see that. That's how you win these races, is you work your strategy. You don't have to race for every inch of every corner, every lap. You got to think about what's the long term and how do I put myself in front at the end.
Yeah. I mean, you've got, I look here, and if you look at it in terms of laps, because of the length of the race course, we're talking, a 12-lap race. It doesn't sound like a lot, but you were still talking, about 30, 40 miles worth of race in order to just kind of try and think ahead, not always play for the moment. We did have Earl Tucker, driver the number 24 not global, but Spec MX-5 Challenge car. He went off at Hog Pen that last lap. He did manage to continue as he was sitting in that second group, had been running, I believe, in sixth position. And so now we've got two drivers that were in the top 10, starting to fall back a little bit. We talked about Will Robusto. He is now sitting back in 14th position, and we'll see here. We'll have to track and see exactly where Tucker ends up.
And good. We also looking at our touring four battle. Owen Sheffer this time overtakes both Simonson and Giordano to move into the front for the time being. But those three cars, similar to what we saw yesterday, are going to be battling out throughout this race as our Spec MX-5s make their way across the stripe. Chase Jones this time, he's able to get by Alex Bergnoli. Chase Jones, who we had as a guest here yesterday, has had a great start, has moved up 7 spots from where he started on grid. So a very good charge from him early on here, as Nathan Nicholson, who I believe was in our running order, has had his hold on fifth for the duration of this event.
And one thing that'll be interesting is we're starting to see the Spec MX-5 drivers move into traffic, just like Greg mentioned earlier. So this could create a situation where you start to see 1 or 2 or 3 drivers build a little bit of a gap where they take advantage of the traffic, and some others may be disadvantaged by it. So I think there's going to be an interesting part of the race right now.
Yeah, I mean, you have that I guess the one advantage of that very long back straightaway here, and even the front straight here as well, as you come up on B-Spec traffic or H production traffic, where you've got a pretty good speed differential. But there are also sections of this course that are incredibly tight. There are you come out of turn 3, go into left hook, and all of a sudden the track just really narrows down on you until you come through Snake, and you've got that rather short run to the uphill S's that I would suspect. Probably the MX-5 Challenge folks probably don't have an issue going up through the S's side by side with a production car. The production drivers might think otherwise.
There's definitely a little bit of a different mentality there for sure.
Yeah. All right, and it sounds like the 116 machine a little bit off the pace right now. That we've got our corner workers following that car with white flags, or trailing it with white flags. That is Drew Erie, one of our 2 GT Pinto drivers, as he tries to make his way back around and over towards the pit lane, and trying to track down what corner he is at currently. And actually, I think we already know he's just coming out of Oak Tree, and he is now pulled into the south paddock, the south pit lane right there, just in our left hand corner. So it looks like Drew Erie's day now is done. That's going to leave Bruce Shelton as our leader in GT Pinto.
As we've been alluding to, these Spec MX-5s are now going to be encountering traffic from our small bores. And it looked as though that was Jeff Fuller in the touring 4 car moving to driver's right and using the mirrors, able to allowing those cars to get by cleanly. Our top 5 remains the same from the last lap, with Noah Harmon, Nathan Saxon, Chase Jones, Alex Bertignoli, and Nathan Nicholson making up the top 5. But the top 10 cars in class right now, all running nose to tail, and I think running a much more, at least thus far, mature race than yesterday.
Yeah, we talked about this actually last night when we have this mixed class racing, and what drivers expect when they're coming up on some slower traffic, and because you want things to happen predictably, and you hope that when you come up on some slower traffic that the drivers stay on the line. But we just saw here where we had the F production Porsche 912 sitting drivers left, and he moved over drivers left to give that big line of MX-5 Challenge drivers room. But we then also had somebody who was just at that apex, the little kink here on the front straight, all the way drivers right. And now the MX-5 Challenge drivers have to try and figure out where they need to place the car. Do they just shoot the gap and do these cars that they're coming up on? Do they recognize that there's a Porsche all the way drivers left that might be impacting where all of these other cars go?
Yeah, it's always a question, and sometimes, obviously what you want cars that you're passing to have situational awareness. You want them to know that you're there. That's the first thing. If they can recognize that, you're in a pretty good situation. But the thing that'll happen sometimes is maybe one car will get by and push the car offline, And then, what do? You stay out there, you're predictable, you stay offline, and then a couple others can shoot through. And especially in Spec Miata racing, especially in this type of racing with the Spec MX-5, you've got to assume if you're being passed, it's not just one car that's there, it may be two or three.
2 or 3 or 11, like we saw yesterday. Exactly. That, you always have to be prepared, because when you look in the mirrors, you're going to see one and maybe the little bit of the next one. You're not going to see, the next 5 that are there in line with you. As we go and check in, and currently your leader now in Spec MX-5 Challenge is Noah Harmon. He has gotten around Nathan Saxon, and he did that, he did that on the last lap. So Saxon running in second. Chase Jones now running in third position, and Jones, hard charger of the day, started in 10th position, now finds himself in third, with Bertignoli running in fourth. Nathan Nicholson holding station right where he started in 5th position. Jarrett Jones 6th. Earl Tucker, who had that off a few laps ago over at Hogpen, he is running 7th. Nico Bratz and Weston Workman. If we take a look at some of our other classes here, it is Steve Rose still your leader over Steve Eckrich in E-Production. In F-Production, it is Stephen Layfield over Ben Gloka now, with Layfield almost a 30-second advantage. And it sounds like we've got the 9.4 machine. I believe that is Ryan Clotcherty out of Sanford, North Carolina, in a Mini Cooper. Appears to be having some motor issues. We're trying to track down where on course he may be, but it looks like that car has expired. Let's see here, and they are over by turn 8, but we'll get that. In Touring 3, it is Connor Roberts over Michael Roberts, and then in T4, Owen Sheffer, Jeff Giordano has gotten around Brent Simonson, and then Ron Munnerlin, and it looks like we've got one of our E-Production drivers, that is the 78 machine of Al Pierce, who had been running 4th. He comes down the pit lane, and he was 2 laps down. Looks like his day is now done.
Greg, the complexity of this Spec MX-5 battle has changed a little bit the last few laps. Noah Harmon and Nathan Saxon, despite Harmon making the move to overtake Saxon, those two have distanced themselves a little bit from our third-place driver, Chase Jones. And so about 3rd through 10th are running line astern. But I think due to the cooperation of both Harmon and Saxon, they've been able to make a bit of a gap on the field.
And that's the question. If you're the driver in second place right now, if you're Nathan Saxon and you've been passed, are you going to be aggressive and try to get that back? Or are you going to try to push Noah away so that it becomes a 2-car race at the end rather than a 5 or 6-car race? Those are the things you got to think about as we're about halfway through this race.
All right, looks like the 26 machine, that is the SPU Volvo of Sam Moore out of Kannapolis, North Carolina. He takes his car behind the wall, and his day is now done.
Okay, looking to as we're going through our different classes, Touring 4, Owen Sheffer for the past 2 laps has been leading both Jeff Giordano and Brent Simonson. Brent was actually about 3 car lengths back from Giordano's machine. Owen Sheffer and Giordano definitely using the draft to begin to pull away from both Simonson and then the 68 of Ron Munnerlin, who sits 4th in class.
All right, and as we mentioned, Ryan Clotcherty, he is over by turn 9, right by the corner station there. So right up at the top of the S's before you get to South Bend, and driver is out of the car. As Deffenbaugh continues to lead that class, Josh Schmidt just turned his fastest lap of the race. He just crossed the start-finish line here just a few moments ago. But Deffenbaugh, again, with mixed class racing, had the advantage of about 5 cars between he and Schmidt to start this race. And Schmidt is right now almost 7 seconds in arrears from Deffenbaugh. That would be a very, with traffic or otherwise, be very difficult to make up here.
Yeah, I think Deffenbaugh's got to be in cruise mode at this point, just conserving the car and making sure he keeps his nose clean.
Yeah, exactly here. As we see all that traffic coming down the back straight, we'll try and catch up with our MX-5 Challenge drivers here in just a moment. And I think they are actually mixed right in with that gaggle of production cars. We should see our leaders in MX-5 Challenge come down out of Hogpen and onto the front straight here in just a moment. We'll see if it is still Harmon in the lead or whether or not he has given up that advantage to Nathan Saxon as they have been dealing with all of that traffic. And here they come, and it is the 115 machine with Nathan Saxon in the number 16 car, our winner from yesterday, running about a half a car length back. Chase Jones sitting up in third position. He is about 8 car lengths back from our leaders, with Alex Bertignoli only inches off the back bumper, as those two, I think, are today working together, try to get back up to that lead pack. Nathan Nicholson about a half a car length back from there.
And you can see that second pack starting to get a little antsy. It's only 2 seconds, but the reality is that there gets to be a point where you think, okay, it's getting close to the end of the race. I may not be able to get to first. Now we're going to have a knockdown, drag-out battle in the second pack. And so it's getting to be that time where we're going to start to see that second pack really, really moving around and putting some moves on each other.
Yeah, look, it's still 9+ miles, 9.5 miles till the end of this race. But at some point, and we saw with some of their tendencies towards some of these drivers' tendencies towards not thinking ahead. Let's put it that way. That they may this early go and decide that it is time to start fighting, and I guess a lot of that is going to depend on whether or not they're coming up on a lot of traffic as well, as we've got probably around 8 minutes or so also left in this race. So not a lot of time for them to make that decision, and certainly they're getting to the point where they're far enough back, I think, from our lead pair that maybe it is time for them to start working on who's going to end up on the last step of the podium.
Okay, they just passed us a moment ago, but the battle also continues to be tight for our final podium spot in B-Spec, and that is Clayton Condry and Richard Osborne, who've been running on nose to tail throughout this race. And at the moment, they're doing a great job of allowing a lot of our Spec MX-5s and other small world cars to go by while still running close together on track, as we have our Spec MX-5s making their way down the hill. So we'll be seeing them here outside our window in just a moment, as Harmon and Saxon go by our window to complete another lap, Greg.
All right, some news here out of Spec MX-5 Challenge. I'm trying to get if these are the correct cars. We've got a large group of them going down under the start-finish bridge with 2 laps to go, but it sounds like the 22 machine. The 22 machine, that's Will Robusto, is in the tire wall over by turn number 4 as he got together with the 54 machine of Chase Jones. Chase falls back now to 13th position in Spec MX-5 Challenge. So maybe that decision to try and battle out rather than moving up through the field, at least at that part of the pack, and that was a little bit further back than our battle for third. Maybe they didn't exactly take it to heart.
Yeah, I think so. It's that time where, like I was saying, it's time to go, and the race now it'll be interesting. There's a race for first, and there's a race for third. And as we saw coming down the front straightaway, I couldn't even see all the cars.
No,
there were 5 or 6 cars, and they were 3-4 wide.
Yeah, exactly. It basically looked like a giant ball of like 2x2 by 3 in the middle, and it was like a diamond formation. And I think they were all MX-5 Challenge racers. I think there may have actually been an E-Prod car mixed right in the middle of it. So we'll certainly see here as the next time our leader we assume our leader in Spec MX-5 Challenge, either Noah Harmon or Nathan Saxon, comes under the starter stand. They'll get that 1 to go board. And again, if we take a look here, and break it down by class, it is currently Harmon, your leader in Spec MX-5 Challenge. Steve Eckrich has gotten around Steve Rose in E-Production, so move that Mazda RX-8 up to the lead in E-Production. Stephen Layfield leading in F-Production. B-Spec still Blair Deffenbaugh in T3. Connor Roberts, your leader. Owen Sheffer continues to lead Jeff Giordano, but very, very close that last time by, as our leaders are coming out of Hog Pen now onto the front straight. And once again, that 2-car breakaway at the front of Spec MX-5. And as they come underneath the starter bridge, it is Noah Harmon and then Nathan Saxon. And a little bit further behind, it is Bertignoli in the 4 machine with Nico Bratz directly behind. A little bit further back, Squerick, Nicholson, and Workman working that third pack, just a little bit out of that battle for third position.
Looks like we got the cars with some overlap, not quite side by side, coming out of 1 and through 2 into NASCAR for the lead there of Spec MX-5. I think the move is probably at the end of the back straight, though. Set yourself up there, get in the draft, and then pop out
And outbreak them in the 14, and hope that you're not on the outside and going down through the grass.
Yep, absolutely. And there is the possibility too to draft by at least in a Spec MX or a Spec Miata on the front straightaway. I don't know how these Spec MX-5s draft. They may draft not quite as well, so we'll have to see what happens.
Bethany right behind you is giving the they're okay kind of line. Yeah, I mean the front straight here, and as you come out and knowingly have to carry a lot of speed through hog pen, the ability to use that draft and slingshot by, and we saw this at the runoffs this past year, that a lot of drivers, they'd be able to pull up right to the back bumper, but the straightaway maybe just where the starter stand is just too close to hog pen to make that run work.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me in the Spec Miata race. I needed a couple more mile an hour out of hog pen to make it work. So I finished second. But it's going to be an exciting finish here coming down the hill.
All right, so our leaders now actually should be coming up to the top of the roller coaster now, and we'll see here as they start to work their way down. I think that's some of our production car traffic, some of our B-Spec drivers coming down the roller coaster now, and I think... yeah, there we go. Coming down the roller coaster. Here they are, nose to tail, and it is still Noah Harmon with Nathan Saxon directly behind. And then the battle for third has gotten a lot closer as Bertignoli's got Brad Square, Nicholson, and Workman all right with them as our leaders are coming down the front straight directly ahead of us. And taking the win in Spec MX-5 Challenge is going to be Noah Harmon with Nathan Saxon finishing second. And then Alex Bertignoli, he's going to be able to hold off Nico Bratz, Don Squirk, and Nathan Nicholson for the last step on the podium. And we saw it right there, Rob. You know, as Bratz was right behind Bertignoli, he could get up to the back bumper, but there was just nowhere else to go.
Not enough time to get by, but that was an exciting race. I still think the move had to have been at the end of the back straightaway on that last lap if he was going to make it work.
Yeah, exactly, and the order stayed exactly the way it was. So let's take a look here. So Nicholson finishes in 6th, Workman 7th, Errol Tucker 8th, Jarrett Jones 9th, and Michael Borden makes up 6 positions. He finishes in 10th position. Let's go and take a look at some of our other classes here as our drivers continue to cross the stripe here and take the checkered flag. Taking the win in the E-Production, Steve Eckrich turns his fastest lap of the race on the last lap. Good for Steve there in his Mazda RX-7. Steve Rose, yesterday's winner in the Mazda RX-7, will finish second. Robert Garrison will finish in third, and Al Pierce finishes 7 laps down. In F Production, Stephen Layfield is your winner in the number 71 machine. Ben Gloca and his Acura Integra will finish in second, a distant 38 seconds back. Greg Siegert now coming to the line. Siegert will finish in third position with Greg Crandall finishing fourth. Bill Foster finishing in 5th. In GT Lights, our sole racer there in his Mazda MX-5, David Blaine, takes the win. In GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton, our winner after Drew Early retired 6 laps early. In SPU, Sam Moore only completed, I think he completed 6 laps out of the 12, went just halfway and retired the car. In Touring 3, Connor Roberts takes the win with Michael Brandt finishing second. And here's the big change, Dom. In Touring 4, where Owen Sheffer had been leading this race for a good portion, Jeff Giordano takes the win in his Mazda Miata, or Mazda MX-5. Brent Simonson in the RX-8 will finish second. Owen Sheffer in the number 1 Mazda RX-8 falls back in the third. Ron Munnerlin will finish 4th. Giordano has a lot of seat time here, had been running ITS in a Ford Mustang for a number of years and just now moved over to T4. And I believe the only other class that we have remaining that we haven't talked about, it is B-Spec, where Blair Deffenbaugh runs the table this weekend. He takes the win, 24 seconds the margin over Clayton Condrey. Richard Osborne will finish 3rd. Josh Smith just off the podium in 4th, and Ryan Clougherty is up over by turn 9, hoping to get a tow back to the paddock. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for this race, Rob. So you are you're going to be out racing after lunch day in race group number 4 against friend and teammate and Arlingtonian Nick Bruni. I don't want to give away your strategies here over the PA system, but what's the plan for this afternoon?
Well, I think the plan is let's get a good start and let's get off to a good first part of the race, and then we'll see what happens. The great thing about a Spec Miata race is you never know what's going to happen. We can have a great plan, but that plan may or may not come to fruition, and so that's really the important thing. We're up there with Skip Brock as well. He's going to split us, so Nick will be starting first, Brock will be on the outside, and I'll be right behind Nick, which is actually probably advantageous for Nick and I. But again, 10 laps later, who knows what will be happening.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously you guys have raced, you and Nick have raced together quite a bit over the years. And you've been up with Skip yesterday for 10 laps. It certainly should be a very good race, again, if you guys can work together and separate yourselves out from the rest of the field as you did yesterday. And good to see a battle for the top 3, just between 3 drivers and not between like 10. Folks like Preston Pardis, who comes from like 8 cars back in the last 2 laps, might argue with that. But it should be a great race. Everybody, I want to thank Rob Hines for joining us here today. And we'll see him over in race group number 4. And we got Bethany Porter, who's been sitting in watching the race today, the representative for the Spec MX-5 Challenge. If you want to find out more about Spec MX-5 Challenge, you can go to specmx-5.com, and we may have another one of their drivers hopefully up with us during Rob's race here a little bit later today. So thanks for joining us, Rob. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I had a really good time. And great race too.
Yeah, it was a great race to watch. I think it's a good showing by the kids. There we go. All right, so I'm waiting to get word from race control as to when we are going back to racing. But the schedule as it stands right now, we are going to be breaking for lunch here for about an hour. We'll come back. Our next race of the day is going to be our IT group. It's going to be also SSM and we say Spec RX-7. There are a number of different classes. STL and STU are part of that race as well. Should be another wonderful race. It is going to be about an hour or so from now, but I don't have a start time. As soon as I have a start time, I will put that up on the screen for you so you know when you can come back, when you can rejoin us. Don't rejoin us before I tell you, but we'll let you know. But it is going to be 5 more races here at Virginia International Raceway where you are watching the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA with special guests, Spec MX-5 Challenge and Spec Corvette. And we'll be back right after lunch.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers Racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And they have Trad shoot for you. Text them at 980-395-1116. The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsPhotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless championships of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trads Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action. feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 South Atlantic Road Racing Championship and Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series Challenge, presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA with special guests Spec MX-5 Challenge and the Spec Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Dominic Mandiel, and welcome back from lunch. Before we get underway with our next race, and I'm going to show you the schedule, show you what's coming up here this afternoon. We are going to have our 12-lap or 30-minute races, whichever comes first, for race groups 2 through 6. So IT and Spec RX-7 and Super Touring Light and SSM up next, then open wheels, and we'll go through the schedule. We'll wrap things up this afternoon with Big Bore, with the big ground pounders. But before we get underway with our next race, we have out on track right now, and you see them coming down through the horseshoe down at turn number 1 and turn number 2, a lap of honor for members of the North Carolina region of the SCCA that we recently lost. And while we're going around, you'll see our flaggers are going to be trackside. Our corner workers are going to be trackside in honoring those drivers. We have a number of family members of Pete Romanowski, Fred McKinney, and Dan Robson in that procession, making their way around heaven on earth here, 3.27 mile Virginia International Raceway. Let me tell you a little bit about our lost members here. First, we're going to start with Pete Romanowski, who was a 45-year member of the Sports Car Club of America, and had originally grown up in the Buffalo, New York area, had moved to Florida, and of late lived in North Carolina. He began his personal racing in Solo 2 while in New York, and finished that aspect of his life and that aspect of motorsports while he lived down in Florida. He transitioned into flagging and communications with the SCCA early on in his membership, working for both the Florida and Central Florida regions, where he worked club races, the 24 hours of Daytona, the 12 hours of Sebring for over 20 years. And he also worked the 4 kart races that were held at Tamiami Park, along with every Florida region event held at Palm Beach International. And so Pete was passionate about auto racing, and when health issues began to creep into his life, making flagging and communications responsibilities challenging, he did not waver. He did not throw in the towel. Pete moved to the starter stand and eventually worked to be start chief for 2 different regions. He took special favor in talking to, meeting, befriending many drivers, and from club to pro, no one was overlooked by Pete, and all appreciated his sincere desire to talk as an equal. Pete is missed by his peers, by drivers, and by the many stewards that he supported, and his spirit and passion remain as a foundation for newbies and us oldies alike. And I want to thank Pete's family and friends that are here as part of this procession, as you see them now making their way through the uphill S's, and you can see our flaggers there honoring the life of Pete Romanowski. Also, Fred McKinney, who joined the North Carolina region in 1966 right out of college, but he was involved before then, autocrossing and working races at Virginia International Raceway, at Roebling Road, up near my hometown, up at Upper Marlboro, Maryland, at Marlboro Racecourse, and anywhere else he could find the time. Before serving a tour with the Navy in Vietnam, he worked as a flagger and as a paddock marshal here at Virginia International Raceway, a member of the so-called Goon Squad, whose job it was to keep drunk college kids from getting out on the track. And he continued his autocrossing endeavors during that time. So Fred volunteered at the big races in those days, as well as working as a pit steward for the 24 hours of Daytona, for the 12 hours of Sebring, and separated from the military in 1969. Fred returned to North Carolina and worked races at Virginia International Raceway and Roebling through the early 70s. He was a grid worker of the year before VIR closed originally back in 1974. And then requirements of his job with the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigations, they became a little bit too burdensome to permit travel to races out of state, but he always kept his SCCA membership active all the way up until the year 2000, when Virginia International Raceway reopened. And Fred was a familiar figure on grid at VIR and other tracks in the Southeast Division for more than 15 years, until back problems forced him to slow down a bit. And in 2015, he then transitioned and became a pace car driver and communicator, and often lent the region his own car to use as a safety car. Again, friends and family here of Fred, as our processional makes its way around Oak Tree and onto the back straight onto Madison Avenue. And so finally, let's talk about Dan Robson. Dan joined the U.S. Air Force straight out of high school in 1969 and served for 5 years in avionics, including a tour during the Vietnam War in Thailand, servicing F-105 Wild Weasels. And after mustering out of the Air Force in 1974 and working in private aviation for several years, he joined the North Carolina region of the SCCA in January of 1976 and attended driver's school that very next year. Over the next 46 years, he became the very definition of a club racer. He built his own cars, he fixed his own cars, and he raced his own cars. As a driver, he won 7 divisional championships and competed in 28 SCCA national championship runoffs, finishing in the top 5 10 times, and he finished second twice, all in the very, very difficult SCCA GT category. Along the way, and after leaving a career in aviation, he worked professionally in sports car racing as a crew member of the legendary IMSA team Highball that won the 24 Hours of Daytona an unprecedented 4 years in a row. And from there, he went on to work as a team member or crew chief for Mandeville Autotech in IMSA, Leitzinger Motorsports in IMSA, SupportNet Racing, Tommy Riggins in Trans Am, and eventually Long Road Racing, also in Grand Am. His knowledge and expertise made him famous all over the country, both with amateurs and pros. He was honest, he was hardworking, determined, and unselfish, both as a person and as a racer. He was and remains a role model for club racers everywhere in the North Carolina region and in the SCCA and North Carolina region. Misses him deeply. So for Pete Romanowski, for Fred McKinney, for Dan Robeson, we have our lap of honor here at Virginia International Raceway, and may their memories always be a blessing. So let's get back now as we have our lap of honor continuing here, and they should be coming onto the pit lane in just a few moments. And once we do, we'll be giving the 5-minute warning for our next race. All right, so the lap of honor is now finished. We're going to be going racing here in just about 5 minutes. And Dom, as we get ready, the 5-minute warning has not been given yet on the grid, but let's start taking a look at what we have coming up. Again, going to bring up the schedule here for everybody to let you know we've got 5 more races today, 5 sprint races, what we're calling feature races. They're 12 laps or 30 minutes. Next up is going to be our IT and Super Touring, Improved Touring and Super Touring Spec MX-5 as well as SSM classes. They are going to be going out and racing. We will then have our open wheel and prototype group. After that, Spec Miata will be coming up at with group number 4. We spoke to Rob Hines a little bit earlier today. He'll be out on track looking for a win here. And then we will wrap things up with the Spec Racer Fords and with Big Bore. That is how things will play out here this afternoon. If you like what you see, if you like what you heard, please don't wait. Go and smash that like button. And go and subscribe to both the North Carolina Region SCCA and the Washington, D.C. Region SCCA YouTube channels. And that way we can tell you every time we go live with more racing action. All right, so Dom, let's run down the starting grid here for our next race. And I'm going to do this now because, well, we've got a lot of drivers out here right now. Let's see here, and I'm just counting down. We have, I think, 20. I think we've got 14 Spec Racer 4. Let me make sure. Yeah, I think that's right. 14. Hey, I can do simple math. 14 SSM drivers, and then we've got a 48 car Improved Touring and Super Touring group as well with our bracket racers. So let me go run down the starting grid. Starting 14th in SSM, driving the number 129 machine out of Midland, Michigan, it's Angela Jago. Starting 13th, driving the number 9 SSM Mazda Miata from Mechanicsville, Virginia, it's Ray Seabird Heath. Pat Sharkett will start 12th in the number 96 Miata. He's from Knoxville, Maryland. And then starting 11th, it's Victor Bruni out of Haymarket, Virginia, driving the number 92 car. Starting 10th, Isaac Jordan, driving the number 46 machine. He's from Weehawken, New Jersey. Scott Krastik will start 9th. He is in the number 91 machine. He's from Midlothian, Virginia, also from Midlothian. And starting 8th is Benjamin Jones. He's driving the number 10 car. Starting 7th, driving the 18 SSM Miata, Dave Weibel out of Wallingford, Pennsylvania. Then starting 6th, it is John Hotz. He's out of Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland. He's driving the 63 car. Starting 5th, driving the number 32 SSM Mazda Miata, Scott O'Rourke from Baltimore, Maryland. Starting in 4th position. And I don't think I have that right. I think I think we had 15 drivers, not 14. So my count is off. Hey, shift everybody up one. How's that? We'll try this again. So Starting fifth is going to be Andy O'Brien in the 114 car. He's out of Winchester. Starting fourth is going to be Jamison Huffman. He's driving the number 89 machine. He's from Herndon, Virginia. We'll actually see him in the very next race as well. He's going to have to hustle some. Starting third, driving the number 6 Mazda Miata from Baltimore, Maryland. It's Neil O'Rourke. And your front row in SSM, driving the 66 car out of Great Falls, Virginia. It's Kevin Kopp with Ryan Maloney, your pole sitter, starting on the pole with a qualifying time of 2:20.048, almost a second clear of the entire rest of the field. He's driving the number 15 car, hails from Dayton, Maryland. All right, let's take a look. And Dom, you want to take? Why don't we take the top 30 cars from the other group, and I'll hand it over to you.
I think great. Sounds like a plan. So starting in our 30th spot, we'll have the 84 car. It's going to be an ITA, a machine out of Monroe, North Carolina. The driver is Robert McManus. Starting 29th, we'll have car number 59, an ITA Toyota MR2 out of Medford, New Jersey, and that's Peter Doan. The 28th starter will be car 03, coming to us from New York, driving a Mazda Miata, Jonathan Cavell. In 27th spot, we'll have car number 23 out of Denver, North Carolina, in a Dodge Neon, Grayson Upchurch III. 26th spot belongs to car 08, coming to us from Raleigh, North Carolina, Paul Spencer. In the 25th spot, we find car 06 out of Knoxville, Tennessee, in a Mazda Miata, Robert Garrison. 24th on the grid is car number 99 from Atlanta, Georgia, also driving a Mazda Miata, Mike Cottrell. The 23rd spot belongs to car 84 from Monroe, North Carolina, in a Mazda Miata, Robert McManus. 22nd, we'll have car number 41 from Richmond, Virginia, in the Mazda Miata, this one an ITA car, that's David Lanning. 21st belongs to car number 90 from New York, in a Miata, and that's Zach Ehrlich. 28th spot, we'll have car number 2 from Wayne, Pennsylvania, driving a second-generation Spec Racer Ford, Richard Herman. 19th, car number 31 from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, in a Mazda Miata, that's Joel Gambino. And starting in the 18th spot, car number 13 from Salem, Virginia, driving a Mazda Miata, and your fastest qualified ITA car, Stephen Clark. 17th, car number 02 from Hickory, North Carolina, in a Mazda Miata, Vance James. And starting in the 16th spot, we'll have car number 86 in an Acura Integra, Justin Deffenbaugh. Starting in the 15th spot, car number 29 from Asheboro, North Carolina, at the wheel of a Ford Focus, Michael Sperber. Graded 14th, car number 33 from Lynchburg, Virginia, driving a Nissan 280Z, Chris Pucker. Starting 13th, car 20 from Eden, North Carolina, in a Mazda MX-5, Russ Snow. And then starting 12th, car 42 out of Greensboro, North Carolina, in an Acura Integra, Brian Hooper. In the 11th spot, we find car number 14 from Orlando, Florida, at the wheel of a BMW 325, Matthew Fritz. And onto our top 10, starting 10th, car 182, driving a Mazda Miata from Christiansburg, Virginia, Ted Cahill. 9th, we'll have car 155 from Forest, Virginia, in a BMW 328, Jason Cook. And then we'll have Gludner from Charlotte, North Carolina, in the Mazda RX-7, starting in the 8th spot. 7th spot belongs to car 118 from Fletcher, North Carolina, and that's Steve Ettrich. Starting in our 6th spot, we'll have car number 51 from Frederick, Maryland, in a Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, our fastest qualified bracket racer, Eric Prepsius. In our 5th spot, we'll have the number 81 car out of Pittsburgh, North Carolina, driving a Ford Mustang, Nathan Pring. And 4th is car number 141 from Wake Forest, North Carolina, driving a BMW M3, that's Rodney King. The 3rd spot on the grid belongs to car number 57, driving a Mazda MX-5 out of Cameron, North Carolina. The driver is Chuck Hines. And our front row will consist of 2 STU cars. On the outside pole will be car number 19, driving a Dodge Neon SRT4 from Bowie, Maryland, Mark Liller. And on the pole, driving car number 70 at the wheel of a BMW 325 with a best time of 2 minutes 4.843, Darren Treacle.
All right, thanks so much, Dom. There you go. And that wasn't even the entire field. We actually have in that small bore group, or that IT and Super Touring and Bracket and Spec RX-7 and 48 cars. This is our largest group of the day here, with over 3.27 miles, 63 cars scheduled to be on course simultaneously. We'll have to see how that plays out. Now, for our bracket racers, we've talked a little bit about bracket so far this event. Essentially, we're looking for drivers to stay as consistent as possible. We break their times into 8 different possible brackets. Drivers that run anywhere from a minute 15, about 2 minutes or faster, are in bracket B1. Run between 2 minutes and 2 minutes 5 seconds. B2, 2 minutes 5 seconds and 2:10. B3, 2:10 to 2:15. B4, and keep adding on up with, again, these are 5-second intervals between the groups. And what you always want to do is you want to try and stay in the bracket that you start the race off in. You may find yourself breaking out of a bracket, and suddenly the person that you're jockeying with on track is no longer your competitor. So something for people to keep in mind. And we'll thankfully we don't have that many bracket racers here today, Dom, but we will try to give folks a bit of a rundown, because it's not something that you're going to see on our timing and scoring system here on our YouTube feed. We'll try and give you an idea of what brackets these drivers are currently sitting in as this race goes on. But we've got both of our fields out on track. You can see now our first group is coming through Oak Tree right now. The first group out is going to be the larger part of the field. It's going to be our Super Touring racers, our Improved Touring racers, our Bracket racers, IT7R, Spec RX-7 as well. And then we will have our second group, the SSM racers, our NA Miatas. They use sealed engines, a very basic stock, or not stock, but spec suspension and muffler package or exhaust package, etc. They will be and are behind a second pace car. You can see them just now going through the uphill S's. So there'll be a bit of a gap on the start here. So we'll give you everything here for the first group, as Darren Treacle and Mark Liller, the two drivers that were battling it out for the overall win yesterday, they are our front row, as the lights have just now been extinguished on our first pace car, as it is bringing the field up to the top of the roller coaster now. And so we'll be getting underway here in just a moment.
And Greg, something format-wise that contrasts today with yesterday is that, as you mentioned, we will have a split start. So where yesterday we saw the SSM cars intermingled with all of the other Super Touring and Improved Touring cars, they today will have their own start and their own race. So Ryan Maloney, who I believe had a 17-second margin in hand by the time the checkered flag waved, is going to have mirrors much more full of in-class cars behind him to start the race.
Yeah, he had like 8 or 9 cars between he and the second person gridded in SSM. Not going to have that advantage today, and so he's going to have to deal with Kevin Kopp. He's going to have to deal with Neil O'Rourke and Jamison Huffman as the green flag flies for our first group. And once again, Darren Treacle, not the best of starts here, as Mark Liller in his Dodge Neon SRT gets an early jump. That turbocharged car with almost instantaneous torque, able to get past the number 70 machine as they go into turn 2. But let's see as they come out through the horseshoe and into turn number 3. And looks like the BMW of Treacle has managed to get right back around the silver Dodge Neon of Mark Liller.
Yep, and the BMW, of course, is going to be very well known for being good on the brakes, and also isn't too shabby on the acceleration as well. So I think it's a much more balanced car in comparison to the Dodge Neon.
Yeah, indeed. The Neon, it's kind of a point-and-shoot type of car, not the best handling. As we've got a green flag now for our SSM drivers, and we've got Ryan Maloney on the inside line. They're getting a great push from Neil O'Rourke on the start, as they both start to work past Kevin Kopp in the silver number 66 machine on the outside of row number 1. Jamison Huffman not up to the back bumper of the 66 car, and we'll see here as they come down in through the horseshoe, and it appears as though Kevin Kopp, though, has managed to work his way clear of Ryan Maloney. We'll see if that holds as they come up through the as they come up towards the S's the next time by. Our lead pack, you can see him now just coming out of Oak Tree. Darren Treacle with about a 2-car length advantage over Mark Liller, and then a little bit further back in the battle for STL, it's Chuck Hines and Nathan Pring. Pring in his Ford Mustang, and Hines in the Mazda MX-5. As we've got a couple of our Miatas now, looks like going off on the outside of Oak Tree. We'll try and get the numbers on those cars in just a minute. Those are some of the Miatas in IT, as opposed to our SSM drivers are just now going up through the S's.
And we're going to be seeing our STU leaders making their way down the roller coaster and onto the front straightaway here. And something that's going to be something to watch is how both the drivers manage their equipment, as you mentioned. I think that the Neon's going to be one that he's going to have to watch his tires a little bit more as they make their way across the stripe. And Mark Liller has taken over the point from Darren Treacle, opened up about a 4-car length lead. Looking back to our STL, Chuck Hines leads Nathan Pring just as he did yesterday. There's about 2 car lengths in it between those two drivers.
All right, and as the rest of the field starts to filter through, Alex Cumming with an early jump on Joe Manowski as they are now coming down the front straight. We'll see if that holds as we complete lap number 1. Manowski in the gold number 45 machine with Alex Cumming in the number 24 car. And right now, the 24 car, the silver 24, he's got about a 3-car length advantage over Joe Manowski as they cross the stripe, running almost identical times, but about 0.6 of a second separating them as they head down into turn 1. In ITS, Justin Deffenbaugh to an early lead over Jay Miller. And he also had an advantage of a number of cars between them on the start there, as our SSM field now is coming across the start-finish line to complete lap number 1, and it is going to be it is Ryan Maloney, your leader, with Kevin Kopp about 2 car lengths back, then O'Rourke and Huffman already about 4 or 5 car lengths off of the lead pack there in SSM. Scott O'Rourke a couple of maybe 3 car lengths back from Jameson Huffman. So starting to spread out a little bit. John Hotstow right on the back of Scott O'Rourke. Andy O'Brien there as well. We'll see if that starts to close up through some of these very long straightaways of VIR.
And Kevin Kopp, as you mentioned, had moved into the 2nd spot. And we've seen Kevin race a number of years at Summit Point, and he's been a driver that at times he's been the one to try to get to the lead early. We'll see here if he decides to try to work with Ryan Maloney or if he tries to take the lead if he gets the opportunity. But right now he has Neil O'Rourke in the 06 car right on his bumper. If
we look back over towards ITA as our leaders in STU crossing the stripe to start lap number 3. In ITA, Stephen Clark, who put down a heck of a flyer in qualifying this morning, took the pole in ITA away from yesterday's winner, Joel Gambino. Gambino started 4 cars back from Stephen Clark, and that's how it stands right now as Clark getting a good draft right now off of Justin Deffenbaugh's much faster ITS Acura Integra. That is definitely helping that Mazda Miata get down the front straight and the back straight here. And there you go. You can see that Integra now with Stephen Clark close behind. Back behind them, we've got the STL Mazda Miata of Vance James and then Joel Gambino. If Gambino can get underneath the wing of that STL Miata, he might stand a good chance of maybe getting a good slingshot. The one thing that and I was talking to Chris Childs about this last night, is that the STL Mazda Miata is, a typical Mazda Miata is pretty nice to draft off of. It puts a pretty big hole in the wind. But in many cases, the wings that are on the back deck of the STL cars with raised up on the stanchions, they actually will create an even larger hole that you could be maybe 5 and 6 or 7 car lengths back and still get sucked up to the car in front of you. And that's right where Joel Gambino is now.
Yeah, and so I think that, as you mentioned, Greg, the improved touring cars are going to be really trying to see who they can work with because, again, this is a situation where they're going to have multiple classes, and sometimes you're going to have, it also always helps to as well have a higher stature car in front of you too, so that they can help you in your airflow there. As we have our SSMs making their way across the stripe, and it still continues to be Ryan Maloney in that 15 car with the lead, but close close in pursuit behind is Kevin Kopp and Neil O'Rourke, who've made a bit of a break from Jameson Huffman.
Yeah, they've started the break out there from Huffman. I think Huffman finding himself in a place where he hasn't been so far at Summit Point, usually running right around the top 10, 10th, 11th spot, but not up at the front of the field where there is definitely a pretty big difference in lap times and pace. We'll see how long he can, if he can get back up, work that draft, but he's probably going to need to have somebody help and work with him to get back up to the leaders. All right, so Dom, we are now with 9 laps remaining in this 12-lap race, 3 laps done. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3, open wheel and prototype racers, Club Ford, Formula Atlantic, Continental, Enterprises and Enterprises 2, Formula S, Formula ST, Formula V, Formula X, Formula 600, Prototype 1, Prototype 2. That's so long. Race group number 3, our open wheel racers, our prototype racers. Please start making your way to the grid.
Sometimes these classes run down to like reading Wi-Fi passwords.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Hey, let's look in to our bracket racers. And today I'm showing that we have not 4, but we actually have 5 racers in bracket. Our lead car on track in the brackets running a Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 is Eric Prepsius, and he's got a 2:16.64. That is his fastest time currently. That would put him in bracket B5, whereas Richard Herman, his fastest lap, a 2:18.264, also puts him in bracket B5. The problem for Richard Herman, who's in a Gen 2 Spec Racer Ford, he's almost 18 seconds back from Eric Prepsius. Nick Shively, in his Scion FRS, a fast time for him of a 2:23.683. That's going to put him in bracket B6. And Steve Martin, and it's good to see Steve back out. He had some issues with his Ford Focus earlier today and got that car back out on track. There were some steering issues. But he's back on track. 2:24.526 is his time. So both Shively and Martin are in bracket B6. And when I saw them go by the last time, maybe 7 car lengths or so separating those two drivers. Rich Ura driving a Mazda Miata. He is running a fast lap of a 2:28.915. That would put him in bracket B7.
Great. One of the other battles that's shaping up here in SSM, as we do have Ryan Maloney, who's beginning to pull a gap on both Kevin Kopp and Neil O'Rourke. John Hotz and Scott O'Rourke were running side by side as they came across the stripe. I believe the timing gave the advantage to John Hotz on this particular occasion. We'll see as this race goes on if they decide to begin to work together, because Neil O'Rourke is falling just a little bit back from Kevin Kopp. It might be in no man's land if basically 4 through 6 decide to work together.
All right, so as we track now and looking through the field here, of course, we just tracked our bracket racers. Here's, again, Stephen Clark getting a pull from the Acura Integra of Justin Deffenbaugh, and he's managed to open up a little bit larger lead now over Joel Gambino. Gambino has gotten around that STL car that we had just talked about, and he is now, he has physically one car between he and Stephen Clark, but he's about 3.5 seconds in arrears. But what he has going for him is that last time by, Joel Gambino was 0.6 of a second faster than Stephen Clark. So, it'll be a couple laps, but Gambino might be there battling for the win in ITA.
As we have Kevin Kopp and Neil O'Rourke making their way by second and third in class. And then this time through, Scott O'Rourke losing a little bit of touch with John Hotz, as we have our overall leader, Mark Lower, making his way through. And I believe the blue flags being displayed at the starter stand. So as these cars begin to intermingle with different classes, everybody doing a nice job to allow the faster traffic to proceed through.
All right, and it sounds like just Jamison Huffman's day may be done here, Dominic. He is stopped and he is right at the entrance to the pit lane, but the car appears to be stationary. So it sounds like the 89 car. Problematic, either that or he's just getting ready for his next race. Maybe he just figured he could just drive right up to the grid from the track and jump in his FE2 machine. But Justin Huffman continues to lead ITS. Two of the cars that got blue flags because they had faster traffic coming through, our Spec RX-7 drivers, Alex Cumming in the silver number 24 machine, Joe Manowski in the gold number 45, still only about 3 car lengths separating those two machines now as they are working lap number 5, and we have 7 laps to go. So, Dominic, let me do this as we're just about halfway here. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Maybe Jamison Huffman will hear me and he'll head up there. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers. Race group number 3, you are up next. Please start heading to the grid. All right, so Dom, looks as though that last time by, couple of things in ITA. One, Stephen Clark turned up the wick. He just ran his fastest lap time of a 2:20.789, but Joel Gambino, who had just come off running a 2:21.5, that last time by, a second and a half slower, ran a 2:23.047, and so Stephen Clark's advantage now over 15 car lengths in about 5.5 seconds.
Okay, two of the other, another class battle that is beginning to shape up here is between our bracket racers, Nick Chivoli in the Scion FRS and then Steve Martin in that Ford Focus. They were running nose to tail, and for a while, Steve was battling with the 39 car of Dick Hancock, was able to get around, and so those two cars now running nose to tail. And beginning at the beginning of this year, they also had a great battle at the April MARRS, so continuing on with that trend.
Exactly, just picking up right where they left off. They are currently both in the B6 bracket, and they're pretty well ensconced in there. They're at they're at the high end of the B6 bracket that goes anywhere between 2 minutes 20 seconds and 2 minutes 24.999, with Chivoli's fastest lap at 2:23.68 and Martin at a 2:24.526. There's a lot of margin and a lot of buffer there for them to pick up some speed without worrying about breaking out of their existing bracket. All right, let's try to pick up when our SSM drivers come by the next time, and our SSM leaders, as Ryan Maloney looks as though he's really started to open up a big gap to the rest of the field. And Kevin Kopp, who had been in very close proximity, now looks like he may have lost second position. We'll take a look. All right, and it sounds like that 89 car of Huffman still over there. He's out of the car. The local yellow that was at Hogpen has now been withdrawn. So here we go, and the ITA race again, and Stephen Clark. Again, continuing to open up his advantage. Let's take a look, though, in SSM. And let's try and pick up where our leaders are. I think they're coming down the roller coaster right now, Dominic.
And last night, talking to the Huffmans in their paddock area, now that these Jameson's running both FE2 and SSM, the braking points, the apex points, and everything has definitely been, he's definitely having to adjust on the fly, because you're definitely going to take a corner different in SSM as opposed to FE2.
Yeah.
So he's having to basically, when he's going towards the corners in SSM, he's having to brake, and then wait to turn in, where you can just pretty much send it
and go. The big thing is, what curbs does he use and what curbs doesn't he use now is I think probably the bigger decision in switching between the two cars. All right, so in SSM, which I don't believe we've got any of our SSM drivers listed on our timing screen, Ryan Maloney continues to be your leader as we are now just more than halfway on his 6th and last lap. Turned in a 2:21.20. That is his fastest lap of the race, and perhaps more importantly, 1.4 seconds faster then Neil O'Rourke, who is running in second. Kevin Kopp, about 2 car lengths back from Neil O'Rourke, so he's dropped into third. John Hotz, about 12 car lengths back from there, with Scott O'Rourke another 5 back. So things really starting to spread out a little bit in SSM as maybe faster lapping traffic has broken up some of those battles. Again, big difference with the Washington, D.C. region and the MARRS series at Summit Point Raceway, and I believe also at New Jersey Motorsports Park. SSM typically has a run group all to themselves. They don't have to necessarily concern themselves with cars that are 8 or 10 seconds a lap faster coming up on them.
And I'm talking yesterday to Ryan Maloney. Having come from a karting background, he and his father, who also was a former racer in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, were really talking about the intricacies and the attention to detail when it comes to the things like toe in, toe out, and camber and caster, and all the little things that can get you an advantage in a class that is very tightly controlled.
Right.
And so their background with setting up a car, which for the most part you're going to be racing against people who are running a very similar platform to you. And so hearing them talk about everything they do to set up the car for these different circuits, it's definitely something to, if you have that knowledge and all that data stored, it definitely can help you with these races.
All right, and watching that battle in the bracket racing in B6 between Nick Shively and Steve Martin, it appears as though Shively has started to open up a bit of an advantage. He's got about 6 car lengths between he and Steve Martin. It appears as we just had a car come down the pit lane. That is the 08 Mazda Miata, and the 08 car, that is not one of our SSM machines. It looked like an ITA car, I believe. And let me see if we can get the number. That is Paul Spencer, indeed, ITA driver out of Raleigh, North Carolina. When he pitted in, he was running down in 11th position, and he was already a lap down, and looks like he's going to lose. Well, there's nowhere else for him to go, because the only other 2 drivers that were showing below him were 2 drivers who hadn't gone out and taken the green flag. So we should mention Lee Grassert, John Pfeiffer not taking the green today, but Paul Spencer's day is done.
Greg, looking to SSM, we did have a change in position. Neil O'Rourke, who was running third for the last few laps, able to get around Kevin Kopp, who is pushing Neil O'Rourke down the front straightaway and across the line. They still have a significant amount of wheeling to do to be anywhere close to Ryan Maloney, but those 2 deciding to, at this point, work together.
All right, if we take a look at in STL, Chuck Hines is your leader. And the battle that we hoped would shape up today between he and Nathan Pring in the Mustang just hasn't really played out. Big, wide gap between a lot of our STL cars. Chuck Hines with now an 8.5 second advantage over Nathan Pring. Then another 35 seconds back to Neil Goldner in third. Ted Cahill another 8 seconds back from there. Michael Sperber in his Ford Focus another 9 seconds back. So a big, really a huge gap between most of our STL cars there, as we have just 3 laps remaining. And in STU, again, jumping out to that early lead was Mark Liller. He has now extended his lead over Darren Treacle to almost 15 seconds. Rodney King currently sitting a lap down.
And something we were talking about earlier, Greg, was with our ITA cars, Stephen Clark, who continues his hold at the lead, and then Grayson Upchurch in that Dodge Zeon holding on the second place. But I think definitely David Lanning, who had was beginning to close the gap on Joe Gambino, has had some more out-of-class cars that have halted his progress in catching up to the back of that machine. He also has Robert McManus for company in class in the 84. So, again, traffic playing into drivers' abilities to move forward, Greg.
All right, Dom, let me jump in real quick. If you take a look, folks, at our camera on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, coming out of Oak Tree, that is the number 51 machine. That is Eric Prepsius, one of our bracket racers in his Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He's been sitting there for probably a good 20, 25 seconds, has not moved as of yet, so we're going to see if well, with only now 3 laps remaining, he is likely there for the duration if he can't get that car back underway.
And at the time, he was our first bracket car on track. So I believe at this point, that's going to give Richard Herman, at least track position wise, the
Right.
the lead.
You know, now the thing is, if you're the only racer in your bracket, even if you finish 3 laps down, does it really matter? That is something we'll always have to ponder. But right now, Eric Prepsius, he's your bracket 5 leader. All right, let's jump and take a look at some of these other fights that are ongoing. Justin Deffenbaugh in his Acura Integra, who Stephen Clark has been trailing behind pretty successfully, trying to keep his pace up. Deffenbaugh, your leader in ITS, by a good advantage over Jay Miller. I wanted to mention also in ITA, Stephen Clark has a ton of seat time here at Virginia International Raceway. He is not a member of the DC region or the North Carolina region, but he coaches quite a bit down here. He's done a number of time trials here. He's run a number of races. I guarantee you he's had more seat time here than some of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series drivers like a Joel Gambino or a Peter Doan that come down once a year. Stefan here quite a bit, also an instructor here for Track Nights in America when they are here as well. Next time our leader, Mark Liller, crosses the start-finish stand, he will get the 1-to-go board. And it'll be just a moment here. He should be coming around in just a moment here as, again, we're working with just about a little bit over a lap to go. In the meantime here, Dom, as we wait for Mark Liller or Darren Treacle to come by, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3, open wheel and prototype racers. Please start heading to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
And Greg, as you get the announcement, Mark Liller, your leader, does get the 1-to-go board. So we are now working the final lap of this Group 2 race.
All right, there we go. So very, very close. There is the 119. The 19 car does get that board, and with a lap to go, Alex Cumming continues his lead over Joe Manowski in Spec RX-7. Justin Deffenbaugh continues his lead over Jay Miller with the margin now almost 2 full minutes. So Deffenbaugh, actually, when we saw, he was getting pretty close to lapping the second place ITS car. Matt Fritz, our sole ITR driver, on track, and here goes Stephen Clark across the start-finish line, and I'm looking for Joel Gambino. Gambino's lost a lot of ground on track in dealing with some slower traffic. The margin now in ITA is at 9.1 seconds, and that last time by, actually Gambino ran a slightly faster lap time than 17. I think we've got a car off, Dom, up at the top of the roller coaster. We'll try and get the car number on that in just a moment.
As we have our SSM leader, Ryan Maloney, making his way across the stripe. So he'll get one more lap to go. I'm going to be looking at Kevin Kopp and Neil O'Rourke, who we're battling out for second place, and here they come. And this time, Kevin Kopp's opened up about 6 car lengths advantage over Neil O'Rourke. So we'll see if Neil O'Rourke has anything left in the reserves to make a last second charge.
All right, and so still haven't gotten a report on what car or cars may have had an issue up at the top of the roller coaster, but there is a local caution up there, which could certainly spell trouble. Could spell trouble for Neil O'Rourke trying to find a way around Kevin Kopp on the last race, as our leader, Mark Liller, coming onto the front straight for the very last time. And there is the silver neon, and he appears to be off the pace quite a bit and almost coasting to the checkered flag, Dom. I don't know if he had a problem with the car or maybe just looked in the rearview mirror, didn't see Darren Treacle anywhere, and just said, well, and actually what it likely was there was another car ahead of him, probably giving that racer another race lap, I would think. All right, and I think I'm finally going to get a word on the driver that went off at the top of the roller coaster. The 03 machine had gone off, and
Jonathan Cavell in the Mazda Miata.
yes. And the 03 car is in the grass driver's left, and I'm still trying to get the number on that car, and it might have been impacted while he was going around. The 03, that is Jonathan Cavell, the STL Mazda Miata driver out of New York, New York. So it sounds like he may have trouble getting back to the checkered flag. But let's take a look here as our racers are finishing up their 12-lap race. We're going to start off with STU, where Mark Liller was your winner. Darren Treacle finishing second, and last up on the podium in STU, Rodney King. In STL, Chuck Hines takes the win. Nathan Pring will come home in second. Neil Goldner takes the bronze. Ted Cahall finishes in fourth. Michael Sperber fifth. Vance James, Zach Ehrlich, Jonathan Cavell finishing eighth, as we had eight cars in STL. In Spec MX-5 Alex Cumming taking the win over Joe Manowski. And in ITS, Justin Deffenbaugh with the win over Jay Miller, the only two drivers in that class. Matthew Fritz, he takes the win in ITR. He's our sole driver in the class. Now let's take a look at ITA, where Stephen Clark takes the win over Joel Gambino. Grayson Upchurch comes home third in his Dodge Neon. David Lanning will come home fourth. Peter Doan in the Toyota MR2 finishes in fifth position. Robert McManus sixth. Dick Hancock seventh. Zach Amos will finish eighth. Dan Freeman ninth. Steve Grizzle will finish in 10th. In IT7R, our sole driver in the class, Blair Stitt, crosses the line. In IT7, Martin Ryder, our sole driver in the class. And then in bracket racing, let's take a look here. So Eric Prepsius, of course, he finishes 3 laps down, but he is in our sole driver in the bracket B4. I'm going to make I was going to make a before joke, but I'm just not going to bother today. I'm just too tired for it. Next driver to cross, first driver to cross the line in bracket, Richard Herman in his Gen 2 Spec Racer Ford. Fast time for him, a 2:17.834. That puts him in bracket B5. Nick Chivoli will next finish. He finishes up in bracket number B6. Steve Martin also in bracket B6 will finish second in that class. And then finally, Rich Ura in bracket B7. Let's see who else. We've still got SSM to talk about, right? Right, Dominic. So Ryan Maloney taking the win, 7.5 seconds over Kevin Kopp, who does hold off Neil O'Rourke on the last lap. O'Rourke will come home in third. John Hotz finishes just off the podium in fourth. Then Scott O'Rourke, Scott Krastik, Andy O'Brien, Ben Jones, Isaac Jordan, and Dave Weibel. Your top 10. All right, so let's try to get things queued up here. I'm going to make a final call to the grid. Actually, I already made the final call to the grid for our next group. Let's go and take a quick break here, Dominic. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors that bring you the SARRC MARRS Challenge here from Virginia International Raceway, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsPhotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting...
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA, along with special guests, the Spec MX-5 Challenge and also Spec Corvette. And so, Dominic, we've got our open wheel group, open wheel and prototype racers, heading out onto the track right now for their pace lap. And let's run down the starters. We had 25 drivers put in times this weekend, whether it be in qualifying yesterday, the race yesterday, or qualifying this morning. All sessions being used to set the grid for today's race. Starting 25th, driving the number 1 Formula 6 Phantom from Ferrum, Virginia, it's Gerald Martin. Starting 24th, driving the number 27 Formula Continental, it's a Van Diemen RF84. From Charlotte, North Carolina, David Jackson. Starting 23rd, driving the number 9 Protoform P3 in Formula V, it's Gary Slayer. Starting 22nd, driving the number 17 Formula V Vortec from Chattanooga, Tennessee, Anthony Henderson. Ken Maynard starts 21st. He's driving a Zinc Z10C Club Ford. That's the number 2 car. Then, and where did we say Ken is from? Probably the greatest town name ever. It's Anaconda, Montana. I love that. All right, starting 20th, driving the number 62 QRE Invader Formula 600 car from Gloucester, Virginia. It's Harrison Southworth. Frank Clark is from Culpeper. He is driving his Van Diemen Prototype 2 car. It's the 85 machine. He starts 19th. Starting 18th, driving the Prototype 1 Malloy From Liberty, North Carolina, driving the number 4 car, it's John Lindquist. James Brookshire starts 17th. He's in the number 28 Formula Enterprises 2 and hails from Saluda, North Carolina. Also in Formula Enterprises 2, from Bellevue, Washington, driving the number 18 car, it's Ross Wolf. Starting 15th in the number 57 Formula Enterprises 2 machine. From Brentwood, Tennessee, David Flint. Eric Cruz, well, he's in Formula Enterprises 2 as well. He's from Williamsburg, Virginia, and he starts 14th in the 86 car. Starting 13th in the number 11 Formula Enterprises 2 machine, it's Justin Huffman, and he is looking to I think he's got a lot of things to play for this weekend, probably first and foremost beating his son. All right, Jim Booth is driving the Formula Atlantic Ligier. He starts 12th today in the number 63 machine. He's from Charleston, South Carolina. Starting 11th, driving the number 29 Formula Enterprises 2 machine from Midland, Michigan. And I want to thank Kelton Jago once again for bringing coffee and donuts to the announce team. That is the way to our hearts. Lots and lots of sugar. Starting 10th, driving the number 145 Formula Enterprises 2 car from Kernersville, North Carolina, it's Brian Yates. Starting 9th today, your reigning national champion in Formula Continental, driving his Van Diemen, the number 1 car, Nolan Allaire. Starting 8th, driving the number 19 Formula S Tatus from LaGrange, Georgia, it's Connor Roberts. Todd Parks will start 7th. He's driving the number 21 Prototype 1 Critter, and he's from Wichita, Massachusetts. Starting 6th, Robert Allaire, driving his Van Diemen Formula Continental machine. He's from Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan, and he's in the number 52 car. Starting 5th, driving the number 89 Van Diemen FE2 from Herndon, Virginia, Jamison Huffman. Starting 4th in the number 14 Swift DB4 Formula Atlantic from Midlothian, Virginia, Carl Lennox Barbrew. Starting 3rd, driving the number 12 Ligier JSF3 in Formula Atlantic from Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, it's Daniel Moskowitz. And your front row today, starting 2nd in the number 32 Formula Enterprises 2 entry from Montpelier, Virginia, it's Russ Turner. And your pole sitter, driving his Formula Atlantic Ligier, the number 8 machine with a qualifying time of 1:48.719, it's Austin Hill. As our starter looks over the field, and a green flag is in the air, and we've got to start. Drivers now making their way down to turn 1 with Austin Hill to the inside, drivers right, Charles Russell Turner to the outside, drivers left.
And Greg, it looked as though on the start there, the outside line was the one to be on. And our second place starter, as we have the Allaire's making their way down the pit lane. Again, similar to what we saw in qualifying, this might be a planned formation as they are being signaled by the starters, by the starter to make their way onto the circuit. But on the outside line there, we did have Jamison Huffman get a really good jump and may have even gone alongside Austin Hill there on the front row. So we'll see what Jamison Huffman can do, having had that good start.
All right, so we've got Nolan Allaire and his reigning champion in Formula Continental, Nolan Allaire, his father, Robert Allaire, starting from the pit lane. And it's like an iRacing rookie move. That's what you do when you want to make sure that that all the rookies in Spec MX in the MX-5 Cup don't wreck you out at turn 1. You start from the pit lane, but we've got both of those Shandong cars making their way around the track now. And we'll see where they finish up, if they end up as hard chargers this afternoon, as our field now making their way down Madison Avenue, down the back straight here. Again, a very large Formula Enterprises 2 field. We'll see how things play out here. But, as you said, Jamison Huffman, he got a real good start today. We'll have to see whether or not, if he can make it up to Russ Turner, whether or not he can hold on to the back of the number 23 machine. He has certainly been the class of the field here this weekend. As our leaders now coming down the roller coaster and onto the front straight. And your leader after one lap is Austin Hill, with Russ Turner coming across the line. Jamison Huffman slots into third overall. He is about 5 seconds, about 2.2 seconds back from Russ Turner. That last time by Lennox Barbrew, another 28 thousandths of a second off of Huffman. Of course, Lennox Barbrew driving in Formula Atlantic, but I'll tell you, Brian Yates wasn't all that far behind either.
And Brian Yates, who started 10th today, got a great jump and moved up 5 positions right from the get-go. So he's going to be looking to try to chase down Jameson Huffman for second place in FE2, as Russ Turner, much like yesterday, is beginning to already pull out a gap over the rest of the FE2 runners.
All right, and I was going to say we have a number of drivers that we had that jump of 5 cars. I think some of that actually, Dom, of course, is because the Alairs were starting from the back of the field. So that's a couple positions right there, because we also had, not only did Yates make up technically 5 positions, Jago did. Justin Huffman made up 6 positions on the start there. So besides the Alairs starting off at the tail of the field, Dan Moskowitz did not take the green, nor did Ken Maynard or Gerald Martin. All right, real quick, Dom, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. Race group number 4, Spec Miata, and the many different variations thereof. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
We have our overall leader, Austin Hill, making his way across the stripe. The last time he had a 152.4. This time goes into the 140 category with a 149.623. And then Russ Turner, our leader in FE2, making his way through, continuing to open up that margin over now second place runner. And now as they cross the stripe, Kelton Jago in the 29 car has gone around Jameson Huffman. So Kelton Jago moves on to the last podium spot in FE2, and then from back there, Justin Huffman is now just a few car lengths back from his son Jameson there in the 11 car.
All right, and I'm going to take a look here as they come through the horseshoe, Dominic, because I think Brian Yates might have been just that. As we were focusing on Huffman and Jago going through, I think Brian Yates had actually made his way clear of both of those drivers and has moved up into second position in Formula Enterprises 2, with Jago sitting in third. But we'll check that out, as we just had another one of the pardon me, oh my gosh, all of a sudden my brain isn't thinking. One of the Alairs came down the pit lane, and I think at this point, and we saw this a bit yesterday, I think, these are 2 drivers that are prepping for the national championship runoffs here in the fall. And they're doing test and tune. They're using these races as testing sessions. I think they're coming down the pit lane, crews doing tire pressure checks, what have you. They're trying to get as much data as they can prior to when they come back in October for the national championship. So we had Nolan Allaire come down the pit lane, and I believe still out on track is Robert Allaire, and he was sitting right up with David Jackson, our Formula Continental leader at this point.
And Greg, one of the classes we haven't yet discussed is our Formula V battle. Our 2 races on track, Anthony Henderson and Gary Slayer. Henderson was only about half a car up on Slayer as they made their way past the stripe. And so those 2 drivers are going to be looking to have a great battle of their own.
And we'll track them as they come by. Of course, Formula V, because of how prevalent the draft is, if you get drivers that can run comparative lap times and similar lap times, it really, even if you only have 2 of them, it really makes for great racing because they're always swapping positions, trying to keep their momentum up. It's as we were talking to Robbie Hines about the best way to race is the best way to make your way through traffic in Spec Miata versus Spec MX-5 Challenge versus, anything that really relies on the draft. I think Formula V to the extreme is that way because, those tiny little cars, they don't have a lot of horsepower, but, you look at the bullet shape of them and they look aerodynamic. They're just not all that aerodynamic. They throw off a lot of air, and the suspensions on those cars, which are also based on Volkswagen Beetle suspensions. You've got the front torsion bars, you got the rear suspension. It just puts a giant hole in the air. So we'll take and definitely watch them as they continue on. As we had John Lindquist in Prototype 1 and then Frank Clark in Prototype 2 cross the stripe as they complete their 3rd laps here of this 12-lap or 30-minute race, whichever comes first. The 52 machine of Robert Allaire having dispatched with the Continental of David Jackson, as well as the Formula 600 entry of Harrison Southworth. So Lair move him up now to 17th overall as our overall leader, Austin Hill, completes another lap of the sun. He completes his 4th flying lap. We're now working lap number 5, 8 remaining.
Greg, I believe that chassis that Harrison Southwood is running used to be driven by Jay Beckley, who is now working with Cal Stewart with the Novacar team and has a similar car to what Cal Stewart runs, and has been really developing, been instrumental in developing the Suzuki power plant as well as the bodywork for these F600 machines that are now the basically the pinnacle of the class.
Of the class, exactly, as the older 500cc motors have moved away. I was just watching the Hawk that just drove in front of or just flew in front of our turn 1 camera. Oh, tell the little baby geese, run quickly. We've got big birds out there. So we're just watching that Formula V battle go by, and the Formula Vs now, I believe, are heading, they've just gone, I think, up through the S's, and a little bit of separation between Henderson and Slater that last time by. It was about 6 car lengths. With Henderson, your leader, it comes out time-wise to a little bit over a second or so. But it's one of those things where as long as if Slayer can work himself back into the draft, he's got a good chance here. Once he loses that draft, it's probably game over.
And Gary Slayer also believe running an old Jonathan Weisheidt chassis. Jonathan, of course, a Baltimore native who has been a longtime competitor in this class and has also done very well here at VIR. This past year at the National Championship didn't have the smoothest run of things, and I think didn't make it much past the first lap, but still looking to come back here and bounce back, have a little bit of a better time come this fall.
And as you're watching here today, and I just got a message from Morgan Burkhardt, who we're going to see in just a little bit. Morgan says, as I go and put the animation up here once again, he says you need to demolish, not just smash, but demolish the like button. Click on subscribe and click that notification bell every time, so you know every time that we go live. I want to thank Morgan for that. And if he comes up with any more great adjectives, or actually verbs, I guess, to use, he can definitely let us know. We're going to see Morgan in just a little bit. He's going to be racing in Group 5 in the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s, as we are now 6 laps in, 7 laps remaining, just about halfway. So, Dom, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata and all variations thereof. That would be SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. Race group number 4, Spec Miata, please head to the grid. And, I want to, Dom, of course, thank everybody who is watching here and still online. I think, we've got somewhere around 50 viewers watching this race right now. We realize that there's probably a more well-known Formula car race going on right about now from South Florida. So if you're spending time with us, we definitely appreciate it. Or if you're spending time watching the flood conditions out at Thunder Hill for the Super Tour, don't blame Greg. We want to thank you all for joining us here this weekend for the SARRC MARRS Challenge.
Okay, as we've been following the FE2 battle on the last lap, Jameson Huffman was able to get back around Kelton Jago. Still has a bit of speed to find in order to catch up to Brian Yates, who has a hold on second place. As our leader in FE2, Russ Turner makes his way past the stripe. Just to give a bit of reference, Russ Turner lapping at about a 154.2 for his last time, and it was a 159.6 for Brian Yates.
Yeah, so continuing to open up an advantage almost every single lap here. When these drivers, they were out for qualifying, and some Russ Turner certainly got faster, but a lot of the drivers did not. Jameson Huffman was another driver who had picked up time, and I think that's probably more owing to seat time in that chassis than anything else. But it was about 65 degrees and not that much humidity, much like yesterday out. We are now up at about 80 degrees ambient air temperature, and during lunch, the humidity levels really seem to jack up quite a bit. I was joking about the flood zones at Thunder Hill. But we've seen some weather forecasts where the precipitation levels might rise up here at Virginia International Raceway, starting at around 3 p.m. or so, maybe about an hour now. And Dom, if we look straight across the front straight, we can see the wind here is really starting to pick up.
Yeah, and I think some of the drivers of the later groups are going to be looking at is, hopefully they'll be counting the lucky stars that the precipitation holds off in order for us to conclude in dry conditions. But it's always something you have to look at with the radar. And I think what makes it tricky is with the location of here, we saw that for the national championships in 2022, that we got the full effect of the remnants of a hurricane. So that was pretty much a washout for most of the event. But a lot of times the weather can divert on a moment's notice. So it's always important to be looking at what's to come. And a lot of times, unfortunately, it can be unpredictable for what is to lie ahead in the near future.
All right, just got word from our turn 8 corner station that is going up the hill through the uphill S's. Carl Lennox Barbrew, driver of the number 14 Formula Atlantic Swift DB4, he has pulled that car off track. He is out of the car. He is trying to push the car into a safe position, but Carl Lennox Barbrew, his session is now done. And we're going to see there's a call that just came in from one of our corner workers that they may want to possibly get that car soon. So we'll see if that is the case. We may go to full course caution, but turn 8 has withdrawn their local caution. They think the car is far enough out of the way. So maybe we don't have to worry about that at all.
Here on the last lap, our leader, Todd Parks, who has opened up about 26-second gap at this point over the next closest driver, running 1:49.157, went purple, the fastest lap of the race so far. Russ Turner, as we mentioned, his last lap was actually as fastest as a 1:52.7. So Austin Hill, of course, Atlantic versus FE2, but about a little over 3 seconds difference between our first and second cars on track right now.
All right, getting a report from the field about an issue over at turn 4. Sounds like the number 85 machine, Frank Clark prototype machine, had the 11 car come up and get in the rear of him. That is the Formula Enterprises 2 machine of Justin Huffman. And sounds like the 85 machine did spin. They have both continued. We'll see how that plays out. Coming down the pit lane right now is the number 57 machine. That is David Flint, and it looks like his day is done as we are now going to a full course caution here at Virginia International Raceway. Getting reports of a car high-sided on one of the curbs. I'm trying to pick up exactly which corner that driver may be at. And unfortunately, this is the problem while I'm talking and trying to listen at the same time to those corners, as we just had the number 52 machine, one of the Allaire Formula Continentals. Robert Allaire just come down the pit lane and head back out on track under full course caution. And so this is going to bunch up the field as we've got 4 laps or 16 minutes remaining. Actually, I take that back. 4 laps or a little bit under 4 minutes remaining. And so, Dom, let's do this. Let me make a final call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 4, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we've got the safety car deploying now from the pit lane. You can see that bright red car pulling off the pit lane and onto the front straight. It will pick up our leader, Austin Hill. Hill has slowed that car down to a good pace here, and there's still quite a gap between he and the rest of the field. It's going to take a while, I think, for the rest of our field to bunch up behind the safety car. Matter of fact, as I'm looking down the front straight, I still don't see the next car. we've got a number of racers coming down the roller coaster right now, and there we go, almost side by side. The 62 machine, one of our Formula 600s. That's Harrison Southworth, and Nolan Allaire trying to figure out if he could pass the Formula 600 machine. I think the 600 may be a little bit too far off the pace.
So, Greg, right before we had this full course yell, one of the battles that was also becoming much closer was that Formula V race with Gary Slayer as well as Anthony Henderson. They were running about Carlington and a half apart. Earlier on, Henderson had begun to pull away from Slayer. Slayer, however, finding some more pace in that number 9 car, as we do have Russ Turner, who's going to be going back to the paddock. So our leader in FE2 and second place overall is going to be retiring.
Yeah, so that is going to move Brian Yates now up into the lead in Formula Enterprises 2, with Jamison Huffman second and Kelton Jago running in third. Have just gotten word and that the safety car is going to be bringing the field. The safety car will be bringing the field down. They are going to get the checkered. They are going to get the checkered flag this time by. So we're going to be checkering 2 laps early here, and so Russ Turner pitting in, with a lap before this, giving up the lead. He's going to fall back through the order, but the determination was it's going to take. And actually, we take a look now. I think we can see that car is off track over by turn 11. Matter of fact, we've got a good portion of the field coming up towards it right now. The right-hander just before you get to Oak Tree. So if you look in that camera down on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, you'll see right behind that good portion of the field there that is where that incident is. But this is the safety car is leading the field down the back straight. This is essentially the end of the race. They are going to take the checkered flag when they come by the next time. So, Dom, let's take a look here. We'll give you a rundown. First, we'll give you the top 10, and then we'll break things down by class. Austin Hill is your winner with Todd Parks, Brian Yates, Jamison Huffman, second, third, and fourth. Kelton Jago will finish fifth, Jim Booth sixth, Justin Huffman seventh, Connor Roberts eighth, Eric Cruz ninth, and James Brookshire rounding out the top 10. And if we take a look and break things down by class, we'll start off with Formula Atlantic, and Austin Hill, your winner, Jim Booth finishing second. And of course, Carl Lennox Barbrew only completed 6 laps. Dan Moskowitz did not take the green flag. In Formula Continental, Robert Allaire is your winner, with Nolan Allaire finishing second. David Jackson will come home in third. In Formula S, Connor Roberts, your sole driver. In Formula V, Gary Slayer gets around Anthony Anderson and takes the win in that class. In Prototype 1, Todd Parks takes the win over John Lindquist, while Frank Clark will take the win in Prototype 2. And then finally, in Formula Enterprises 2, Brian Yates is your winner. Jameson Huffman will finish second. Kelton Jago third. Then Justin Huffman and Eric Cruz will round out the top 5. So, Dom, let's see about taking another little break here. I'm going to put an estimated time. Here of a 2:15 start, just a little bit more than 2 minutes, but we shall see as the field now is coming down to the start-finish stand. You can see there our starter has the checkered flag a-waving, and your winner, the safety car. All right, so Dom, let's take that quick break. When we come back, we'll have our Spec Miata race group number 4, here from Virginia International Raceway, where you're watching the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trads Photos. And they have Trad shoot for you. Text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, 3.27 mile, 17 turn Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge with special guests Spec MX-5 Challenge and Spec Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dominic Mandiel. And Dominic, we've got our Spec Miatas heading out on track now for their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order.
Absolutely. So we're going to give you the top 20 starters. So starting 20th, we'll have car number 30 coming to us from Wake Forest, North Carolina, Matt Fielding Russell. 19th starter will be car number 17 out of Vienna, Virginia. It's Paul White. 18th, we'll have car number 34 from Bennettsville, South Carolina. Driving that car is Ford Munnerlin. The 17th spot belongs to car number 68 from Weatherby Lake, Missouri. and that is Ethan Ayers. Bobby Gossett is going to be starting in the 16th spot. He's out of Bluffton, South Carolina. In the 15th spot, we find car number 90 out of New York. Has had quite the support on our live stream here, and that is Zach Ehrlich. Starting 14th will be car number 76 out of Clemens, North Carolina. I believe our hard charger from yesterday, Lauren Browlier. Starting in the 13th spot, we will have car number 99 from Atlanta, Georgia. The driver is Mike Cottrell. 12th on the grid, we have car number 78 out of Christiansburg, Virginia, and the driver is Ted Cahall. 11th, card number 00 from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, Jason Owenby. And moving on to the top 10, starting 10th, we'll have card number 18 from Hilton Head, South Carolina, Joseph Tobin. 9th starter will be card number 25 from Charleston, South Carolina, Mickey Moran. In 8th spot, we'll find John Hotz. He comes to us from Sparksville, Glencoe, Maryland, driving the 63 car. In 7th, we'll have card number 05 from Winston, Georgia, and the driver is Antonio Abram. In 6th, we'll have car 112 coming to us from Orlando, Florida, Noah Harmon. In 5th, car number 21 from Statesville, North Carolina. That driver is Eric Gerchak. Starting 4th is car number 29 out of Atlanta, Georgia, Skylar Cottrell. And in 3rd spot, we'll have Nick Bruni driving car number 1 from Arlington, Virginia. And on the front row for this afternoon, we'll have on the outside pole, card number 4, also out of Arlington, Virginia, Rob Hines. And on our pole will be car number 61 coming to us from Birmingham, Alabama, Skip Brock Jr.
All right, thanks so much, Dom. As you see now the field making their way down the long back straight here at Virginia International Raceway up Madison Avenue. We'll have our start for this 12-lap or 30-minute race, whichever comes first, starting in just a few moments. But if we look back yesterday, first off, I wanted to thank Rob Hines. We had him up at the booth here earlier today for our Spec MX-5 Challenge Race, and he was talking a little bit about the differences in strategy and how some seasoned Spec Miata racers race versus maybe the not-so-seasoned Spec MX-5 Challenge racers race. And, we saw that yesterday with Rob Hines and Nick Bruni and Skip Brock Jr. in how they were close. They didn't take chances. They pulled out and attempted passes in places that were safe for them, and but still raced each other hard. But more importantly, didn't race each other every single corner so that they could separate themselves from the rest of the field and have that battle just for 3 cars at the very end. As the lights are out now on the pace car as they are coming down the roller coaster. And there was a bit of a question before these cars rolled off the grid as to whether or not Skip Brock Jr. or Nick Bruni was your pole sitter, and there was a bit of an issue with the way the grid was written up. Bruni was pretty certain that he had the fastest time over the 3 sessions leading up to this race, but as they went back and checked, it definitely is Skip Brock Jr. As our pole sitter, Skip Brock. Bringing the field now out of hog pen onto the front straight. Starter is looking the field over. They appear to be fairly well formed, and we have a green flag. It is in the air, and so we had Nick Bruni behind Skip Brock Jr. with Robbie Hines on the outside of the front lane, and Bruni just got right to the back of Skip Brock Jr. and started pushing his teammate to the outside, be damned, and Hines and that entire left-hand row, they got kind of got it put at a disadvantage pretty early on as they fell back as the field now makes their way through a NASCAR bend and into turns 3 and 4. I believe all of our cars have made it through turns 1 and 2 and through turn 3 as well. Still 2 by 2 as they were coming through the NASCAR bend through turn number 3. But Dominic, they should be coming out of turn 5 and heading up towards those S's. We'll see if whether Bruni or possibly Hines was able to get the jump on our pole sitter. And there they are heading up through the S's, and it is Skip Brock Jr., your leader, with Nick Bruni locked in right behind him, right on his rear bumper, about 2.5 car lengths back to Rob Hines.
And when Rob was up here earlier today, paying us a visit, he was mentioning how at the time, as you mentioned, we had believed that Nick Bruni was going to be our poster today, and the plan was for them to get through the first lap, to run in lockstep and try to get a healthy start and try to make some distance on the field. However, as we saw on the inside line from the get-go, it was Bruni who was giving Junior Brock the push, a little dust-up coming out of Oak Tree as our field begins to run line astern and get spread out as they make their way down the back straight.
Yeah, and it looks like Eric Gerchak, who started in sixth position, or pardon me, in fifth position, he was able to make up a position, get around Skylar Cottrell, Noah Harrison in the number 112 machine, falling a little bit further back. And we'll see how Antonio Abram does here today as, again, one of the IMSA Diversity Scholarship nominees. We'll see how he plays out. He started in eighth position today as our leaders now making their way down through the roller coaster. And look at this, couple racers going 2 by 2 down through turns 15 and 16, trying to jockey for position. You know, as you come down through that section of the track, you want to get in line. You don't necessarily want to be side by side because you're going to lose a whole bunch of momentum coming out of Hogpen onto the front straight. But our leaders now, again, still Bruni and Brock, with Brock in the lead. They've opened up a tiniest of leads over Robbie Hines, about a car length and a half. Hines trying to get Gerchak up into the game. Gerchak is starting to fall a little bit off the pace. He was about 8 car lengths back as they went on to the front straight, and that's going to leave Robbie Hines in kind of a difficult position without a drafting partner. Skylar Cottrell back behind. Antonio Abram makes up a position. He is now up in the 6th. John Hotz in 7th.
And Greg, what we see, of course, not just in SCCA competition, but in auto racing in general, how the first lap can really dictate how the race is going to play out. Whether if you're racing around cars and you have a three cars in the lead pack, if that's the way it's going to stay, or if somebody is able to find enough pace on their own. As we saw yesterday with Eric Gerchak, he was running in between fourth and fifth for most of the race, but just didn't have anybody to draft with, and therefore fell off the back of Skip Rock Jr., Nick Bruni, and Rob Hines, and wasn't able to join in their lead battle. So today, we'll see if Eric Gerchak on the last lap was working together with Skylar Cottrell. So we'll see if those two decide to use a little bit of teamwork and cooperation to try to make it into make headway into the top 3.
All right, and I had word as we were watching those cars come down through the roller coaster at the complete lap 1. The 68 machine and the 99, they didn't get together, but the 68 machine had left the pavement. 99 had to take evasive action. The 68 is Ethan Ayers, the 99, Mike Cottrell, but they have both continued on. As we've got our leaders now coming through the top of the roller coaster and starting to make their way down the hill once again. And as we watch this, it is still... it looks like actually Skip Brock Jr. is falling back in the 4th position, I believe. We'll take a look as they come onto the front straight, but it looks as though it may be now Bruni and Robbie Hines here at the front. It is Nick Bruni, your leader, then Rob Hines, then Eric Gerchak in the number 21 machine, and then Skip Brock Jr., your winner from yesterday. He falls back now in the 4th position. Not exactly sure what happened there, but that is the case. Antonio Abram picks up another position. Antonio Abram up into 5th position. He is about 6 car lengths back from that lead pack. But there you go. Skylar Cottrell in the number 29 machine, 6th. John Hotz still sitting in 7th position, with Joseph Tobin working his way up into 8th. Mickey Moran, Zach Ehrlich. For all of our Zach Ehrlich fans there on the chat, he is running in 10th.
And Greg, last lap, Eric Gerchak, who, as you mentioned, is now running in 3rd place, was one of only 2 drivers to be in the 218s. He ran a 218.0, and Antonio Abram, the other driver, at a 218.9. But finding a lot of pace, even though it was only the second final lap, able to work his way up and work with both Bruni and Hines, and that's pushed Skip Rock Jr. back to 4th place. And what we were also talking about with Rob is how it's important if you have somebody who has shown pace throughout the weekend, and of course Skip Rock Jr., our winner from yesterday. If you can get a driver who's been running at the front shuffled back, it's going to be a lot. You're going to make that driver's life a lot more challenging as the race goes on if you're able to keep them out and at the back of that lead train.
All right, so as our leaders now, and we take a look here a little bit further back to the field, seeing some drivers use every last bit of the runoff area on the outside of Oak Tree, and maybe a little bit more. Of course, the track, when it was repaved back in 2017, there was some additional curbing added in a number of different areas. One was the exit of South Bend, one was the exit of Oak Tree, also the exit of turn number 3 as well. And also the entrance, the left-hander on the left-hand side when you turn in for Hog Pen. But oddly enough, after 5 years or so, even with that additional curbing, the drivers still want to use the grass for as far out as they can. The one place that they can't, because they'll go for a very long ride, is over at South Bend. As our leaders onto the front straight now and going underneath the start-finish stand. And there you go, sitting at the top of the order. It is, again, our reigning national champion in Spec Miata, Nick Bruni, his teammate from East Street Racing. There you go. I'm a Springsteen fan from East Street Racing. It is Robbie Hines, Eric Gerchak third. Skip Brock Jr. just runs the fastest lap of the race at a 2:17.517. We have a number of drivers getting into the 17s now as Brock was about 8 hundredths of a second faster than Eric Gerchak. Antonio Abram is starting to lose ground and starting, although, again, he's our first driver in the 18s. He is now about 2.5 seconds back from our top 4. Skylar Cottrell, and it looks like we've got the Cottrell cheering section here in the chat as well. Skylar Cottrell currently running 6th. I think the question is going to be Eric Gerchak, who has been running consistent times in the top 5 all weekend long. He had some issues keeping the car on course yesterday. We'll have to see if he can stay with these top 4 drivers here today as well.
Hey, Greg, something to watch for our top 3 of our other drivers in that top 4, Bruni, Hines, and Skip Brock Jr., is that they may have raced Eric Gerchak previously, but on this particular weekend they didn't get the opportunity to go wheel to wheel. So while they might have an idea of what one another are going to do from yesterday and having had that experience, Eric Gerchak's an additional player, and having just one more car in that pack might alter the dynamic of the race as we go on here.
And it sounds like the 68 machine of Ethan Ayers, it's been a very exciting race for him, as apparently he had a little bit of help from behind, ended up going into turn number 4, did manage to get the car gathered back up, but did get some contact with another car, trying to get the other number here in just a moment, as Nick Bruni has now separated himself out by a car length from Robbie Hines. Hines has Eric Gerchak right behind him, and then Junior Brock, as we've got a local caution now up at the top of the roller coaster. As soon as I have some more information there, I will let you know.
Hey, Greg, something else that I observed as they came past the start finish line this time is the OPM teammates of Antonio Abram and Skylar Cottrell beginning to work as a 2-car duo. The only issue is that on that last lap, Bruni, Hines, Gerchak, and Brock in front of them are also running line astern. So it's going to be tough if both packs are teamed up running in a train for Abram and Cottrell to make any sort of, to reduce that gap to our top 4.
All right, sounds like we did have a car up at the top of the roller coaster. The quarter workers thought it was the 91 machine, which I find a little hard to believe because I don't believe we have a 91 out in the field here. But as soon as we get some information, we'll let you know. Dom, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid, second call to the grid for Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Group 5 drivers. Please start heading to the grid now. Your race is next.
Okay, before we follow our leaders getting ready to come onto the front straight, we did have a couple drivers who didn't take the start. Noah Harmon, Jonathan Cavell, Robert Garrison, Mark Sr., Dennis Mathias, and Richard Nura not joining us for our race today. As we are turning our attention back to our leaders who I believe are right now coming down the roller coaster. And Nick Bruni starting to stretch out to about a 2-car length advantage over Rob Hines. Eric Gerchik and Junior Brock, however, still running in lockstep as they make their way down the hill. And as they make their way past us, it is still Hines who has about a car length and a half over Bruni, and then Gerchik and Brock, as we mentioned, working together. And then Abram and Cottrell, this time they swap places. So Abram able to get in front of Cottrell for 5th and 6th, but they're still probably around 10 car lengths back from our lead four.
Yeah, and John Hott's running in 7th in the white 63 car. He is about 10 car lengths back from there. We still have a local caution up at the top of the roller coaster. Still have not gotten word on exactly what car that is. So what I'm going to be looking here to see which drivers drop through the field, and I believe it may be Stu Libby, the 188 machine, currently showing now in 32nd position, and yep, and indeed it is, and just now finally got the word from race control. It is the 188 car, Stu Libby, up towards the top of the roller coaster as he now goes 2 laps down. And it sounds like that's where the 188 car is going to be there for the remainder of the session.
You're good to go. So as we start to go through this race,
and actually, you know what? Just as I say that the 188 is a keeper for the rest of the session, he is now back underway, and he is running. So the local caution up at 14 is now down. We also have, and matter of fact, not only do we know he continued, he is parked on the pit lane directly in front of us. The 188 of Stu Libby, the Flat Out Motorsports 188 car.
So they'll be looking to one of the crew members surveying the car and trying to make a determination as to some of the that were wrong. You did mention there was a local caution. As he is going to be rolling here, and we'll try to see if he's going to continue or decide to call today.
All right, well, let's see, and you'll see him come into the camera view here in just a moment as we wait for our leaders to come around. And the 188 machine, he hasn't even made it up to the entrance. Here we go. His day is now done. You can see Stu Libby taking his car now back into the paddock.
As here come our leaders. It is now the nose to bumper, Hines over Bruni, but now they're creating just a little bit of separation from Junior Brock and Eric Gerchik, about 2 car lengths from 2nd place Bruni to 3rd place Brock, and then Cottrell and Abrams still working together, pushing to try to catch up to the top 4. There's still, I'd say, about 5 car lengths in between them.
Yeah, and we saw that Skip Brock Jr. got a great run out of Hog Pen. He had pulled right alongside of Eric Gerchik as they were coming to the line back behind our 2 leaders, the 2 teammates of Rob Hines and Nick Bruni. And as Brock and Gerchik were battling and checking for position there, and as Gerchik had to worry about what was going on behind them, both of those drivers starting to lose contact with our 2 leaders as Hines and Bruni continuing to work together. There were those couple of laps where Bruni had separated himself out from Robbie Hines. It is now pretty clear that they are working together, lock nose to tail, to separate away and get as far away from Skip Brock Jr. And Eric Gerchik. Rob Hines, now the owner of the fast lap in the race, and he set that previous lap on lap number 5. He put in a 2:17.347. As we take a look now as our racers heading up through the uphill S's portion of the field. Now our leaders just came out of Oak Tree and are heading up Madison Avenue. And as we saw it early on in this lap, again, it is Hines, it is Bruni, then it is Skip Brock Jr., who was our pole sitter today, and then Eric Gerchik behind. A little bit further back in the field, nice little fight going on. And this is the battle right now that we just saw go by for 15th position with Matt Fielding Russell, Paul White Ford Munnerlyn, Mike LaMena, Michael Cohen, and Mike Cottrell. So a six-car battle for 15th position. Nice to see that you can have a great race regardless of where you are in the Spec Racer Ford field. And our new leader, or our same leader, it is Robbie Hines, but Skip Brock Jr. now has made his way past Nick Bruni. So move Bruni into third position as Eric Gerchak sits just off the podium in fourth. Skip Brock Jr. running the fastest lap of the race, a 2:17.063, almost 0.3 of a second faster than Robbie Hines had run previously. And so, just as I thought that maybe Gerchak and Skip Brock were maybe falling off the scent of our two leaders, we can see there is as soon as Brock was able to get firmly in front of Gerchak, he was able to lock into that draft and use it to his advantage.
And yesterday we were talking about how Eric Gerchak was in the islands alone for most of the race. On the last lap, Skylar Cottrell had lost Antonio Abram as a pushing partner. So although Cottrell has firm hold now on 5th place, Antonio Abram now has fallen into the clutches of our 7th place runner, John Hotz, as they were making their way by the last lap.
Yeah, and that's surprising because the previous lap, Hotz was almost 2.5 seconds in arrears of Cottrell and Antonio Abram. And so Garrett Hunter, who's sitting in the chat right now, Garrett, you said it, Skylar and Antonio really need to catch the leaders, and that would require them kind of working together to do it. But it looks like that pair has now broken apart. Maybe Antonio just needs to work with John Hotz to push back up to Skylar Cottrell. As we now have our leaders, Dom, on the back straight. They came out of Oak Tree, and it looks like Eric Gerchak may have lost the draft of our top 3 racers. He appeared to be almost 6 car lengths back as they came out of Oak Tree, out of one of the slowest turns here, one of the slowest corners on the course. We'll see if he can make some of that up on the back straight, or whether or not he's maybe slid out of that draft. But Skylar Cottrell still quite a bit further back, nowhere in a position to help him out, as we've got a couple more drivers dropping wheels over at Oak Tree. Let's take a look as our leaders will be coming onto the front straight, and here they come. And side by side in the battle for second, Nick Bruni and Skip Brock Jr. as Rob Hines leads that field underneath the starter bridge going down into turn number 1. But Nick Bruni, who just runs his personal best lap of the race, he's definitely under attack from Skip Brock Jr.
And it looked as though despite them going side by side, Bruni and Brock didn't lose much room. In fact, running nose to tail are our top 3. Eric Gerchak still leaning back there, about 6 car lengths at this point. But now, as we mentioned, Antonio Abram has slipped back and is now going to be racing with John Hotz for 6th and 7th on track, with Skylar Cottrell running a very lonely 5th at this point.
All right, Dom, as we have now 4 laps remaining, as our racers are working lap number 9, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and Spec Racer Ford. That's race group number 5. You can please start heading to the grid. Race group number 5 to the grid, please. All right, sounds like Zach Ehrlich had a bit of a wild ride under braking into turn 1, pushed the car a little bit too deep down into the braking zone there, and the number 90 machine off into the grass. He does get the car rotated, gets back underway, but he was in a pretty pitched battle, Dom, with Joseph Tobin and also Tobin and Brailier, as well as Mickey Moran, all looking for 8th position. And so it looks like Zach is going to be out of that fight, as we've got the number 147 car coming down the pit lane right now.
Kevin Conlon.
Yeah, Kevin Conlon. It looks like his day may be done. Let's see if he heads back behind the wall. He does. And so Conlon, who when he pitted in was running 31st, his race is now done.
And Greg, as we were mentioning a few laps ago about battles a little bit further back, we had a great one with Ayers Sr. and excuse me, with Hubbard Senior and Ayers, as our leaders make their way by, and this time through, looks as though your leader continues to be Rob Hines, Bruni, Brock, and then Gerchek, but that has compressed just a little bit this time through as they make their way into turn number 1. And again, Eric Gerchek not quite, I think, in the close enough to get any draft advantage off of the top 3. But these drivers are definitely trying to, at least the top 3, are definitely trying to make this race amongst themselves and keep Eric Gerchek out of there if at all possible.
All right, Ryan Moran, who was running 30th, decided to take a little spin, a little sojourn over by turn 4, over by left hook. He puts the car around, and the man from Lyndhurst, Virginia, continues on. But again, sitting back towards the very end of the train of cars currently and still running on track. As we've got 2.5 laps remaining.
Here we go. We're also seeing, as you mentioned, Abram and Hotz battling for 6th and 7th. A lot of patience being shown right now by John Hotz, who seems to be able to match Antonio Abram as far as raw pace is concerned. Right now, they're a little bit too far back from the next car up the road, which is Skylar Cottrell. So they might be content just to battle that out between themselves, seeing as though with 3 laps to go, there isn't likely, barring a mistake from Cottrell in front, to make any significant ground up as we close out in these last closing laps.
All right, so as the field now making their way, and we're taking a look at where our leaders are. They're hitting the top of the roller coaster right now, and it is a 3-car breakaway with Robbie Hines, with Nick Bruni, and with Skip Brock Jr., with Robbie Hines still your leader, running in a now very distant 4th position. That is Eric Gerchek in the number 21 machine, with Skylar Cottrell falling off the pace as well. And now coming down the front straight once again, side by side, Skip Brock Jr. and Nick Bruni. Jr. to the right, Bruni to the left, Robbie Hines about 2 car lengths ahead as they head down towards turn number 1. So Hines looking to protect, doesn't know who to protect against. Is it the car to the inside or the car to the outside? But he had a little coverage, and as they come out of the horseshoe and head into turn number 3, it is now still Robbie Hines, your leader, but Skip Brock Jr. has gotten around Nick Bruni, so moving Bruni back into 3rd position with now just 2 laps remaining. If we drop a little bit further back in the field, we were talking about that battle a little bit earlier on for 8th. Well, it is looks a little bit different now, as we've got Joe Tobin. He's got Lauren Brailier now sitting right behind in 9th, and Mickey Moran and Ted Cahall quite a bit further back from there. But Brailier is really, really pressuring Tobin in the number 18 machine. She has made up 5 positions so far this race. She is currently, for the 2nd day in a row, well, no, I take that back. I was going to say, the 2nd day in a row, she's your hard charger. Actually, Fred Baker in his SMSE Mazda Miata has made up 6 positions. He sits 22nd overall.
And Greg, on the last lap, we had talked about the patience being shown by John Hotz to push and draft behind Antonio Abram. That has paid dividends, as they have moved last time within 2 car lengths of our 5th place runner, Skylar Cottrell, who throughout this race has definitely been the driver who's had to find the pace and turn the laps alone without other cars to work with. So we'll see if Abram and Hotz are able to push by to challenge for that 5th spot.
That's right. So, when Abram fell off the pace of Cottrell was just kind of sitting there in no man's land. But we'll see here as John Hotz, he longtime Spec Miata racer. He knows the game. We'll see if he can push Abram back up to Cottrell and make it a battle for 5th position, as our leaders now coming down the roller coaster and onto the front straight. And as they now, rather than 2 by 2, they are side by side, and Skip Brock, nose to tail, and Skip Brock Jr. is locked underneath the bumper of Rob Hines. Nick Bruni about a car length, maybe 3/4 of a car length back from our leaders, as the 1 to go board is being displayed to all of the following drivers. We are on the last lap here for Spec Miata. And keep your eye on that camera in your upper right-hand corner. We'll be able to see who our leaders are going into the S's. Is it going to be Robbie Hines? Is it going to be Skip Brock Jr.? Or can Nick Bruni make the pass here early on in the first half of the lap? They should be coming into view right about, well, I was going to say, yeah, right about now. but no, they're not there. We'll see here as they come through.
And this is also where the
and there they go. And I believe here, Dom, that we may have a new leader, and it looks as though it's not Robbie Hines in the lead anymore. It looks like it's Nick Bruni, your new leader. We'll see how that plays out.
And I was about to say that the way this plays out, we might see because some drivers when they're at the front of the field prefer to play the defense, prefer to play defense, while others prefer to attack on the last lap. We'll see with our top three here who decides to do what. But as you had mentioned, and it looks as though Rob Hines has been able to hold on to the lead by going side by side down the back straight. Now on driver's right, Skip Brock Jr. and on driver's left is Nick Bruni. So they're going to try to we'll see if Skip Brock is able to get by Nick Bruni, or if the order stays the same. And we also have the comparison of Cottrell, Abram, and Hotz making their way down the back straight as well.
All right, so let's take a look. Our leaders should be coming up to the top of the roller coaster, and there they are, starting to work their way down the course for the very last time as they come through turn 15, and it is not Nick Bruni. It is actually Rob Hines in the light blue number 4 machine. He is your leader with Skip Brock Jr. very closely behind. Then we've got the number 1 machine, your reigning national champion, Nick Bruni. He's about 2 car lengths back as they come across in front of us and head to the checkered flag, taking the win here at Virginia International Raceway for the SARRC MARRS Challenge. It is Rob Hines, your winner. Skip Brock, 2/200ths of a, let's try that again, 0.2 of a second back. Nick Bruni, 0.1800ths back from there. That is your top 3. Eric Gerchak will come home in 4th. Antonio Abram gets around Skylar Cottrell on the very last lap, and so Abram will finish in 5th. Skylar Cottrell will finish 6th. John Hotz, 7th. Lauren Bralier makes up another position. She finishes in 8th. Then we've got Joe Tobin finishing in 9th as Tobin gave up that position to Bralier at the line. Margin between 9th and 10th, from between 8th and 9th, 3/1000ths of a second. Give it to Lauren Bralier in 10th. Bobby Gossett will come home in 10th. Ted Cahall, 11th. Zach Ehrlich will finish in 12th position. Jason Owenby will finish 13th. Mickey Moran, 14th. Ford Munnerlin, 15th. Matt Fielding Russell will finish 16th. Paul White in the number 17 car. Didn't I say that when he started 17th yesterday, it was meant to be? Well, Paul White in the number 17 car, he finishes 17th today. Mike Cottrell will finish 18th. Mike LaMena will finish 19th. And Robert Cahall will round out the top 20 as we had 32 cars finish. So that is going to wrap things up for Spec Miata. Dominic, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 5, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. All right, so Dominic and I are going to take a little break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors that bring you all the action here this weekend on the Washington, D.C. region and also the North Carolina region SCCA's YouTube channel. And 2 more races to go, Dom. Can't wait. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Virginia International Raceway. You're watching the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trads Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become...
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. And Dom, we've only got 2 races remaining. Next up is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and also Spec Racer Ford. They're coming off the pit lane right now. We had 24 drivers all together set qualifying times. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 20th, driving the number 50 machine from, and this is All of these, except for the next one, are Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s. Starting 24th, driving the number 50, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 from Frederick, Maryland, it's Melanie Meckel. Richard Herman, driving our only Gen 2 car. He's out of Wayne, Pennsylvania. He starts 23rd in the number 2 machine. Starting 22nd, driving the 47 car from Bessemer City, North Carolina, it's Herman Ratchford Jr. Mike Koseth starts 21st. He's from Westchester, Pennsylvania, driving the number 5. Eric Prepsius starts 20th. He's driving the number 51 machine. He's out of Frederick, Maryland, assuming they got him. Got to look in the camera, make sure they got him out of the grass over there by Oak Tree during the bracket race. Yeah, I think he's and there he goes. He just drives right in front of me. So we know Eric Prepsius makes the field. Starting 19th. Driving the number 54 car from Chapel Hill, North Carolina, it's Michael Brandt. Michael Fickenshire, from Painesville, Ohio, will start 18th, driving the number 81 car, while Andrew Waldorf will start 17th. He's from Leonardtown, Maryland. He drives the 13. Chris Broussard will start 16th today, driving the number 26 car, and he's from Schenectady, New York, while Fort Lauderdale, Florida is where Arvid Albanese calls home. He's driving the number 77 car, starting 15th. Starting 14th, driving the 66 car from Tiverton, Rhode Island, it's Bill Watts in the 66 car, while Brian Yates drives the 144 machine. He starts 13th. He's from Kernersville, North Carolina. Joe Blanks from Chesapeake, Virginia will start 12th in the 74 car, while William Shields will start 11th. He's driving the 67 car. He's from Tierra Verde, Florida. Then we've got David Flint from Brentwood, Tennessee. He's driving the 57 car and starts 10th. Starting 9th today, Brian Cates. He drives the number 21 machine, and he's from Gainesville, Virginia, while Steve Nelson is from Roseland, New Jersey. He's in the 27 car, and he starts 8th. Starting 7th, driving the number 11 machine out of Staunton, Virginia, it's Jisoo Kim. Then Sam Schechter. He's from Boyds, Maryland. He drives the 55 car. He starts 6th. David Spitzer will start 5th today. He's from Port Orange, Florida, and drives the 127 car, while Jason Pintar drives the 56. He's from Flemington, New Jersey, and will start 4th. Gianclaudio Angelini. He'll start 3rd today. He's driving the number 6 machine. He's from New Haven, Connecticut. And then we've got our front row in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Starting 2nd in the number 39 machine from Charlestown, West Virginia, with a qualifying time of 2:05.854. It's Morgan Burkhardt, and your pole sitter driving the number 23 machine. He's from Montpelier, Virginia. Like Morgan, representing the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA with a qualifying time of 2:04.883. It's Charles Russ Turner, your pole sitter, as our pace car now, bringing the field through the Oak Tree turn. And you see there both Turner, Burkhardt, Angelini, and, well, pretty much the majority of the field trying to get some heat in those tires, get everything up to temperature so they're ready to go when they go into turn 1 the very first time.
And Greg, before we start here, I want to talk a little bit about what we saw this morning in qualifying. Russ Turner, our pole sitter, really put down the gauntlet, put nearly a second on Morgan Burkhardt as far as lap time. And like yesterday, what we saw was Russ Turner able to make a breakaway on the field, leaving Morgan Burkhardt and Giancarlo Angelini to battle out for second place by themselves. So the strategy, I believe, with Burkhardt and Angelini will be to keep Russ Turner a lot closer to them to see what kind of challenge that they can mount. Morgan Burkhardt, as you mentioned, has been working a lot on the drafting game with these cars, and will be looking to stay as close as he can to Russ Turner as the race goes on.
Yeah, but we'll have to watch here, because during the qualifying this morning, we saw where Russ Turner was able to just step out and just drive away from Morgan Burkhardt on the front straight here, not even necessarily using the draft. He just seems to have a car that's got a lot more power. As the pace car now is coming through Hogpen, and the pace car is now on the pit lane, turning the field over to our pole sitter, Russ Turner, and he brings the field down the front straight. The starter, well, they've got to have binoculars or something to see where Russ Turner is right now. But they are starting to look the field over, and this field looks very well formed up. Starter stand looking over, and there you go. Green flag is in the air, and right from the drop there, Russ Turner, just as he gets on the throttle, already picks up half a car length on Morgan Burkhardt. We'll have to see if that holds as they go down into turn number 1. But both Burkhardt and Russ Turner, they seem to be much more attuned to when that green flag came out than Angelini and Pintar directly behind them.
As they make their way about to go into a NASCAR bend, we have side by side, it looks like, with Burkhardt and Angelini. Again, side by side with those two drivers might just allow Russ Turner to make a break on the field, as was the case yesterday. Back from there, we had, I believe, Jason Pintar and David Spitzer who hold station on 4th and 5th in the early going.
All right, so our field now starting to make their way through turn 5 as we've gotten word that all of our drivers made it through turn 4. And look at this. Russ Turner now with almost a 15 car length advantage over Morgan Burkhardt and the rest of the field. We said that the number 23 car seemed to be putting down quite a bit more power than any of the other cars, and there you go. I mean, part of it's power, certainly, but coming through that turn 5, that slightly off-camber right-hand turn, then going through the slight little twisted snake, Russ Turner opening up a huge advantage as they come now out of the oak tree turn, and Gianclaudio Angelini, he's tucked up right behind Morgan Burkhardt, only about 3 car lengths back from there. We've got Spitzer and Pintar, and then Sam Schechter as well. But we'll see here. It's early days. We'll have to see if Angelini and Burkhardt play nice. They played very well together for a time. And then it didn't go so well, but we'll have to see how things work out here. It might open things up for our 4th and 5th and 6th place runners. But we'll have to watch now as the 23 machine, Russ Turner, brings the field down through the through the roller coaster.
And Russ Turner was our silver medalist here in 2022 at the runoffs. And with the track not offering much in the way of grip, using a lot of that track familiarity in order to bring it up to that second position as our field makes its way past the start-finish line, working their second final lap. And again, Russ Turner, as you mentioned, Greg, has opened up about a 10 to 15 car advantage over the rest of the field. However, Morgan Burkhardt and Giancarlo Angelini beginning to draft together, and at this point, they are, and it looks as though Angelini this time got around Morgan Burkhardt, so move Burkhardt back to 3rd place. And then Sam Schechter, if I saw correctly, had made his way up to the 4th spot, was able to get around Jason Pintar.
Yeah, so big changes there up at the front already, but we'll have to see. Yesterday, Angelini and Burkhardt, it took about 2 laps, but they were able to then separate themselves out from the rest of the field. And if you take a look at the qualifying times, although Angelini did not have the best of qualifying sessions this morning, Burkhardt and Angelini about 3 seconds a lap faster than some of the drivers like a Pintar or like a Spitzer were in qualifying over the last 2 days. So as the field now is making their way up through the S's here, most of the field through the S's, but our leader, and it's interesting as we watch some of the field just now going up through the S's, our leader, Russ Turner, coming out of the oak tree turn and onto the back straight. And as you mentioned, there you go, that orange and green and black number 6 machine of Angelini ahead of Morgan Burkhardt as they head to the top of the roller coaster.
Yeah, but we'll see as this race goes on. Again, Russ Turner being a local driver, having turned a lot of laps here at VIR, talking and seeing the different interviews that Russ Turner has done. Very much a look-ahead driver. Doesn't do a lot of looking in the mirrors, even if he is in the midst of a battle. So his attention is going to be focused on continuing to hit his marks consistently and keep everyone else behind. We'll see now that Morgan Burkhardt is working with Giancarlo Angelini and is the pusher in this case. If he chooses to have that role throughout the race or tries to go. And just as I say that, the roles are swapped as Burkhardt retakes second position.
Yeah, and don't know if Angelini had a bobble there out of our camera eye view, but Burkhardt now with about a 6 car length advantage over Angelini. So big changes there. A little bit further back. Then Sam Schechter now with about a 7 car length advantage over Dave Spitzer. We had Spitzer and Pintar dropping back into 5th and 6th position. Brian Cates, who started in 9th position, he has now worked his way back up into 7th, and he appears to have much better pace than both Pintar and Spitzer ahead of him, and running similar lap times to Sam Schechter just ahead. In addition to that, a little bit further back from Cates, we should also be taking a look at David Flint in the number 57 car, running a slightly faster pace. Another driver in the 208s, while the drivers around him are still struggling to get out of the 209s.
And Greg, much like we saw last race with Eric Gerchek, ironically in 4th position as well, Sam Schechter, who had made that made his way around both Dave Spitzer and Jason Pintar, is now really on the island alone and isn't close enough to Angelini to get a draft advantage, but also doesn't have Dave Spitzer in the 127 car to push either. So he's going to have to find something in his line and enough speed in order to have someone to play with in order to either make a play towards the front or be involved with the battle behind.
All right, real quick here, Dom, as we get ready to wrap things up for the day, let's make a first call to the grid for our very last race group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, Big Bore, along with Spec Corvette. That's American Sedan, ASR, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA and GTX, ITE, ITO, and SPO. Sounds like EIEIO. And Touring 1 and Touring 2. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 6, Big Bore, our final race of the day. Please start heading to the grid. All right, so setting new fast lap. And we could take a look here at the pace compared to some other drivers. Russ Turner turning a 2 minute 6 second .307. That is actually about half a second faster than Morgan Burkhardt, who in turn was about 0.2 of a second faster than Angelini. Angelini, the first of the drivers not in the 206s, as we have a car coming down the pit lane right now. It is the number 11 car. And that is Jisoo Kim. A little hard to pick him out still for me, as he's in the yellow car as opposed to the white car. But Jisoo Kim looks like his day likely is now done. And it sounds like the 57 machine may have had a rough ride coming out of Hogpen, but he has now continued as well.
And Greg, on that last lap, once Morgan Burkhardt was able to clear Giancarlo Angelini, has begun to stretch out about 2-3 car length lead. However, again, Morgan Burkhardt being about 3 seconds back from Russ Turner at this point doesn't have much to go with that speed that he is carrying. However, Jason Pintar is also someone, as you mentioned last lap, who isn't able to really do anything with the speed that he had from the get-go, as he's not able to get to anyone's draft at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see the drop-off now. Where Spitzer ahead of him is in the 208s. Schechter is in the 207s. Pintar sitting in the low 209s. And his pace had dropped off just as soon as he lost the drafting partner ahead of him.
As our leader, Russ Turner, makes his way down the roller coaster with Morgan Burkhardt and Giancarlo Angelini about 10 car lengths in the rears as they make their way onto the front straightaway, and we'll see this time if Russ Turner is able to better his lap time from last time. And looks as though he backs off just a little bit, about 0.2, runs a 206.5 this time. Morgan Burkhardt last lap runs a 207.0, so a little bit over half a second slower this time for Burkhardt, and then a 206.7 for Giancarlo Angelini. So again, Morgan Burkhardt running off the pace of Russ Turner, but also a bit ahead of Giancarlo Angelini as far as our lap time is concerned.
All right, Steve Nelson just went for a wild ride coming out of Hogpen. He had been running in 8th position, and he just now gets that car back underway and finally recovers. He is now in 17th position as he lost 8 positions overall in that excursion that he took out to the grass left of the track surface. A little bit further back, some nice battles brewing up a little bit further back in the field. Arvid Albanese really looking to attack Chris Broussard. That is the battle for 13th position right now. Broussard having started in 16th, having made up a couple of positions. Albanese having started in 15th, now sitting in 14th. In addition to that, Mark Fickenshire, who started off in 18th position, he's now up to 15th. And he and Andrew Waldorf seem to have a nice little fight going on. About 4 car lengths separating them at the line, but again, most of them, they have all made up positions. Waldorf, the position he made was the fact that he now has Steve Nelson back behind him after Nelson's off. But again, a nice little fight seeming to unfold there. Also, William Shields a little bit further up in the field, battle for 8th with Joe Blanks directly behind. Last time they went by about 8 car lengths separating the two. As now our leader, Russ Turner, crosses the stripe, and Morgan Burkhardt sets his personal best at 206.696. But Giancarlo Angelini, he's starting that last time. Burkhardt was a little bit faster than Angelini, but Angelini's starting to close things down again. I think here he got a very good run out of Hog Pen and closed up to within 2.5 car lengths as they crossed the stripe.
Yeah, Greg, one of the drivers who really did turn up the work on the last lap too was David Spitzer, who runs in 5th. Was about last lap was about 0.8 quicker than Sam Schechter, who runs in 4th place. So Spitzer finding definitely finding some pace. And as I was mentioning that, I see next to us in the storage room, they're looking at the radar right now, trying to decide what the elements of Mother Nature here have in store for us in the next hour or so.
Yeah, it is, and I think you could probably see this in our camera views. Now, our cameras, they do brighten up the exposure as much as possible, so you may not notice how completely dark it's getting, but it is getting rather ominous out here with some of the clouds. There's still some of the white puffy stuff, but there's some dark stuff behind. And again, the wind really starting to pick up. Just got word that Brian Cates, driver of the number 21 machine, had a little bit of an issue navigating turn number 3. And that number 21 machine now dropping further back through the field. We'll try and pick up where he is the next time he goes by. He was running 7th when this lap began. He's likely going to be a little bit further back than that now.
Another little battle that was very close to last time. Bill Watts in the 66 car and David Flint in the 57 car. Those two running 11th and 12th respectively, but right on top of one another, figuratively, not literally, of course, but coming out of roller coaster as we have our leaders cross the stripe, and Russ Turner does go purple again, a 206.1 for his best time, but Morgan Burkhardt only about 10th off. He runs his personal best at a 206.2, as does Giancarlo Angelini at 206.4. So our top 3, each running their best times of the race thus far on this last circuit.
Yeah, indeed. And whereas I thought Angelini was maybe making up some ground to Burkhardt that last time by, Burkhardt about 0.15 of a second faster. So, somewhat imperceptible, even for me, the distance that Morgan Burkhardt gained, but he maybe gained a foot or so, maybe 2 feet on Angelini as they completed that lap with Sam Schechter. Still sitting in the 208s, almost. We're looking at the times that Sam Schechter is running 4th overall right now, 2.1 seconds off of Angelini's times. So continues to lose ground. He is about 8.7 seconds back from 3rd place. We've got a local caution now down at turn 1, and you can see quite a bit of dirt and dust getting pushed up over there, and that is Steve Nelson. That has just gone off. Now, we talked about Nelson a little bit earlier. He had that off over at Hog Pen, and he now has his 2nd off as well.
Yeah, Greg, looking at our oak tree camera here, Giancarlo Angelini going off on Gyra's right, taking a trip through the grass there. So he's now going to be well off of Morgan Burkhardt when they come back by us on this next lap.
That's right. He just saw that grass, and as he got into the dirt, brought the car all the way over driver's right, and Burkhardt all by himself. So now Burkhardt has obviously almost lost a drafting partner, but he's I think maybe lost a lot of the a lot of the competition that he had there. Real quick, Tom, let's make another call to the grid for our next group, as we are just about halfway through this 12-lap race. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6, Big Bore American Sedan, ASR, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA, GTX, ITE, and ITO, SPO, Touring 1, Touring 2, and Spec Corvette. If you could please head to the grid now. Your race is next. Race group number 6, Big Bore, please head to the grid. And so that also now, Dom, is I thought that had moved Sam Schechter up into 3rd position, but there was enough of a gap because there was almost an 8-second gap between Angelini in third and Sam Schechter in fourth that Angelini manages to hold on to third position, and Schechter only really halved that gap that he had up to third. And it's not so much different from what we saw yesterday when Angelini and Burkhardt got together at turn 3. Both cars spun around, but as they recovered, they were both able to hold on to, they swapped positions, but they were able to hold on to second and third.
Yep, that's definitely the advantage of having enough of a margin in hand that ideally you don't want to make a mistake, but to give yourself enough of a margin where something that you do that that you weren't planning on can be reduced. That was very much the case with Burkhardt and Angelini in yesterday's race. Russ Turner, this last time by, also turns the fast lap of the race, a 2:05.7. So the first driver of the session to dip into the 2:05s. We hadn't seen those since our qualifying this morning.
Yeah, exactly. Now in qualifying this morning, Russ Turner was into the 2:04s, ran a 2:04.88, but again, much cooler temperatures at the time and a lot less humid, as well as the temperatures have gone up considerably from the mid-60s now to 80 degrees ambient, and the humidity, as we can tell that the rain is coming in at some point this afternoon, it is going to be raise the humidity levels here as well. Matter of fact, I want to thank our flag chief, Ben Tyler, who has just sent me a map, a radar map to let me know where everything is, and it looks like most of the weather patterns are actually due north of the track right now. Unfortunately, I don't have the animation. I can't tell if it's moving south, but again, we can see it coming. It may not be coming, but we can see it right over the trees to the left of the front straight here at VIR.
Greg, I believe you alluded to it earlier. We have a little bit further back in our field, we have the 26 car of Chris Brassard, Harvard Albanese, and they've been joined up by Mark Fickenshire in the 81, as well as Andrew Walter, who I got the chance to talk with a little bit. He was mentioning how he started his racing program. He did his school back in 2008, and then took a few years off, and then came back when Spec Ford converted to the Generation 3 platform, and has enjoyed getting to learn the chassis, and was very happy to have had very clean running so far this weekend at VIR.
All right, so as we have now about a little bit less than 3 laps remaining, and I believe our leaders just now coming out of Oak Tree, going down the back straight. Well, I see this Giancarlo Angelini running third, goes out of our view over from the South Tower. Next time our leader crosses the start-finish line, that will be 3 laps remaining. And we'll see if Russ Turner has another fast lap in him. Fastest lap right now at 2:05.766 as he comes onto the front straight. And he's running these lap times considerably faster than some of the other drivers at the front of the field, Dom, without the benefit of any kind of draft. And he hasn't had to work with any lap traffic all that much to be able to use them, to draft off them to make up on some of the straightaways and what have you. It really has just been a singular effort by Russ Turner, who now has a 6.3 second advantage over Morgan Burkhardt. Burkhardt continues to run faster laps than Angelini. That last time by was 1.5 seconds faster than the driver of the number 6 car out of New Haven, Connecticut. We'll see if that continues. But at this point, Angelini doesn't have much to worry about with right now. Sam Schechter is running 4th overall, about 7.5 seconds back from there.
And one of our other battles that's been unfolding the last few laps, Dave Spitzer, who started 5th in this race, and then Sam Schechter, who got a great jump from the get-go. Those two have been running nose to tail for probably the better half of this race. And on the last circuit, it was Schechter's 2:09.4 to Dave Spitzer's 2:09.2, running very consistent times and more importantly, very close to one another. Where Dave Spitzer decides to make that move is yet to be seen, but he's been trailing behind Sam Schechter, just studying what Schechter's doing, looking to mount that challenge later on.
All right, we got a local caution down at turn number 1 as we've got a car, and it is the 51 machine of Eric Prepsius. Spins the car under braking into turn 1, gets the car back underway, however, and we are now back to green flag racing all around this race course here. We'll see if Prepsius, who at the start-finish line had a great fight going on with Michael Brandt. Brandt had followed him down the front straight and into turn 1. I suspect that's going to allow Brandt to move up from 18th position to 17th position. We'll have to see if Steve Nelson, who's had his share of problems here this race, is able to leapfrog Prepsius as well. As we've got our leaders have just now headed down into turn number 1. Next time Russ Turner crosses the start-finish line, he will get that 1-to-go board. As we see now that battle that you were talking about, Dom, with Schechter and Spitzer. The battle for 4th right now is Spitzer. Had a real good run. It was using the draft to come up onto to the back of the Blue 55 of Schechter. Let's take a look as they're coming out of the horseshoe now, going into NASCAR, and it appears that the Blue 55 of Schechter able to hold off the orange or red-ish 127 of Dave Spitzer, at least for the time being.
Yep. And another battle that we were seeing was Brian Cates, who has fallen back 2 spots from his 9th place grid position, but he was having a good battle duking it out with both David Flint and Brian Yates. All 3 of these cars, I believe, were part of our Enduro yesterday, so 3 more drivers who have been getting a lot of seat time this weekend at VIR.
All right, and so as time is winding down, Dom, real quick, let's make a final call to the grid for our next and final race group of the weekend. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Big Bore, American Sedan, A Sports Racer, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA, GTX, ITE, ITO, SPO, Touring 1 and Touring 2, as well as Spec Corvette. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 6, Big Bore. Please head to the grid. Your race scheduled to start in just a few moments as our leader, Russ Turner, comes underneath the starter bridge, takes the 1-to-go board. There you go. Russ Turner on his final lap. Morgan Burkhardt now crossing the stripe. Morgan Burkhardt 7.8 seconds back. Driver not able to get yet into the 205s. Morgan Burkhardt at 206.805, and that is quite a bit off of our leader Russ Turner's times. Gianclodio Angelini still managing to hold on to 3rd, even with that off coming out of Oak Tree a few laps ago. But this battle right now between Sam Schechter and Dave Spitzer, they're going down into turn 1 once again. Dom, here on the final lap, the battle for 5th is definitely hot and heavy.
Yep, and Spitzer for the last 2 laps has been getting really solid runs coming out of the last corner and able to use the drop behind Schechter in order to try to move up. At the moment, just like last lap, at least through NASCAR Bend, Sam Schechter able to stay in front of Spitzer for the time being. We'll see if he uses a similar tactic if he tries to get a good run out of Oak Tree to try to use the back straight and get alongside Schechter on this final lap as they're going to be making their way up the hill in just a few moments.
All right, and here come, as we're watching now, coming up through the S's, and I don't know what might have happened down through turns 4 and 5. There they go. Actually, that's it. We were watching Angelini. Once again, going into the uphill S's right now, it's Sam Schechter with Spitzer directly behind. They just come up to the final right-hander there, turn 8 at the top of the S's going into South Bend now. We're going to see them come down the hill here and over towards turns 11 and 12 momentarily. And here they come. And we can see them now coming out of that corner. And Sam Schechter holding him off for the moment, but we're going to move back to our leader, and that is Russ Turner, who's coming down the roller coaster now, and he is on the front straight. Russ Turner from Montpelier, Virginia, driver of the number 23 machine. Maybe a little redemption where he had to pit in a lap early in the Formula Enterprises 2. Today, he takes the win in Spec Racer Ford. Morgan Burkhardt crosses the line. Burkhardt will finish in second. Gianclaudio Angelini, and chickens and hatching and stuff like that. I just want to make sure first, but there you go. Gianclaudio Angelini, driver of the number 6 machine. He will come home in third. And now we're going to have to take a look and see the battle between Schechter and Spitzer. And Spitzer, right now in the number 127 machine, he gets around Sam Schechter and will finish in 4th position. Sam Schechter finishes 5th. Jason Pintart will finish 6th. And now locked nose to tail, it is William Shields who loses a position to David Flint. Flint will finish in 7th. Shields will finish in 8th. Joe Blanks will finish in 9th. And Brian Cates will round out the top 10. All right, so Dom, let's do this. Let's take another break. We're going to get ready for our last race of the afternoon. Hopefully we're going to get it in before the weather comes in here. Never mind that I've got to go out and pick up cameras after we're done here. But hopefully we will get this very last 12-lap or 30-minute race in before the weather comes in here at Virginia International Raceway at Alton, Virginia, or Danville, Virginia. We'll be back here in just a few moments. You're watching the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, 3.27 miles, 17 turns of heaven on earth. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Dominic Mandiel, and we've got just one more race remaining here this afternoon. Dominic, it is our big bore race, our ground pounders. We've got our guests, our special guest this weekend, Spec Corvette, joining us here. And let's run down the starting order for our split start once again. Let's tell you what, why don't you run down the traditional GT cars and that big bore field, and I'll take the Spec Corvette when you're done.
Yep, so we're going to have 11 of those cars on our grid. So starting 11th, we're going to have car number 4 from Wilson, North Carolina, driving a Chevy Impala in the GTA class, Henry Long. In 10th spot, we find car number 8 out of Burga, North Carolina, in a Chevy Monte Carlo, that's in the SPO class, James Smith. And starting in 9th, we'll have car number 44 from Apex, North Carolina, at the wheel of a Datsun 280Z, that's John Barlow. In 8th spot, we'll have car number 72 out of Thompsonsville, Kentucky, driving a Chevy Camaro, Ted Warning. In the 7th spot, we'll find car number 76 from High Point, North Carolina, in a Chevrolet late model, and that is John Longacre. In the 6th spot, we'll find car number 24 out of Brantford, Connecticut, in a Mazda MX-5, Earl Tucker. And in the 5th spot will be Anthony Valente from Colts Neck, New Jersey, driving a Chevy Camaro. The number on that car is 90. In the 4th spot will be car number 98 from Rutherford, North Carolina, at the wheel of a Chevy Monte Carlo in SPO, Robert Gomer. And starting 3rd, we'll have Jonathan Wiseman driving a GTX Porsche GT4 Club Sport coming to us from Mountain Lakes, New Jersey. And on our front row, starting on the outside, will be car 15 from Commerce, Georgia, in a Chevrolet SS GTA car, Jack Stanford. And on the pole, with a time of 152.964, driving the 163 car from Charleston, South Carolina, Jim Booth.
All right, so let's move over to Spec Corvette, where we had 10 qualifiers here this weekend, starting 10th. Driving the number 82 machine out of Waynescott, New York, it's Frank Deline. Starting 9th, driving the 26 C5 Corvette from Wayne, New Jersey, it's Dominic Rizzo. Starting 19th, driving the 153 car from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, it's Mario Scaramouche with Jeffrey Pascala. Starting in starting in 7th position. He's from Aston, Pennsylvania, driving the 63 car. Cecil Stevens will start 6th today. He's driving the number 17 car. He's from Valrico, Florida, while from Deerfield Beach, Florida, we've got Brian Boyd. He starts 5th in the number 70 car. Starting 4th, driving the number 53 Corvette from Tampa, Florida, it's Frank Reinhardt with Joseph Griffin. Starting 3rd, he's in the number 25 machine. He's out of Trinity, Florida. Middletown, Maryland's Charlie Abel will start 2nd in Spec Corvette today. He's driving the number 39 car, and your pole sitter. From Malvern, Pennsylvania, met him during lunch. Really nice gentleman, and a really fast driver with a with a win yesterday, double wins at Summit Point just a few weeks ago. Your pole sitter in Spec Corvette is David Sanders. And so we've got our first field now coming up to, I believe, the top of the roller coaster. As we're trying to track, obviously, we just saw the tail end of our first group go by our camera on over by the South Tower. Our second group, the Spec Corvettes, their pace car just now bringing them through the Oak Tree turn, and I believe the ask was for that pace car driver to increase the speed just a little bit. They've got a pretty big gap there. Lights are out now on the first pace car as it crests the top of the roller coaster over turn 14 and brings Jim Booth, Jack Stanford down the hill. Is that group still not all that well formed up, Dom? But I'm sure that as they come down and get through Hog Pen, they've got some time to form up just a little bit better. Spec Corvettes now coming up towards the top of the roller coaster. Pace car, the lights are out on the second pace car now as it brings the field up to the top of the roller coaster as our first pace car pulls onto the pit lane, turns the field over to the number 163 Radical, and we have a green flag. Green flag is in the air. The Radical jumps out to a pretty early start there on Jack Stanford. Stanford just not able to deal with, may have a lot more power, a lot more horsepower, just has also a lot more weight. And that Radical looked like it was just shot out of a cannon heading down into turn one with Weitzman in the GT4 Club Sport Porsche, looking very close behind John Longacre in another one of our GTA cars right alongside him as we now get ready for our second field. And the pace car now on the pit lane for our Spec Corvettes. And that is going to turn the field over to David Sanders. He now has the field, the starter, looking the field over. You know that's not going to get waved off because the first group is already going. And there you go. Green flag is in the air. And Charlie Abel in the black number 39 from the outside, Dom. He gets a very good start, a very good jump. Maybe gets 3/4 of a car length on our pole sitter, David Sanders. But, of course, Sanders, unless Abel's able to cut in front of him, Sanders is going to have inside position going into turn one.
Yep, and as we saw yesterday, Abel was able to lead the first few laps, and as they go through a NASCAR bend, Sanders has nose back ahead, so Dave Sanders takes hold of the lead, pushing Charlie Abel back to second place, and back from there, I don't believe there was any other changes in position, which means that Joseph Griffin in the 25 car will be third when they at least come by us for the first time.
All right, so our first group now, we see them here. Actually, that is our pole sitter. Well, actually, that's not our pole sitter. That is the Datsun Z car, making its way out of Oak Tree. That's the GT3 Datsun 280Z of John Barlow. As the rest of our field now, well, right in front of me on the front straight here as Jim Booth crosses the stripe, turns in a 159.354. Jack Stanford leading the rest of the field. He's your GTA leader, Jonathan Weitzman in that Porsche Boxster Club Sport, running third with Gomer in his SPO car, fourth. John Longacre in his GTA machine, running in fifth with Anthony Valente. And as we expected, again, Booth jumping out to a pretty early advantage here. Now, Booth is still trying to get some heat in the tires, running about 7 seconds off of his qualifying times here as we wait for our Spec Corvette field, which is now making its way down through the roller coaster. And there you go. It's the yellow Chevy Corvette of David Sanders. It is the black Chevy Corvette of Charlie Abel. They are nose to tail, and for the second weekend in a row, they have really stretched things out over the rest of the Spec Corvette field.
Yep, Charlie Abel not allowing Dave Sanders to get away as they complete their first hot lap. They're going to be making their way into turn number one. Looking a little bit further back, we have Joseph Griffin holding on to third with Frank Reinhardt and Brian Boyd completing our early top five in Spec Corvette. Looking to our front two in Spec Corvette, it is still Sanders over Abel, and they've opened up about 15 car lengths over Joseph Griffin at this point. So definitely going to be, unless something happens with those two, going to be a 2-horse race, very much like yesterday.
All right, Dom, doing a little bit of housekeeping here. Let's hopefully for the last time today ring the nasty little chimes. Everybody get ready. There we go. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Brian Yates, driver of Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, number 144. Would you please report to the stewards of the course, second floor of the tower. Brian Yates, driver of the number 144 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please report to the stewards of the course, the SOC, second floor of the tower. Thank you. All right, so we see that battle in Spec Corvette, Dom, coming out of Oak Tree, heading down the back straight between Sanders and Abel. A little bit further back from them, Joseph Griffin, currently running third in Spec Corvette. He's in a nice little island all by himself. He's sitting around, I don't know, about 3 seconds or so back from our leaders, but he's got a good amount of clearance to Frank Reinhardt. Now, Reinhardt, not so much. Reinhardt, he's got Brian Boyd, and he's also got Cecil Stevens directly behind him. The 70 machine, the 17 machine, Jeffrey Pascalo was in that group as well. They're coming down the roller coaster right now. We'll see how things play out. But our leaders in Spec Corvette as they cross the stripe. Now, we saw yesterday, as you mentioned, Charlie Abel, he led the first couple laps, and then it really appeared as though David Sanders, I don't know if he was playing with him or Sanders just being very cautious and getting some heat in the equipment before walking away. But at this point, Sanders, as we are now working lap number 3, has not started to stretch things out over Charlie Abel. They seem to be running very similar lap times that last time by, though. We are looking at a difference of 13 hundredths of a second. Actually, pardon me, 13 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, no, last time through, and Charlie Abel, who, as you mentioned, was able to lead the first half of the race yesterday, might be looking to mirror David Sanders a little bit as they make their way up to the S's. And it'll be, we'll see how Charlie Abel is able to keep the tires and everything underneath while still trying to mount a challenge to Dave Sanders as we have the rest of our Spec Corvettes making their way through. And also a nice little battle shaping up a little bit further back in the Spec Corvette pack. Frank Reinhardt, Brian Boyd, and Cecil Stevens running 4th, 5th, and 6th respectively in class, all running nose to tail up the S's. So that's going to be another little race within the race to monitor.
You know, we get the neatest little tidbits here in the chat. I want to thank Russ Lundberg for checking in again today, and thank you, Russ, for hopefully the action is great on the Super Tour, and you've been watching that. I know the F1 race is about to start, but Russ says David Sanders. I know David Sanders. Went to high school with him. We were on the varsity swim team together, and his nickname was Fabio. So that I'm going to keep in the back of my mind the next time we see him. And I think we've mentioned it before. We're going to see the Spec Corvette folks in a couple of weeks. We're going to catch up with them at the end of May at the New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning Circuit, as we as in the DC region announced team will be there for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, and the Northeast Spec Corvette contingent going to be racing there as well. So we'll make sure to check in to see Fabio. And now Russ is covering his tracks. He says it might not be the same David Sanders. So thank you for telling me this now, because if I went up and said, "Hey Fabio, how you doing?" It's New Jersey, I might get hurt. So anyway. Anyway, all right. Let's take a look. Let's stop joking around there before I find myself in witness protection. We'll take a look at the front of the field here, where Jim Booth continues to lead, and he's reset the fast lap down to 154.302. Still about the second and a half off of where he ran in qualifying this morning. If we take a look in GTA, Jack Stanford who is currently running second overall in that number 15 machine, is your leader in class, John Longacre, currently running second. And right now, although Longacre had just run his fastest lap of the race, the speed differential and the lap time differential pretty impressive, about 16 seconds a lap difference between Stanford and Longacre. And the only other, I was going to say that in the Spec Corvettes, the only other race that we have here for position in class. Drivers that did not take the green here today: Earl Tucker in his ITE machine, Ted Warning in his American Sedan Chevy Camaro, James Smith in his SPO machine, and Henry Long, another one of our GTA drivers, not taking the green.
Okay, we are going to see a switch up this time by. When they came down the hill, Charlie Abel had taken over the point from Dave Sanders, and as they come by us, it is now Charlie Abel, your new leader in Spec Corvette, had about a car length advantage over Dave Sanders, so able to get by on this last lap. They're going to start to make their way through some traffic here. We'll see how both Sanders and Abel are able to navigate, as now Sanders has the opportunity to mirror and see what Charlie Abel is going to do. It takes a little peek to the outside as they make their way into NASCAR Bend.
All right, so as they are now heading through towards turn 4, we'll see if things change up as they head towards the uphill S's as they come out of Snake, go underneath the Michelin Bridge. And I feel so weird calling it the Michelin Bridge now because I'm so used to, in iRacing, the big TDI Cup banner that's been there since apparently 2012. 10 years in running. But if we look a little bit further back in Spec Corvette, things for the most part starting to stretch out a little bit. Again, Brian Boyd pretty well ensconced in 4th position behind Joseph Griffin. But Cecil Stevens, who is currently running 5th, he's got Frank Reinhardt. Last time we saw them go by, Reinhardt and also Jeffrey Pascala, were in rather close proximity. They are now, I believe, heading through the uphill S's, and we'll track them as they come down towards turn 11 and the Oak Tree Bend, and they're actually just coming into view right now. And there you go, side by side, the two white Chevy Corvettes, and we'll try and track down as they get a little bit closer to our view which one is which, but you can see those three in very close proximity behind the Boxster. But also coming, they'll be coming into our view here in just a moment. It looks like Charlie Abel able to hold off the charge of David Sanders here as he took over the lead just a lap ago.
And this time, able to stretch out about a 2-car length advantage as they make their way across the stripe. And as you mentioned, Greg, and in this case, Dave Sanders is the more experienced wheelman. So I think Charlie Abel able to again alliteration there, able to stay ahead as they go into the first corner, and I think is also been learning a lot over the years because in addition to running Spec Corvette against Dave Sanders, had a lot of rounds that they shared together last year. So I think that from Charlie's experience running these different races, as well as racing with a lot of very experienced drivers, has been picking up a lot of not only pace but knowledge as to how to set up the car and also navigate these different circuits.
Yeah, indeed, and I think it also helps, much like the Spec MX-5 Challenge racers. A good portion, the majority of the Spec Corvette contingent are all paddocked together in one big compound in the paddock, and so I'm sure that if that there are hints, tips, and maybe some fishing stories to be told, amongst that group. You have to determine what's truth and what's fiction, I guess, regardless. But I'm sure that helps out. Now, the last time by Charlie Abel, he was able to run a slightly faster pace than David Sanders. We'll see if he's able to continue holding him off. And as they come out of Oak Tree and come down the back straight, come down Madison Avenue, it looks like Charlie Abel has actually stretched out that lead somewhat, maybe to about 6 or 7 car lengths.
Yep, and I was also looking at the uphill S's camera, and Cecil Stevens and Frank Reinhardt continue to run nose to tail. They are currently, let's see here, they're currently running 5th and 6th respectively in class. So running very closely together. The number 98 car, that is going to be the SPO of Robert Gomer, who currently runs 4th overall. Yep, as our leaders in Spec Corps making their way past Anthony Valente in the Torn 2 Camaro. And again, Charlie Abel, I think, was able to add about a half car length of advantage to his margin in the lead so far, as they continue to work their way through some of our GT car traffic.
Yeah, so let's take a look as they come into the horseshoe. And as it appeared as though Sanders was having a bit of a challenge getting around that Camaro coming down the front straight, it looks as though, from what we can tell from that camera, that probably David Sanders, or Fabio, as Russ Lundberg would like to call him, has made his way around Anthony Valente's TA2 Chevy Camaro, the T2 machine.
Yep, and two other Spec Corvettes running very closely together, Frank Reinhardt and Jeffrey Pascala, who just now crossed the stripe, running nose to tail. They are currently in, I believe, 6th and 7th respectively. So Spec Corvette again, a very even rule set. So we see battles throughout this field.
All right, with Jeffrey Pascala had some issues down at turn 1, may have outbraked himself, put the car around. He has now continued, so turn 1 is now free, clear, and green once again. And I'll tell you, Dom, I'm taking a few more looks at the weather. And the weather is certainly, there are some big storms coming southeast right now towards Danville, Virginia. We'll have to see. I think as we only have 5 laps remaining, we should be able to get this race in before the weather hits. As I'm looking out towards where that weather should be coming from, I'm still seeing some areas of blue sky. So I think we're in good shape for now. Because gosh knows if this ends up being weekend number 9 that I brought out the rain, I don't know what I would do. and I still say I'm not taking any responsibility for the Super Tour at Thunderhill.
So we have Charlie Abel making his way across the stripe and continues to open up that advantage over Dave Sanders. About 5 car lengths as they came past. Another little battle for our GT cars that has been shaping up the last few laps has been between John Longacre and then Anthony Valente, who is in the Camaro running in the Touring 2 class. So I think Valente much smaller, at least stature wise, car than that Chevrolet, using him to draft around this track.
All right, as our overall leader lapping through that Spec Corvette field, I'm trying to take a look and see how far he has lapped up to. So Jim Booth had just gotten around Sanders and Abel, and so Jim Booth, our leader, has lapped up through 5th position, which is where Charlie Abel is currently out of a 17-car field. And coming down the roller coaster, it sounds like about halfway through the roller coaster, going to be holding out the debris flag. Sounds like one of our cars might have had a little run through the grass there. Driver's right. We'll take a look.
We've been talking about how Charlie Abel has been able to outpace Dave Sanders. On the last lap, he was nearly a second and a half quicker on lap times. 2:06 flat for Abel compared to a 2:07.4 for Sanders. Sanders not able to find the pace that he had earlier this weekend, or more importantly, enough pace to keep touch with our Charlie Abel.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, great run, great turn of events from what we've seen over the last couple of weekends. Again, as we saw a round at Summit Point Raceway a couple of weeks ago, and then here this weekend. And David Sanders has been pretty much the class of the field. Interesting to see the challenges that he is having here today, that he just does not seem to have the pace. And Charlie Abel, as he comes now under the start-finish stand, has again increased his margin that last time by, well, you know what? I said he increased his margin. Actually, David Sanders half a second faster. So, no, he didn't increase his margin, but he still got about 1.8 seconds separating himself from David Sanders in second.
Yeah, I alluded to a few laps ago that battle with Robert Gomer and with John Longacre and Anthony Valente not battling for class, with Longacre being in GTA and Valente touring 2. And I've noticed on our cameras that it seems as though Longacre has the measure of that Camaro, which is, of course, a production-based car. But Longacre not quite able to roll quite as much speed as they go through roller coaster and then hog pen. So Anthony Valente able to use the use that car to close back on up to the back of that Chevrolet Camaro. Chevrolet Monte Carlo.
All right, that debris flag coming down the roller coaster has now been withdrawn. Again, didn't hear what car might have dropped the wheel or brought some dirt back on track, but that appears now, as all of our drivers have been through that area, I believe twice since the debris flag went up, that no cause for alarm at this point. Now, some of those other Spec Corvette racers that we were watching here a little bit further back in the field, it looks as though, and I think as we saw Jeffrey Pascala go around over at turn 1, who had been in a very tight battle with Jeff Reinhardt and Cecil Stevens. Looks like that battle is now done. Things are really starting to stretch out there in Spec Corvette, and again in GTA, I believe. As we had Jack Stanford and John Longacre at this point being lapped down to our leader in class, Jack Stanford. As Stanford now comes across the line, and I believe Stanford just put the number 98 machine of Gomer, I think, another lap down as well. Nope, I take that back. They are on the same lap. All right, next time by, Dom, and it's been a great weekend so far, but next time by, our leaders, they're going to get that 1 to go board, as we are now only about 1.5 laps from the checkered flag.
Yep, and we haven't alluded to him too much because he has been so far out front, but Jim Booth in that ASR Radical was able to turn the fast lap of the race so far, a 153.5 for comparison's sake. Jack Stanford, who runs second overall, his best time is a 157.0. So about 5 seconds there difference from first to second. And as we look to as we look at our different monitors here, at this point, Abel has stretched out enough of a gap that I don't believe that Dave Sanders is able to get any kind of draft advantage either. So not only outpacing, but also Dave Sanders isn't close enough to get any sort of the break in the air from Abel's machine as they're making their way down Madison Avenue as we speak. Yep, and then we see the starter stand showing the 1 to go board to our overall leader Jim Booth, who just crosses the line, and I was about to say goes quicker still. This time about a 154.7. So of course, enough margin in hand. So he's gonna take it easy to bring it home this afternoon.
Yeah, and I think we even saw that yesterday as the race was coming to an end on the very last lap, that he had actually let out of the throttle to let some cars get another lap. Then again, I don't think they were battling the cars ahead of them. I don't think they were battling for position. Maybe they would have liked to end that race a lap early. As we watch our leaders in Spec Corvette go by, and once again, Charlie Abel opens up a larger advantage now over David Sanders. Ran almost a full second faster than the yellow number 73 machine. And the gap now about 4 seconds. We're talking about maybe 25 car lengths separating Charlie Abel, our leader in the black number 39 C5 Corvette, from David Sanders. And again, these Spec Corvettes, these C5 Corvettes, they have a maximum horsepower allowance that they can run, but they have to run a spec suspension, a spec front shock package. They can run the stock single leaf springs in the rears of the cars. They have a stock brake package as well, very closely matched. And of course, they can run there is also an allowance for the T2 prepared Chevy Corvettes to run with these cars as well. I think in walking the paddock, a lot of them had actually been, and I know David Sanders has, a lot of these cars have been prepared by Phoenix Performance. And I was just talking to James Candelaria last night. He's looking to possibly get a car and get into the series as well. As Jim Booth comes out of Hog Pen for the very last time, and our A Sports Racer driver, Jim Booth, will take the checkered flag for our final race here, takes the win in A Sports Racer. We're going to have the remainder of our cars coming down the front straight here in just a moment, and we'll give you our final winners. But Jim Booth was that far ahead of our next driver in line, David Sanders, or probably not David Sanders, but the number 15 machine of Jack Stanford, who now comes under the starter stand. He will take the win in GTA. Charlie Abel takes the win in Spec Corvette. David Sanders will finish in second, and they finish 4th and 5th overall in Big Bore. That was pretty impressive as they move up. Then we've got Robert Gomer. He's your SPO winner today in his Chevrolet machine, and I believe that we're just waiting for Anthony Valente to come around in Touring 2 in his TA2 Chevy Camaro, which would wrap things up. The 76 machine comes across the stripe. That's John Longacre. He's going to finish second in GTA, and there is Anthony Valente. He takes the win in Touring 2. Joseph Griffin crosses the stripe. He's going to round out your podium in Spec Corvette, finishing 9th overall. Then Brian Boyd, Cecil Stevens finishing 4th and 5th in Spec Corvette. So, Dom, before we go off the stream here, a very successful day here at Virginia International Raceway, a very successful weekend at Virginia International Raceway, some great racing, some close racing, not a lot of downtime for full course cautions or black flags. Just some wonderful racing here as part of the SARRC MARRS Challenge after a year off last year. Great to see the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series come back down to Virginia International Raceway, and hopefully we'll see a lot of SARRC drivers once again come up to Summit Point. I'd recommend you all come for Labor Day. For the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular. Let's take a look at what we have coming up, Dom. I talk about the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the announced team from Washington, D.C. region. We've got the MARRS Series at the New Jersey Motorsports Lightning facility at the end of the month, and then we head back to Summit Point Raceway in June. We'll be at the Thunderbolt circuit for the U.S. Majors Tour. And again, more races at Summit Point. Also, we will be covering the newly the returning Devil in the Dark 12-hour endurance race at New Jersey Motorsports Park. That is going to be on the Thunderbolt circuit just before they go and repave it, and then we'll be wrapping up the season with a few more MARRS regionals at Summit Point and wrapping up the season on the Lightning circuit. So again, if you like what you see here, if you liked what you saw, if you liked what you heard, please go ahead and smash or annihilate that thumbs up button, as Morgan Burkhardt would say. Click on the subscribe button and hit the notification bell so you can find out all the times when the DC region or the North Carolina region of the SCCA goes live on YouTube. As we wrap up, I also would definitely like to thank all of our would like to thank our host region, the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm glad and happy to say that I'm a dual region member, both the North Carolina region as well as the Washington, D.C. region. Glad to call them both home, and always have been very good to me, both of them. In addition, I want to thank all the wonderful volunteers that help put on this event, whether it be the corner workers and marshals that are out on track, whether it be our scrutineers in tech, our timing and scoring team, the folks in registration, even our stewards over here, and who else am I forgetting? I'm sure I'm forgetting a lot of people, but and a lot of specialties. But
Tech.
Yeah, I thought I said the scrutineers in tech, but definitely the scrutineers as well. But the Sports Car Club of America, it is a membership-driven organization. We could not put on these events without our members, without our volunteers, and I want to thank them all. So for Dominic Mandiel, I'm Greg Ginsburg, and we'll see you in just a few weeks from New Jersey Motorsports Park. Thank you so much for watching, and have a safe week and a safe summer, everybody. Have a great time.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers Racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.